That may encourage people not to vote.
Yes, good morning. Thanks. Good morning. Every other candidate.
Not working yet?
I think it is working, but I need to go see my review.
A meeting going off the rails now. Not while Alex is in charge.
Yeah.
Vice chair. See if they know this. All it takes is a little karaoke. Because everyone home, apparently that got on the internet.
It looks like it's working.
Everyone's karaoke.
We are live. It's working. We are live.
Train over.
Tyler?
Yeah. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We're live on the live stream.
Stop it.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
stop it?
Well, it's like more like other artifacts. Yeah.
Have you met Dr. Clark?
Yeah. That wasn't too bad. It's recyclable and you guys were all great articles. There's somewhere where
Yeah, I'll be right back.
We will exploit your needs.
I look forward to it. Looking for an escape from my If I die, we're next year.
Good job on your election. John. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, man?
Ready for the card turn?
Oh my gosh.
Seems like that's what we did just finding. Yeah, right. That's what I told Lauren. I'm like,
There's a pile
behind
Yeah, I think so.
Hold those for later.
I mean, you're not going to get it.
finish your stack. Hey, you know what?
I actually got a card in the mail signed by my sister.
Yeah.
It was.
That's the fun. That's awesome.
When
you get
the card,
You know, interestingly, my card is not coming through.
that's right. I did. Got it. Okay, that's light is on. Yes. Can't believe I saw the sign, but only because it's in my computer bag.
People behind the camera are safe.
Oh, really? Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody?
Is that good?
Welcome to the Libertarian National Committee meeting. It's 9 a.m. We will start with a call to order. And then opportunity for public comment for 10 minutes. Would any members of the gallery like to comment? Yes. Ms. Hogarth, first. Mr. Fishman, you're next.
From South Carolina, a dozen odd, and a very odd, Libertarian dad bod calendar. If anyone would like to purchase one, I believe the purchase price I'll check is $15. You can get them on Amazon, but I have some here if you want to take one home. It's to benefit the Libertarian Party of South Carolina. They're very tasteful and adorable, so let me know if you want one.
All right. I would note for the body that at least one dad spot was not in that calendar, but optimistic about next year. Mr. Fishman.
I wanted to rise to thank the committee for being here as a candidate in the last cycle It was really good to have the support of the LNC. And in particular, I know that right now we're looking at our results and there's maybe some disappointment. I think of Dylan Thomas when he said it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved before, never to have loved at all. We feel disappointment because we had so much hope, and that's why it stinks. And you think about the hope that was generated out of the candidates who ran and the people in this room and what we are bringing to the country. We are closer now to the vision of a world set free in our lifetimes than we have ever been. And I'm really happy to be in this room with all of you at this point in time and confirm the Libertarian National Committee our commitment to making that happen. Thank you all.
Mr. Hayes.
While, as the other guy in the room mentioned, there was some disappointment from this cycle, we have something to be very excited about. It's, the fat lady has not sung, but Jeff Hewitt, our own Jeff Hewitt, is and I'm happy to call him a friend and a colleague, and I think that is what we need to focus on and build upon, because that is a very powerful, important seat where Jeff is going to be able to help set a lot of policy, be a swing vote, and we need to grow on that and focus on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Moulton.
Two quick comments. First, putting on one hat. The
Tom will lend you a hat.
The almost but not quite JC would like to thank the LNC for providing some clarity in September. Put it on my ordinary member hat. I would encourage you all to pass a balanced budget rather than a deficit budget.
Other members of the gallery? Yes, sir.
My name is David Lasher from Maryland with Bob Johnston. I was a candidate for us for U.S. Congress, and even though the numbers were disappointing this time around, I want to echo the words of keeping the faith and seizing opportunities for 2020. I myself am an IT exec, and I'm looking forward to helping as the LNC might find useful for me.
Thank you.
On 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Lasher, and thank you for running. Mr. Sheets.
One of the things I found on the campaign trail is that nobody knows who we are. And that has to do with branding. And I hope the LNC would take it upon itself to create a branding committee, which I would like to volunteer for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets. Other members of the gallery. Right, I'd like to take a moment to recognize some of the elected libertarians who are here, Paula Pizzell, Jennifer Moore, and almost Jeff Hewitt.
He's actually mayor still.
He's
right. Are you still mayor? Well, good for you. It's Calamesa's loss, but it's Riverside County's gain. There you go. And if you can become the fat lady singing, maybe you too can get in next year's Dad Bod calendar. Right. With that, I think we'll conclude public comment. We're going to be taking attendance, credentials report, and paperwork check. Ms. Harlos.
Right, if everyone could announce that you're here, also alternates, starting with Mr.
Present.
Could we just,
Could we maybe do like a roll call vote where you just
and
put
what
on
did
the
you
list?
do last year vacation or something?
Oh my God. Do you want me to go around and just recognize people?
Well, that
Is
way
that
that-
easy? Or would you like them to say at their names? What makes you feel better?
You.
Oh.
Just wait, know
Mr. Nikela is present. Ms. Matson is present. Mr. Hewitt, Mr. Longstreth, Mr. O'Donnell, Mr. Smith, Ms. Billieu, Ms. Doherty, Dr. Lark, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Bishop Henchman, Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Hagan, Mr. Merced, Ms. Harlos, and I am still here. Oh, and are there alternates? Ms. Hogarth, just Ms. Hogan for now. Ms. Van Horn is present in the building and will be joining us a little later.
And Ms. Lee will be here also.
Mr. Knight up there too.
Oh, and Ms. Lee is will be here shortly. Yes, Mr. Mishkevich. Oh,
Sam said Mr. Knight.
He's here also.
oh yes, Mr. Nana. I did observe him last night.
Unless he disappeared since I drove in with him.
He's probably shopping for a Michigan hat, and there's a high demand for those. Credentials report and paperwork check.
There's been no changes since in the LNC since last time, unless anyone's challenging somebody.
There are paperwork packets over there if anyone needs. Thank you to staff for preparing them.
And also, everything's in the OneNote notebook, which I'm finding more people are using this time, and hopefully more adoption, because every single thing that you might want to look at, I shove in there. If somebody sends it to the LNC list, I stick it in the notebooks. We can't possibly print out everything.
All right. Anything else on that item? Hearing none, we'll move to adoption of the agenda. This is a draft agenda. Running for approximately 595 minutes. Mr. Redpath.
I sent something yesterday, Mr. Chairman, regarding a voting resolution, voting methods resolution that I sent to the list. I have copies, not on me, but probably will come up.
It's in the packet.
It's in the packet. It's in the packet.
Okay.
I'd like 10 minutes under new business without previous notice, please.
Second.
Voting resolution. Redpath. 10 minutes. So let it be written, so let it be done. Mr. Hagan.
Guys requested 15 minutes to amend the waiver rule.
Do you need 15 minutes in excess of your treasurer's report?
I could do it during my treasurer's report.
I was anticipating you do it during your treasurer's report. Would you like more than 15 minutes? Would you like 20 minutes? Would you like 22 minutes? 23 perhaps?
23 minutes and 15 seconds.
Oh, no, so you can make my math bad. So if there's not objection, we'll amend the treasurer's report to go to 20 minutes to allow discussion of that motion. Mr. Goldstein.
No objection.
Did you have something else, Mr.
Yes.
Goldstein?
The Candidate Support Committee has not had a chance to meet since the last meeting, so we will yield our 15 minutes back to the body.
Is there any objection to removing candidate support committee from the agenda? Hearing none. Mr. Redpath?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the treasurer's report and discussion of the Wiener Rule. Do we have an Excel spreadsheet available regarding the mortgage? Do we
I
have?
have an amortization table I can send you. It's not I think it's a PDF.
No one's created the spreadsheet that I think you're looking for,
Right.
but the analysis regarding the balloon payment was done and sent out by Mr. Hagan. The pertinent analysis of how much we put in and whether or not we have a balloon and how big it is for, I think, 3 different values of extra payment.
All right.
But not a spreadsheet that is dynamic.
It would be nice to have a spreadsheet that's dynamic, Mr. Chairman, so we could monkey with it.
We could.
Yes. Okay.
Noted.
Okay.
Ms. Mattson.
On a related comment, I may have an old one that was constructed before. If we just update the starting balance, it's got the right interest rates in there, so I may be able to ad hoc.
It might be good to inform our decision as to if we do this, we do that, and be able to do it on a dynamic basis.
And some of that information will be available during that discussion, just not the exact numbers. Ms. Harlow.
I have several items, and I'll one at a time.
Pardon me, would the lady please speak up?
The lady will speak up.
Go ahead, Ms. Harlos.
Okay. I would like, since Ms. Van Horn isn't here, 15 minutes to discuss the Liberland resolution under new business without previous notice.
And is that a request being made on her behalf?
Well, if she
Was
would
she
make it,
going
I
to
would
make it?
too. So I put it under mine, and if she wants to adopt it and take over, she may.
Was that 10 or 15?
15.
I'm sorry, pardon me, could you repeat that? Where is that, what is it and where is it going?
It is a resolution in support of Liberland, the tiny little spit land between 2 countries in the former Eastern Bloc. 15 minutes new business without previous notice.
I asked that it be 5 minutes instead of 15.
Second.
Do you object to 5 with the potential for extensions?
I do not object.
All right, we'll go with 5, and if we need more time, we can always allot it from our this balance of time.
That's new business without previous notice.
New business without previous notice immediately after Mr. Redpath's voting resolution. Ms. Harlow, go ahead.
Also, new business without previous notice. I'll have the language to everyone this evening. But Bill, you and I were talking about fixing the issue of the alternates in the policy manual. And I was working on some language for that, so I'd like 15 minutes for a potential policy manual amendment. Language will be given to everyone tonight. One thing, and then an additional 15 minutes for some cleaning up of style issues in the policy manual. Again, that will be in everyone's inbox this evening.
So you're asking for a total of 30 minutes, 15 minutes for the consideration of changes to the alternates and how they're treated in the policy manual, and 15 minutes for consideration of stylistic or cleanup changes to the policy manual?
Yes.
Is there objection to 15 minutes for each? Hearing none, go ahead.
One other, and I'm not exactly sure how to handle this, so I asked the chair's advice. I'm in a battle to the death right now with Word and headers and section breaks. So in order to have an exactly perfectly clean copy of the minutes to be proposed, I would like to move that till tomorrow to discuss the approval of the minutes of the last meeting. Rather than saying to you guys, here's the minutes, but I have to move this header around, I would like you all to be able to see exactly what you're approving.
If you think that the changes that you need to make are going to be,
You're not substantive.
if they're not substantive, is there anyone that objects to those sort of moving or reformatting of headers? Would that affect anyone's choice on whether or not to approve the minutes? I don't think that it would affect anyone's choices, and so I think you just go forward and, you know,
all right, no problem.
reformat as necessary. Other items to be added to or removed from the agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hewitt, seconded by Mr. Michaela. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the agenda will be adopted as modified.
Could you guys speak a little louder?
I'll do my very, very best. I used a lot of my singing voice last night. Sorry I missed it. It's on the internet.
It is on Facebook.
Ms. Harlos, on potential conflicts of interest.
I sent around to everyone the last sheet that I had. It's also in the OneNote notebook. I removed everything that had to do with campaigns for the last run. But if there are any other updates, I need to know them.
Which tab is it under on the OneNote?
It will be under housekeeping and agenda. It says cumulative LNC potential conflicts.
Is there anyone that has a conflict that they did not let the secretary know about? All right, hearing none.
Oh, sorry. I don't seem to be on there at all.
So you want to be on there?
Yeah, I guess. EVP of the tax center.
He doesn't seem to be on there. He's right. What conflicts do you have?
EVP of the tax foundation.
Second Vice President of the Tax Foundation.
Okay.
And not quite elected official in the District of Columbia. All right, any other
I got more votes than Donald Trump.
Good for you, sir.
And if anyone thinks of any, you can email it to me over the course of the weekend and I'll get it in there.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the chair's report. I submitted a written report. There were fewer speaking events over the last time between the Phoenix meeting and now due to the campaign season and things of that nature. Campaign went really well for my first run for office. I was very honored to have the support of a lot of people. it's definitely a different experience being in the arena rather than just cheerleading from the sidelines. I recommend it to anyone who hasn't tried it yet. It's delightful. And you know, the biggest takeaway I took, one of my supporters pointed out that about 3,000 Libertarians voted in the Phoenix municipal election, but we got about over 40,000 votes, which means 37,000 not Libertarians also voted for a Libertarian, some of them for the first time in their life. And that's the effect that I don't think a lot of us see inside the party as much, because we talk to each other, but that's where the real progress is going to be made, in talking to people who are outside this room or outside of our comfort zone and convincing them to try something new and hopefully better and different. And so with that, I would answer any questions. If people have questions. But if not, I'll not sit up here and filibuster for a long time. And hearing no questions, I will be done really, really, really fast. That's good. The Vice Chair's report, Mr. Merced.
Hey everybody, as Merced, Vice Chair. So basically, here's my report of activities over the last quarter since the last meeting. Basically, one, I spoke at an event at Florida. It was a sold-out event. We raised money over there for Orange County, Florida. And then I walked around a lot of Orlando the day afterwards, wearing a Derek Ryan shirt. He was one of the Soil and Water Board candidates over there in Florida. So that was a successful event. I was very happy with how that turned out. Spoke at a Larry Sharp rally right before the election, which was awesome. And then I'll probably talk more about that later on. We'll talk more about the 2018 election. I have finally got the new podcast up, Meet the Libertarians. And again, the intention there is just to kind of help people meet people in the party and get to know the party as a podcast. So if anyone ever wants to submit audio where they can introduce themselves and whatnot, or wants to do an interview, just get in touch with me. Or if you want to interview candidates in your area and submit to me the audio, I can get that up there. And that way we can just keep letting people know the faces and get a more personal touch of meeting people within the party. So that's up there. That's on Google Play. That's on Stitcher. That's on iTunes. And what I'm doing is every time we upload an episode, I'm also putting it on lpedia.org. So that way it's archived, because we're still working in the process of archiving the older podcast. So hopefully we'll have that up there eventually soon. Also, a couple weeks, right after the week after the election, the chair of the Dutch Libertarian Party and the secretary of the Spanish Libertarian Party were in town for some training from the Atlas Foundation. So I had breakfast with them, and which was really cool. And one of the things I really took away from that is just how much they really look to the U.S. as a model for what they're doing. So really, the whole world is watching. So that was really exciting and made me really optimistic and excited for the future and the effect of everything that we do. Cool. I've been helping out on the social media team. Submitted a video for the We the People Week that we did a few weeks ago. Also did an appearance on the Bad Crypto podcast, which is a very popular podcast in the blockchain space, where I talked about the blockchain committee and the Libertarian Party. Not a political podcast, so it wasn't a political audience. So a lot of people there probably get to hear about the Libertarian Party and what we're doing in blockchain for the first time, and hopefully get them interested in the party. Also a couple weeks ago, I was on the public radio show Seldom Said. I got after the show, I got a really positive response from the host. So overall positive response for the interview in general and for the party and whatnot. And then also I've been working on trying to do some op-eds for places like CNN and Reason and whatnot. So hopefully that'll make some headway there. And spoke at an event at Fordham University, and I'll leave it there. Go for it.
Yes, first of all, Mr. Merced, thank you very much for your work. I was going to inquire about the event at Fordham University. Do we have a contact there who is perhaps interested in starting a Libertarian campus group there? There was someone, I'll have to get their name, but there was someone there who actually runs a college Libertarian. If you would, please have them get in touch with me.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine, the Dutch chair, actually came out and spoke at LA.
Yes.
And boy, he really was impressed by meeting you. You're a big deal.
Oh,
and I got to meet Alex Merced.
No, Robert.
So just pass it on, but he's an impressive guy.
Thank you. Yeah, Robert's awesome. I met him first time last year when I was in Amsterdam for a class at the beach. So yeah, Robert's great. What they're doing over there is cool. He's been doing some cool stuff. So check that out. Cool. Any other questions? Thank you guys very much.
set. Next on the agenda, the treasurer's report, Mr. Hagan.
All right, the October end of month financials are in the package, starting on page 6. And we're still in the red. Last numbers I have are unrestricted cash on hand is $12,200. Our accounts payable is about $75,000, and that includes owing the Hyatt about $53,000.
Sorry, as of what date is that, Mr. Treasurer?
I believe I got that from Robert early this week.
I can provide a little bit more updated figures as of last night.
Okay.
Our unrestricted cash is $11,700, and including the visa charges for November, our AP is now $90,853.
And we've been paying down the Hyatt bill about $1,000 per week to keep them satisfied. In January, we'll be able to take out money from the 2 bequests or been put into trust, and that'll be well, right now it's $33,900 for each of those. May go up a little bit due to inflation. The FEC will adjust those numbers every 2 years. So we'll be able to use that money to finish off paying the Hyatt bill and have a little extra for the other bills that we have due. Any other questions on the financial reports before I get to the motion?
Questions, Mr. Hagan? Seeing none, go ahead.
Okay. I move to amend policy manual section 2.03 subsection 17 where it says $60,000 to make that $20,000. And this is the prepayments on the mortgage due on the odd number of years.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Billiou. Go ahead, Mr. Hagan, speak to your motion.
Okay, like I said, we're in a cash crunch right now. Could use that extra money to pay off the bills we have. Even dropping the, everybody's calling the Wiener Rule, down to $20,000, still gets enough to make sure that we do not owe a balloon payment at the end of the it'll be June 2024 when the mortgage is due. And the downside is that would cost us an extra $9,000 in interest to change it to $20,000 instead of paying $60,000
over the 6 years.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Redpath.
Mr. Treasurer, if we made no more prepayments on the mortgage, first of all, when is the balloon payment?
June 2024.
June 2024. If we make no more prepayments, what would be the balance of the mortgage at the time of the balloon payment?
51.9.
Do we know if we made an even extra payment every month between now and then, what would that even payment be to bring the balance to 0 at June 2024?
So, can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. Only because I have Tim's email right in front of me. If we made payments of $17,300 in the years 2019, 2021, and 2023, that would result in no balloon. So 17.3 for the 3 odd years between now and 2024 is the total amount of prepayment that would be necessary to eliminate the balloon completely. I don't know what it breaks down to in even payments.
Well, I'm saying monthly payments. I mean, would it be an extra $500 a month or $700? Yeah, an extra $1,000 per month?
I'll tell you. Give me a second with the calculator.
Because
It's 17.3 divided by 24.
24 or 12?
No, it wouldn't. No, I don't think it's.
Yeah, because it's every other year.
You got the time value of money involved.
Yeah.
You'd have to do an
It's
Excel spreadsheet.
approximated, and the approximate number.
Okay. Well, I'll move, Mr. Chairman, when I'm recognized, I'd like to move a substitute motion.
I'll recognize you in a second. I just want to.
I did not find that spreadsheet, by the way.
It's about approximately an extra $720 per month.
Okay.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll move to change the Wiener rule to an extra payment of 0.
So, the motion to, I want to look at the language to see how this is best done.
Okay.
So, how I would interpret your motion would be that rather than changing the number from 60,000 to 20,000 in section 2.03 subsection 17, that you would in essence.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm disrespecting the chair, I apologize.
I'm sitting next to Joe, what do I expect?
Trying to talk him out of it, sorry.
We all try. So the way I interpret it, that it would make the policy manual not look sort of weird and convoluted, would that you would essentially be striking everything from towards that end to the end of the paragraph, so that the 17 section. I just want to read out.
Go ahead, but I gotta talk with someone while you're doing that.
Okay. Would just say it shall be the goal of the LNC to completely pay off the office mortgage as quickly as possible, and in any case prior to the due date of the 10-year balloon payment. So what would be left in the policy manual would be an expression of our desire to not pay the balloon payment without any specific direction as to how we would do it. And hearing no objection from Mr. Redpath, that's how I interpret his amendment. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my amendment with the indulgence of the body.
With the indulgence of the body, I think the body will indulge you.
Okay.
Mr. Bishop Henchman, you proceed to be recognized.
I was just going to say,
your little placard
I'll get
is
it
falling.
I
know who you are.
Yeah. I was initially opposed to this because I think it's important that we avoid a balloon payment. I think it's important that we avoid kind of putting off liabilities to future years. But you know, it's hard to make the thing balance without reducing some of these obligations. And I talked with staff quite a bit about a lot of topics this week, and this was one of them. And quite frankly, we're not going to be able to fundraise the $60,000 required to meet the current rule. There are no donors out there to be able to do that. We will be able to fundraise the $20,000. Staff does have a plan to do that, and I think that is a realistic one. Otherwise, we're just setting ourselves up for a $40,000 outlay that we're not going to be able to pay for.
Ms. Maxson.
So I'm actually going to speak against this. I might be persuaded to go for some number in the middle. I hate to just like scale it back as soon as we can. The point of adopting this was we're going to pay that sucker off, and early, yeah, pay it off early before the balloon payment. And when you kind of remove the requirement to try to do it, something will happen somewhere, and we'll punt further, and before we know it, boom, we're going to have a balloon payment. So please note that the language required by the policy manual doesn't. It says we just have to budget for it. We try, and if we don't hit it, well, maybe we don't. It's not like there's penalties in here, right? So I think I prefer to budget for it, and I want to point out that changing it is actually not going to help balance the budget, because built into the revenue is an assumption that we have $60,000 of revenue fundraised to make that payment. So whatever we take off the expense, we got to back off the revenue as well. So it's not going to balance our budget any further, even if we zero it out.
Mr. Bishop, I'll go to Ms. Billiou first, then Mr. Bishop Henchman, then Mr. Redpath, then Ms. Harlows. Only because I didn't see you right away. Ms. Billiou, go ahead.
I just would like to point out that just the fundraising efforts alone for a very specific targeted donation of $60,000 for this thing, that goal has already been missed at least once since I've been around. And we had a very generous donor sort of rescue us from it in the hopes that we don't continue to do that. If we're going to have a policy, it needs to be followed. Otherwise, it doesn't need to exist. And when we're monkeying with our fundraising efforts for this one thing that a lot of people have been very vocal in opposition to, It's just not something they want to give money for. They would rather give money to go into the general fund to do the day-to-day things that we need to do to accomplish our other goals, not to pay off the mortgage. And I think that the $60,000 goal is unreasonable. While it's noble, obviously, I know I would like to be able to do that with my own home, but I just don't think it's reasonable. And I think that in order for us to be consistent and be able to say that we do the things that our policy outlines for us, it would need to be lowered to a much more attainable goal.
Point of inquiry?
It's not really privileged. You'll get there really quick. Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Yes, just responding to some of Ms. Matson's points. It is correct, budget-wise, it takes it off the revenue and takes it off the expense. But realistic-wise, if we don't change this, what we're doing is we are committing to spend $60,000 and we will not raise $60,000. So it will actually increase our budget deficit significantly if we don't change it. And then to the point that, you know, what's the harm of just putting it in here, and if we don't hit it, we don't hit it. The wording of this is that this is a high priority for fundraising. And what I've heard from the fundraising staff is there are more fruitful avenues to go out there raising money, and if they have to spend, you know, if we have a choice between what they're spending their hours on and what they're spending their fundraising pitches on, I'd rather it be on successful stuff, because this just isn't it, at least at the $60,000 level. It is at the $20,000 level.
Mr. Redmond?
Point of inquiry, what's the interest rate on the mortgage?
It's almost 5%. It's like
Is it fixed?
4.91.
Is it fixed?
It's fixed until the balloon, yeah.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. So, if I may, I think that if we have a goal regarding the balloon payment, it should be to avoid a balloon payment, not pay the thing off early. We've got a good interest rate, it is fixed. Paying off the mortgage is important, but it is not the most important thing going on with this party. And we've got you know, stacked up accounts payable right now, low cash. I understand the budget point, but Joe's point trumps that, whereby from a realistic cash flow standpoint, we're not going to have the dough to pay $60,000 extra this year. I favor the 20,000. I don't think it's going to fly politically to chop it to zero, but I think 20,000 will fly politically, and I call the question.
Is there objection to moving to a vote before hearing from Ms. Harlos and Ms. Doherty? Hearing no objection, we'll move to a vote. Substantive roll call. Ms. Harlos is ready. Get the list in order. Good. Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Ms. Matson?
No.
Mr. Hewitt?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Billiou?
Aye.
Dr. Larkin?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan? Yes. Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Ms. Harlos?
Yes. 13 yeses, 1 no, 2.
I'll decline to vote.
Wait, did Mr. Hewitt vote? I think I
Yes,
did.
he voted yes.
14 then, 14 to
Mr. Redpath?
I have actually this is related to the treasurer's report.
We're still in the treasurer's report, I think.
Pardon?
We're still in the treasurer's
Yes,
report.
I wanted to bring up a point here. As Mr. Phillips has informed the LNC list, I am now engaged to a member of the audit committee, and I'm the assistant treasurer. And when this came, thank you. And I was going to make a joke about it, saying, better keep an eye on things. But then I thought, hey, maybe there's a serious point there, and maybe I shouldn't be assistant treasurer anymore. And I just wanted to put that out there for the board to consider. I'm willing to be assistant treasurer, but I don't think it would be out of line for the board to ask for my resignation as assistant treasurer. And so I just wanted to put that out there.
I'm going to ask, is there anyone else on the committee who wants to be an assistant treasurer. Because knowing whether or not there's somebody who would take the vacancy should we ask for resignation is probably important information for a board prior to requesting it. Ms. Mattson?
It doesn't have to be someone on the board, and I believe there was somebody else nominated for assistant treasurer at the first meeting, correct?
There was. Dr. Bunker, but I'm not sure if he's interested at this point. I can reach out to him and see if I'm sorry, Chair.
Is there a need to act today? And could this be, if we wanted to make a change while everyone's still in the same geographic vicinity, could this be taken up tomorrow with a motion to amend the agenda? And after people have made inquiries and people have had an opportunity to talk to you and congratulate you, preferably, I think, what's your favorite gift for congratulations? Make sure everyone knows what to get you.
Fiat currency is great.
Unfortunately, it's probably Venezuelan bolivars, but it is fiat. Are there other questions for the treasurer or things while we are on the treasurer's report?
I have one more.
Mr. Hagan, go ahead.
Related to what Mr. Redpath just brought up, I understand, if what I read in Facebook is correct, which isn't always true, that we have another LNC member that also got engaged recently. Ms. Page and Mr. Sexton, congratulations.
It's really nice. I can see it from all the way over here. All right, other, Ms. Harlows.
Going back to the second for just one moment, does that relationship need to be included in the potential conflict of interest?
I think it would need to be noted. I don't know. Actually, Mr. Redpath, would you like to include it in your conflicts of interest?
Oh, it'll make great talk decades from now for the historical preservation.
You can see she's finding stuff out.
That's why she wants it in there.
Put it in the pipeline. I'll let you guys deal with that offline. All right. Other things while we're on the treasurer's report? Seeing none. Our next item on the agenda would be the secretary's report. Ms. Carlos.
So I sent over the updated report last evening noting a couple items that Ms. Mattson had pointed out to me. If there are any questions on the written report, I don't really want to rehash everything there, except for perhaps one thing just to point out. Scrolling down. I've been regularly writing articles for LP News. The goal is to have like a secretary's column every LP News, and I've been doing that. I've been doing some tutorial videos for the membership on how do you follow the LNC, just things to get members more involved in this body. I've been contacting state affiliate chairs if they need any assistance on navigating some of our rules. I did a segment for We the People, and last meeting, and this will be a regular thing, I sent thank you emails to everyone who attended the Phoenix meeting, and all of you guys, that's why I wanted your email, you'll get one from me after this one. And I wanted to know, and I don't, maybe Mr. Kraus knows, do we have a compiled past records for the state-by-state requirements for the presidential and vice presidential ticket? Because I don't think we should reinvent that wheel each time. We can update it with whatever states changed, but I haven't found an answer on that.
Yes, and I sent a copy to Bill Redpath a couple of days ago.
Will you send it to me as well?
Sure.
And
I'll send it to you after Richard Winger takes a final look. He was on vacation.
okay. Other pending issues is I was just asking Ms. Mattson for a request for the bylaws, and we've been discussing it. Do you have any time frame perhaps for that, Ms. Mattson? I can reorganize them if they're in some strange order.
I mean, once I get to it, it's probably a 2 or 3 hour job, so I don't have it on my calendar, but I don't think it'll be too much longer.
Okay, thank you. And I have several motions. The first one would be a motion to approve the draft minutes for the last meeting, version 4. I just sent them over. The appendix because of table headings is wonky. That's all that's wonky, is I need to fix some coding for the appendix, but everything substantive is as it should be. Is there a second on that?
A second. Huh?
You're supposed to be trying to.
Yeah, no, I am. Okay. Okay. Oh, is that a motion? Yeah, second. Okay, second, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This just came through at 9:18 a.m.
Yeah.
I'd like to have the chance to actually look at these before we approve them, please. With all due respect, could we move this until tomorrow?
Got it. Are there any objections to moving it to the tomorrow? Okay, with no objection, we'll move it to tomorrow. Let's see here.
And I'll fix the appendix by then as well.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest we do it at the beginning of business tomorrow.
Okay, so
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we're moving the adoption of the minutes from the last meeting to first thing tomorrow. There's no objection to that? Okay.
And I had one other motion. We have applications out for the convention voting, this is an introduction to the motion, to the convention voting process committee and the membership support committee, also the historical committee, but they elect their committee members differently. And the deadline for that is January 15th. So we'll be between meetings. We're having a fantastic response, just like we had last time. So it's not deciding between two applicants. It's going to be deciding amongst many. So my motion was moved to appoint the members of the convention voting process committee and the membership support committee via ranked choice voting using Scottish STB on the OPA-VOPA site with a voting period of 7 days or until all votes are cast, whichever comes first. Alternates will note their choices manually, which will be input by the secretary if the corresponding regional representative does not vote or expressly abstain.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Longstreth. You can speak to the motion.
Yeah, let me just speak to it briefly. Again, we'll make it easier because there's going to be a lot of names and the computer will calculate it. And it'll start to get us comfortable more with using some electronic voting systems. As you all know, I'm a big fan of OPA-Vote. I think this is a good, non-controversial thing to test it on, and it will help us navigate 20, 30 applicants very easily amongst a big vote in between meetings. Otherwise, we're probably going to be calling an electronic meeting for this, and I don't think anyone wants that. I do, but.
Anyone like to, Mr. Goldstein?
A point of information, could you translate that into English?
I'm sorry?
Could you first of all translate that into English, what that actual method means?
Sure.
And then also, is this permissible under the policy manual for an electronic ballot? It is, Alicia says it is, okay. So please translate.
Sure.
For those of us who are not voting method geeks.
Well, you'll rank your choices so what you all are familiar with your typical 1, 2, 3 type thing. The Scottish STB is just how it handles ties. There's different methods on handling ties and coming up with excess votes, and it's just one type of system that I've used successfully with the Colorado affiliate caucuses have used successfully. People I know that are big aficionados of this recommend that method. I put information on it in the OneNote section under miscellaneous, but it's just one of like 10 different ways to handle ties, overvotes, that sort of thing.
One follow-up, is there a cost to the party for you doing this?
There might be a cost of $10, but whatever cost there is, I'm going to in-kind it.
Ms. Madsen.
I initially said yes, I thought it would be fine for email vote, but I'm checking that right now, searching for Article 13 in the bylaws to see if we have to email the votes, and that may be the case. We'll take a look.
That's what I thought.
Email is pretty embedded in here, so it might, yeah, that might be an issue because the votes should not be emailed. So that could be an issue, but, I guess just to debate on the motion. I don't know that I need to decide this right now. If it's something we're gonna have electronic meeting for, we can agree to do it then. If we're gonna do it by email ballot, we could email our vote and then simultaneously go stick it in the system. You know, just email our vote to the list and then go stick it in the system, you know, with whatever link is sent to us. So you can do both simultaneously and still comply with the bylaws, I think. Just assisted tallying by putting in 2 places. So I don't, a lot of different voting systems. I'm not sure that I necessarily know the nuances of Scottish, and so I'm not sure that I'm ready to decide right now how we're going to appoint, the method by which we will appoint future committees. So I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet.
Ms. Carlos, Mr. Merced, Mr. Hagan.
Just a point of technical information, addressing Ms. Mattson, is what we could do is when you go to the OPA vote thing, it tells you at the end, this is your ballot. You can screenshot it and send that screenshot to the list. And you know, that will be the record.
Mr. Merced and then Ms. Hagan.
Got it.
Mr. Hagan.
Okay, so I'm looking at Article 13, and the way it looks, I mean, from the wording, it looks like it's just that the ballot must be sent over email. It doesn't necessarily state that the voting needs to occur through email, so possibly just sending out the ballots via OPA vote, sending the link to it via email is delivering the ballot, and then the votes can be done through OPA vote. At least that's the way I read it.
Mr. Hagan.
How much time will we have between getting the package of applicants until the voting starts? I'd like a little time so we can make sure everybody has time to review it.
That's not embedded in here, just the method is. The deadline's the 15th. We could start the ballot whenever anyone really wanted to. I'll start sending packets ahead of time. I mean, we could put on here beginning January 30th or something, so there's 2 weeks to review the ballots.
Mr. Longstreth.
In OPA vote, and I'm pretty familiar, but I can't recall. Can you log back into your profile and change your votes?
That is the one thing you cannot do.
Very, very clearly in our policy manual, it allows that a vote may be changed within a time period. And if OPA vote will not allow us to do that, it is not policy manual compliant.
Ms. Mattson, are you seeking to be recognized? Go ahead.
Yeah, just very briefly, we have this, there's Article 7.14 of the bylaws, which requires that there be a read-only email list on which LNC votes are recorded. Now, it doesn't say votes are cast there, it says recorded, so that may play into the equation of what is required as well, but in my mind, if somebody accidentally sent an email off list and you know they did a reply instead of reply all, that I wouldn't complain about counting it as long as it was documented on the list at the tally point. So anyway, we've got at least 2 bylaws and 1 policy manual that may play into figuring out compliance.
Mr. Phillips.
Just a quick, as I recall, and I may be recalling correctly, when Ms. Harless talked to us originally about OPA vote, she included the statement that she had been in contact with them and they might be willing to make the adjustments we might need to that software, which so we could possibly reach out to them to address Mr. Longstreth's concern.
Ms. Harless.
I believe we've solved the putting it on the list just by the screenshot. I think that would take care of it. For Mr. Longstreth's concern, that is, I could write down, because I did mention that could be an issue in the future, changing votes. But also, I don't think very many people will want to change their votes. If they did, as administrators, you can go in and cancel a ballot and issue a new one. So that's another way to handle that if somebody wanted to change their votes. The thing with recording it on the list, why I think it's important, is I think members should be able to see at the moment who you voted for in case they want to write you and complain about it, which might get you to change your vote. So, but I think sending the screenshot of how you voted satisfies that, but I can get with the owners of OPA vote to tell them that's a need we have, but it's not insurmountable either way.
Okay, we have 240 left on this item.
Are we prepared to move to a vote?
Wait a minute, query. What are we voting on, Mr. Chair?
Was it a motion? It was a motion. It's a motion to use OPA vote with the ranked choice Scottish conflict resolution method for the appointment of the convention voting committee.
I'm sorry, the appointment of what committee?
Convention.
The Convention Voting Process Committee and the Membership Support Committee.
Two committees. All right. Further discussion? Seeing none. Does this feel like a roll call to people? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
All right.
Mr. Nicola? Aye. Ms. Mattson?
No for now.
Mr. Hewitt?
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
Pass.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Abstain.
Mr. Stone?
Also.
Ms. Billiard?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Nay.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Phillips?
Abstain.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Ms. Harlows?
Yes, and I did not hear Mr. Smith's vote.
Mr. Smith abstained.
Okay, one moment.
And I'm about to return to Mr. Longstreth because he
Okay.
passed. Mr. Longstreth?
I'll say yes.
Yes. Mr. Longstreth?
We have 7 yeses, 5 noes, 3 abstentions. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. The motion passes 7-5. All right, that's the end of the secretary's report. We are moving quickly. That's always fun. The agenda has a recess right now. I'd inquire, would you prefer to have a recess or go right into staff reports? Would staff prefer to have a recess or go right into staff reports?
Staff is ready.
Is the committee ready, or do you need a break?
Do it.
All right, then we'll move directly into staff reports. Ms. Doherty.
Hello, everybody. One of the benefits of meeting in Alexandria is we have more of our staff here to meet you and you to meet them. So firstly, would our staff who is in the room please stand up? Okay. We have an exceptional staff and we should all be very proud of it. Please stay standing, guys, for just a second and go around and introduce yourselves. Start with you, Robert.
Robert Krause, Director of Operations.
Bob Johnston, Fundraising and Candidate Support.
Tyler Harris, I assist our Member Services Department, among other things.
Apollo Bazell, Candidate Support.
Kara Schultz, Candidate Recruitment. I'm Jess Mears, and I'm our Membership Manager and Social Media Manager.
Thank you, guys. So I'll speak for a few minutes, and then I'm going to give each of them a few minutes to speak. I ask that all of you hold your questions until all of them have had their few minutes to speak so that we have a chance to hear from everybody. So I took the reins as interim ED a week and a half ago, and on that day we were very behind on some bills, and we had negative reserve, and we were worried about our ability to make payroll. It's not a great situation to walk into, but we are going to fix it. Thank you for amending the Wiener Rule. I was strongly in favor of that, and I appreciate you doing that. Despite our financial crunch, our fundraising for the year has been very strong. When you look at historical numbers, our 2018 revenue surpassed the average of the previous 10 years by 19%. If you look at our 2018 revenue, and I'm calculating this based on January 1st to November 30th in years 2008 through 2017. I have it all in my staff report right here. And this excludes bequest payments, and it includes convention revenue in the year the convention happened. So 2018 surpassed the previous 10 years by 19%. 2018 surpasses the average of the past 5 even-numbered years by 2%. And if you take 2016 as an outlier, because it truly was, and you take the average of the previous 4 even-numbered years, so midterm election years like this one, we surpass those by 19% on revenue also. So very good numbers there. I strongly encourage you as you proceed with your budgeting this weekend to prioritize rebuilding and increasing our reserve. That reserve helps make sure that we are in a better financial situation and that staff does not have to worry about, hey, will they have money to pay payroll? Let me tell you, that is not a good position for staff to be in. We need to rebuild that reserve so we know payroll will get paid. My priorities, I don't know how long I'm going to be in this role as interim ED, but for the time that I am, my priorities will be number 1, making payroll on time. We can all agree that that's very, very important. Number 2, catching up on paying bills. We would not be in as much of a financial crunch as we are right now, by any stretch of the imagination, if we weren't already behind on our bills. We need to fix that. Number 3, replenish that reserve. And number 4, reviewing best practices. And then working to get our systems up to those best practices. So best practices, they change over time, right? And this is true for IT security procedures, it's true for building security, house staff processes various different things, which email service provider we use and what our processes are there. I've had some great conversations with Joe Hitchman and some of his colleagues. We will be reaching out to key people who have expertise in these fields. So for example, Ken Millman and I are talking about IT security, along with Eric Dixon and Andy Burns, who do a lot of that at the office. So we'll be going through that list of critical functions and making sure that we are using the best practices for 2019. That concludes my general overview. Robert, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Yeah. If you look at my staff report, I talk a little bit about the finances, where we are in terms of the budget, that we will be under budget on both revenue and expenses. Revenue will be under budget less than expenses, so we projected, or you all budgeted about a $400,000+ loss that will come around $350. But that's still the big surplus that we built up in 2016. We've now spent that. A lot of that went to ballot access over 2017 and 2018. And that's why we're kind of in the hole we are now. If you look at the financial report, you'll see that we spent a lot of ballot access and didn't raise very much towards it. So that's kind of what we've been paying for, and we're still kind of paying for that, along with the convention. Because we spent a lot of the convention funds on ballot access prior to the convention. So now we're in a game of catch-up. The budget that was submitted to you all, I think it's about $125K a month. I think we would need about a minimum of maybe $120 in revenue in order to pay our current types of bills, our current level of expenses. So I would discourage you from looking at any kind of new expensive projects. We're really not sure how we're going to pay for some of the projects you've already approved at this point. So that's my concern is, again, like Lauren's, keeping payroll paid, paying the necessary bills, things like the cable, the internet, the things that allow us to function on a daily basis, the mortgage, things that keep us out of trouble and the treasurer out of jail. So those are the things we focus on paying first, and then we start juggling and trying to figure out, okay, what do we pay and how much of who and that kind of thing. So it's a little scary.
Well, Robert deserves a lot of credit for his work to make sure we do what's needed during the financial crunch. He's been working very hard on that. So thank you, Robert. Bob?
Good morning, my name is Bob Johnston. I'm in my 9th year working for the National Party as an independent contractor. I'm also the chair of the Maryland LP. Generally, some of the things I do is I make calls to members whose memberships have lapsed, also monthly pledgers who have lapsed. I find articles for the blog. Elizabeth Wyerly tends to dress them up. She's a much better writer than I am. I work with candidates. I help with Apollo and Kara, and I anticipate doing more of that this year. I field a lot of FEC questions. I spent a significant amount of time the last couple of months prior to the election with people having questions about FEC. I also created a document on the state-by-state campaign regulations. I'm not as proficient on that, but I have the general knowledge and contribution limits for each of the different states. I compile the candidates list, the elected officials, and keep track of those races, ballot access for the party, and I presume I will be fielding questions for the 2020 presidential nominations as I did for the 2012 and 2016 potential presidential candidates. Does anybody have any questions?
We'll take questions at the end after everybody's had their vote. Tyler's our newest team member. Tyler, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tyler Harris. I'm meeting most of you for the first time. It's been my real honor and pleasure since last April to have come on board working for the LNC. Member services, the area that I was brought on to assist with, basically handles fulfillment of items from LP store, getting our membership cards out to our members, handling mailings out of our mail center, all the sort of day-to-day operations that are necessary to, as our members interact with the National Party and we interact with them. I've also expanded to help out with Apollo's effort and to support the field team, and all the other people that were out there in the field. And one of the things that I've kind of come to view as a support member of staff that doesn't have pure ownership of one area, it seems like the role is very useful to be able to support those projects and teams when it's needed. So when we need extra manpower the last 2 months leading up to election day to fill a very specific role, I can be there to do that. When we have a huge rush of people needing supplies, I can help get those out. And as these projects arise, I can kind of be a deployable resource for the executive director to have at their disposal. So that's kind of where I see the role evolving in 2019. Thank you very much.
Paulo?
Hello, I work in the Canada Support Division. It was an exciting year. We accomplished a lot, we learned a lot, we realized what we need to do better on. I anticipate answering questions, so I'll be very brief here. I'm always available anytime anybody would like to talk about exactly what it is that we were doing before, what we're planning on doing in the future. If any of you would like to sit down and chat, I'm always available. But I'll just go ahead and wrap up and wait for questions. Mine's more question-based.
Kara?
Hi, I'm Kara Schultz, and I'm also in the candidate support area. Primarily, I started out
Just a little louder, Kara. Sorry.
Started out doing candidate recruitment, but of course, to recruit candidates and get them onto the ballot and have them be successful, you also need to support them. So I started to develop more global support functions and services for our candidates. Also recently completed a survey of both candidates and prospective candidates who didn't make it on the ballot, so that we could find out where we can do better, where the roadblocks are for our candidates and prospective candidates. All of that information is in my report, along with the survey results, so you can take a look at those, and I also stand for questions after everyone gets done. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Jess?
Hi everyone, this is my first national committee meeting, so I wanted to take a moment and tell you a little bit about my background in case we haven't talked much in the past. I've been a local libertarian organizer for quite a while now. I've organized libertarian groups at a college campus. I lived in a retirement community for 1.5 years, and I started a libertarian club there. So the Libertarian Party has always been a passion of mine, and so I'm very honored to be able to call this my day job. I have been a member of the party since 2008, and I ran for office in 2010. I've served on the executive committees of the Libertarian Party of Ohio and the Libertarian Party of Florida, and I relocated up here to Alexandria in August. And I was brought on to the Libertarian National Committee's contractor team by Lauren after I finished working for the Johnson Weld campaign in 2016. I did submit a report for both membership and social media, and I just wanted to provide a couple highlights. I hope you will review the report in detail because it does document what we've been doing since the last time you've met. So my role has shifted a little bit from the last time the committee has met. Before I was working with Lauren in the development team, focusing more on high dollar cultivation for donors, and it shifted to more so of the lower dollar membership giving, and also focusing on lower dollar donations and bringing up our membership levels. I have a lot of suggestions and ideas on how we can increase our membership base, and that is in the report. A quick fact, 36% of our revenue comes from membership dues. And one of my goals for 2019 is to increase our number of lower dollar donations in the $3 or $5 amount. I've been watching some of our competition in the two main parties, and they've been really ramping up, so I'm studying what they're doing to see how we can get more revenue through these smaller dollar donations. With social media, we have an application that's live right now to bring on more volunteers. I've been spending a lot of time on social media for the party. We've been promoting our candidates, and now that the election's over, I'm here to focus more time on fundraising, so I'm looking forward to bringing on a team of social media volunteers to have more active presence across all platforms. Our Instagram page went from 15,000 followers a year and a half ago to 40,000 today, and we can continue growing these platforms with more people involved. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jess. And we have a few members of our field teams here if they'd like to stand up and introduce themselves. These field teams worked on candidates as part of Apollo's program this fall.
Okay, I think I'm the only one here. My name's Tom Mann. I worked with Apollo on the selected candidate, get them elected. We worked on 6 states, 6 candidates in 4 states. I've been a Libertarian since 1981. I think this program that I was involved with through Apollo is one of the most effective, positive ways to get candidates elected and Libertarian candidates elected that I've ever seen. I love the whole operation from top to bottom. We train candidates. We show candidates how to behave, how to get themselves elected, how to make themselves marketable, how to make themselves popular within their community. We got them to actually work instead of sitting behind a computer and typing out memes and Facebook posts.
No offense to Jesse.
To Jesse.
Well, that's her job. I just want to emphasize to the committee, and thank you for allowing me to talk here, we need to continue this program. We need to focus our money, our activities, our priorities on getting candidates elected, properly training them, properly supporting them, and that's a lot of groundwork and a lot of legwork. I foresee a day where we can make positive inroads against what I call Fortress Demopublica. If we find selected areas, there's a lot of candidates, there's a lot of winnable races out there. We saw some. We won one in Wyoming. It was stolen from us. But that's just the next level. We're just going to go to the next level now and deal with those issues. So I encourage the committee to look at this program that Apollo did and administered and continue it. Keep it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Do you mind if I just say about the field teams real quick?
Just briefly.
Yeah, very briefly. I just want to say we have one of the best field teams I've ever worked with, ever, and I just wanted to acknowledge Tom and his field members. They were amateurs. I worked with Democrats and Republicans for many, many years, and these were Libertarians for the most part. We had a couple that were not, but most of them were Libertarians who took time out of their lives, traveled to places that were cold, miserable, slept on air mattresses, slept on floors, and I've never worked with any team that was as dedicated as they were, and the successes that we did have all fall on them. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, everyone. Questions for any of our team?
Mr. Bishop Henchman, and then Mr. Phillips, and then Dr. Larkin.
I got a bunch, but maybe I'll just do one and then we can come back. Ms. Dougherty, in your report you reference actions you've already taken to begin reducing office expenses. I'm wondering if you could go into a little more detail on
Certainly. Robert and I have been looking for ways to save money. We have a very lean operation as it is, so that gives us limited options. But for example, we had a cleaning crew coming twice a week previously, and Jess brought this to my attention, and kudos to her for that. And so I talked to Robert and other staff members and said, do we really need a cleaning crew coming twice a week? And if we don't, if they come once a week, how much money will that save us? And it was about $3,000 a year worth of savings if we bring them back to once a year. And so
once a week.
Yes, very important.
Very aggressive.
Once a week. So we bring them back to once a week. So the savings on that take a while to accumulate, but they will. Some of our contractors are working reduced hours compared to what we might have them work otherwise. But that is minimal, and we want to keep that minimal. Our team is a mix of employees and contractors, and the LNC needs to know that. So some of our team can ratchet down their hours and others not so much. But those are the two primary areas.
Mr. Phillips.
I don't really have a question, but just more of a thing for Apollo. I followed your project pretty closely behind the scenes, and every bit of feedback I got on it was excellent. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Dr. Mark.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Schultz. I had the honor of giving a lecture at the Students for Liberty Regional Conference at the University of Minnesota. Ms. Schultz was also a speaker at that, and I thought she gave an excellent presentation. So my congratulations and thanks to Ms. Schultz. A question about candidate support. In the past, one of the things that it struck me that there has been a limiting factor for many people to step forward is worries about complying with campaign finance laws. That in many cases, we do have some people who are quite competent with respect to campaign finance laws, but they're not broadly distributed. Are you seeing anything in terms of a reluctance of candidates to step forward because of the possibility they might not be able to obtain a proper representation via a really good treasurer, someone who's responsible for the finances? And what might we be doing about that to assist them?
We don't have candidates not filing to run due to not understanding campaign finance or not having a treasurer. However, that is one of the major panic buttons that candidates have after they get in and file. So our candidates often aren't trained to the point that they realize before they run that this is needed. So I would say one of the major things that if we wished to assist our candidates, it would be to offer or arrange for far more training and resources to help them. Now, once they do, because I had many candidates contact me and say, help, I need a treasurer. Oftentimes we were able to find someone that would assist them, or we were able to refer them to Bob if he started getting more and more calls, which if he wondered why his phone line was heating up, I gave everyone his number. So, we were able to do that, but as we grow, this is something we need to focus on, and I am trying to work with state party political directors, that each state should have at least one trained treasurer to go to, not the party treasurer, but candidate treasurer, for when they have their candidates hit that panic button and they need assistance. So that is something I'm working on. Thank you.
Ms. Carlos?
To Ms. Schultz, yeah, the treasurer, the FEC stuff, all of that is a huge issue. I know Montana had been asking for that over and over. The smaller states especially, it seems, get really, really overwhelmed with that, which is bad in a way because that's usually the states that we have a good chance of winning. So we don't want them, overwhelmed by the red tape. No, it was just was supporting Ms. Schultz.
Got it. Ms. Billiou.
I guess my question is possibly more directed at Apollo. One of the things that I've noticed around the country is we have a lot of candidates and volunteers and executive committees and supporters who have a hard time really determining what winnable races are. And I think that word might be part of the issue. And then, of course, we wind up disillusioned. We've had candidates run for governor, for example, and spend $250,000, and then another candidate run for $50,000 for 36 cents a vote, and then the other one was, you know, $2 a vote or whatever. I think, I guess this is more of a suggestion, but you're welcome to give a response, but I would like to see some sort of, not necessarily training, but some sort of guidelines for people when they're deciding about, you know, whether it's the organization locally deciding who to really support or who to run or what to put their resources behind. Some sort of way for them to determine what truly is not winnable, that's not the good word, but whatever that word needs to be, what the best races are, most effective races that they should really be focusing on. We do have some groups that are sort of battling, and I'll say that in you know, my particular state is one of them, that we've got this group of people who say we really only need to be focusing on the local races, the ones that are winnable. And then others that say, no way, we've got to make sure we've got somebody in every spot. So I would like to see maybe some actual research and data that could be put out there for all of the affiliates so that they can start making some of those decisions intelligently, instead of just by gut sometimes, because we find that our guts fail us a lot.
Do you mind if I respond? Because I use the word competitive. I use the word competitive races instead of winnable races. I think that's the better way of placing it, is when you say that it's a competitive race. And that's just based off of additional data, just data points. One of the projects that I do want to work with is working with the state affiliates who are interested, because of course we're a bottom-up organization, not top-down. So I want to work with the state affiliates who are interested in doing that, in identifying what their goals are depending on the state, because it's very different for every state. For instance, if it's a ballot access state, that should be one of their priorities. So we have to work with each state for what they need, but absolutely. And we'll put together a formula for that.
All right, I have Mr. Longstreth, and then we come back to Mr. Bishop Henchman, and then come back to Ms. Harlos, unless there are other people who haven't spoken and want to be recognized. Mr. Longstreth.
Apollo, I just wanted to let you know, building off of what we just said, there is data out there specifically from Colorado. They did a program where they were running a few select races, local races primarily. They had a presentation. I can't remember the exact year. Karen Ann, you may be able to help me, or possibly Nick. Was it 2012, 2013 when we did a full slate in Colorado?
Longer ago than that. That would have been 12. 12? It was 12.
So 2012, they ran a completely 100% full slate, put a lot of work into it. They did see marked results and increased registrations as well. So what we do is, yes, winning races, and that's certainly your focus as a member of staff, but it's also about party growth. And so I'd like to see you maybe reach out to Colorado, get a little bit more of that hard data, and just see just as an FYI to kind of inform what might be a different sort of competitive race that you haven't maybe considered in the past.
With the indulgence of the body, I just want to follow up on that only because I was there. We recruited a full 100 candidates, which would have been a complete up and down, all the legislative, all the state senate, along with most of the statewide offices. We ended up netting out about 80, about 20 went away due to paperwork, attrition, whatever. What we saw was across the board, the floor went up. So the marginal amount of votes we got for everybody, even I don't know.
Dog catch.
What's the word that we don't use for paper candidates?
Minimum commitment.
Right, minimum commitment candidates. They all got higher numbers because they all ran. But the other thing that I thought was more important for us to realize was we had an opportunity where we came within 10 points of getting a state legislator. Not because we picked the best guy. We didn't pick the best guy. Because they didn't see us coming and we were hitting all of them. And the Republican who was supposed to be a shoo-in turned out to be a corrupt cop who lied on his timesheets and got an editorial from the local paper that said, vote for the Libertarian instead. And the Democrats didn't step up. And to my knowledge, since 2012, the Democrats have not done that in Colorado. Once we did the full slate, they now have to follow us in order to make sure that they're in the mix for these opportunities. And I've seen, and it's anecdotal and I don't want to make conclusions about it, that some of the states where we had some high profile races, there were not other candidates on the ballot drawing fire. And so our opponents were able to focus better. So we have to think of it sort of dynamically from both directions, both what's good for us and what we're making other people do. I have Dr. Lark, you...
Well, very quickly, with respect to what one, in Colorado, in that situation of 80 candidates, how many of them would you classify as minimum commitment?
Probably about 70% of them.
Thank you.
And the other thing we did in Colorado, and this was very crucial in Colorado, when we recruited them, we offered to take care of their paperwork. We would make sure that the paperwork got filed on time, it got notarized right, make sure that we made it as easy as possible for them to start. Mr. Goldstein,
I just have a quick question of you in the Colorado initiative. Of those people who ran for legislative seats, how many of those seats would have had no opposition other than the Libertarian Party candidate? A lot?
It was somewhere around 10 to 20 of them, including that one we almost won, because the Democrats weren't going to put anybody up. All right, I have Mr. Bishop Henchman and then Ms. Harlos.
So I guess staying on topic for Apollo, well, it's a broad question. Lessons learned. What went right? What went wrong? What did we learn for next time? And then a specific question: how many doors did your guys knock? How many people knocked how many doors?
So what went right? I think this was an incredible first step. I think it was very good. We used the message testing was very effective. So polling focus groups on these races was very effective. It was probably the most effective thing that we did, actually testing a message with the constituents. So that would be my number one takeaway. Second, of course, was actually knocking those doors. We ended up knocking 52,000 doors with an average on weekly about 5 people. So over the course of a 7-week period, each of the people that were knocking, and I was not full-time knocking, I was looking at data and working it behind, so it was more accurately probably 4, but roughly 10,000 doors a piece for each of our canvassers. It was a significant effort. Well, we can do better. Honestly, last time the biggest problem that we saw was just the time constraint. We started a little late. That was just because of the hiring process. Just by the time that we were on board, there was already filings that were closed in some states. So we weren't able to do the vetting necessary. Now we have the time. That should improve dramatically. And then remind me a specific question. Oh, 50 the doors.
Yeah. Okay. So I have Ms. Harlos and then Ms. Matson.
I believe I heard last night, I don't know what staff member this would be directed to, that the bulk email got implemented on the website that was passed last meeting. So that's on there ready for people to take a look at?
It's on there, and we need to make sure it's accurate in how it functions, but it's on there. So that's something all of us can talk about outside this meeting, technically, maybe while you're here in town.
And on the candidate item, I had mentioned, I don't remember who I'd mentioned this to before, but I know I did, is Dan Weiner has been very helpful in doing research for winnable races, or races that like nobody knows about that we can just sneak in and get. And he's very good at that. Like, he's been helping Colorado, like just sending me all kinds of data, like spending enormous amounts of time. And also with the Colorado thing, when we had a full slate, we also had people who answered all the questions that came in from newspapers. So we made all these line holders look like the perfect libertarians because we had people who just answered the questions on their behalf. The LNC might be very interested in hearing from Joe Johnson, who's the guy who coordinated that in Colorado. Boy, is he a bundle of energy and gets people fired up and inspired for that kind of tactic. He would be a great resource for everyone on the candidate side to maybe work with some state affiliates who are interested in that type of program on how to implement it.
Do you mind if I respond to that at all?
Sure, go ahead.
So the first thing is so on responding to everything, I did advise some of our candidates to avoid certain questionnaires based on the nature of the questionnaire. A good example would be in Montana, there was an organization that asked one of our candidates questions that were specific to, there was no Democrat in the race, so Democrats were breaking for us significantly, and it was clearly intentionally to try to focus on the fact that he was a pro-life candidate. So us filling that out would have harmed our Democrats. So I do advise them to be very selective on what they are actually doing based off of message testing, but otherwise, absolutely.
I have Ms. Madsen, and then Mr. Redpath, and then I'll come back to Ms. Bishop Benjamin, and then without objection, Mr. Lasher from the gallery.
So follow-up question for Apollo. In the areas that the canvassers walk, have we had a chance yet, maybe it's not an option yet, to compare results in the precincts where they walked heavily with where they didn't walk, to make sure that was effective in creating higher vote results? I know in a recent campaign, the areas where we walked, the candidate did a lot better in, and it was noticeable when you looked at the precincts that were walked, and we just couldn't scale up to cover the whole city. But if we can do that sort of comparison whenever that data is available.
So I actually do have that data available.
Okay.
I can provide it to you in more detail in the email. But the best person that we can, the two best races that we can test that on are the two Utah races. There was one in Utah District 22 and one in Utah District 74. The first round of knocking did not produce a significant statistical result. So the houses that were knocked one time did not produce a result, which we know as political scientists. It says you should take your, they say for a standard Democrat or Republican campaign, you should take your voters 3 times at least, 5 times optimally. And you can see that in the data. So the areas where we only hit once, we performed about the same as we always do. There was no real impact. In the areas that we were able to hit twice, the impact, we went up almost 54%. It was a dramatic increase. So District 22 is the best way because half the district was hit once, or we were averaging about 3.1%. The other half of the district was hit twice, and we were averaging 18.6%. So not only that, you're able to get survey data when you hit more than once. So for instance, the first round, you're doing the identification round. You're talking with people behind the door, so you know what the issues are, you know what the pulse of the community is, so that you can tailor your next round to that specific message. So the second door knock is vastly more successful than the first round.
Interesting. Okay, thanks.
It's Redpath, then Bishop Benjamin.
What can we do? It seems to me that the most crying need among our many needs regarding campaigns, well, we need candidates, campaign managers. What can we do to stimulate the training of campaign managers among our party population? And would it behoove, I personally, I've been to some, but I've never been, I've wanted to go, but 4 days is a big commitment, 4 weekdays is a big commitment to go to the Leadership Institute Campaign Management School. Is there some way to transmit, for somebody to absorb that knowledge and legally, without violating copyright, transmit that knowledge to people who are able and willing to be campaign managers?
Well, you might not like my answer. I actually think the best way to train campaign managers is more than a 4-day commitment. I would say that I would say that my field team, who were mostly amateurs, I think that over half of them could effectively go and run campaigns. I think they could be effective campaign managers, learn more in the field as they go. But the best way to do that is expose them to a successful campaign. So the more successful campaigns that we can run with active volunteers and active staff members at the lower level, the better you're going to have, or the better potential campaign staffers you're going to have in the future. As far as resources, if you can't afford the time or the money, there are dozens and dozens of books that are very good. There's an updated version of How to Win a Local Election that covers everything that you need to know. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, just read the book. I mean, it's there. So the reality is you can go to your Kindle, which, or whatever, and you can download these documents. The Democratic training manuals are all open source. So there's allowing them, if you want to train your campaign managers, start early, give them these resources, have them read them. That's the best way to do it on short notice. But I also think that it's important to, if you don't have a quality campaign manager, maybe leave it vacant, because it can drag our candidates to distraction. Not having a quality campaign manager sometimes harms the campaign.
Bishop Benjamin, then Hewitt, Ms.
mine's for Ms. Mears. So I hold in my hand something I swiped from the office yesterday, which is our new membership card, and you do reference it, and you talk a little bit about it in your report, but I want to just go in more detail on it. So, you know, we could have just said to the graphic designer, come up with a new report, and I have my old one from the 90s, and it's, you know, it's logo and name, it's really not a lot of, but you decided to make it a more engaging process, sending our members something other than fundraising emails. You want to talk a little bit about it, and I'll pass it.
Sure. So you have the last edition of the card. It said 2018. Well, 2018 is almost over, so we did need to change the design. We decided to move away from having the year on it because when you become a lifetime member, you get one card, and we don't send a new card every single year. So we wanted to make sure that people who are lifetime members have a card that doesn't reflect the year as in permanence. So we decided to move away from the year on the card and wanted to allow members to select what would be the next design. Our graphic designer came up with 3. We created a survey, sent it out to membership, and had about 2,000 people respond. This was an overwhelming amount of people responding to a very basic survey, and we were pleased to have that level of engagement. The design that Joe Bishop Benjamin has is the Lead People design, and the other designs that did not win could be reused in a future year. But it was just our first attempt at sending out a very basic, simple survey and seeing how it worked, and I believe it was an overwhelming success. And I'm looking forward to getting probably LP selfies of individuals with their membership cards so we can display them on our social media. And for your information, those membership card selfies are actually a really wonderful recruiting tool for membership of the Libertarian Party. People see them and wonder how somebody got it, and it does spark some curiosity.
All right, Mr. Hewitt, and then Mr. Lasher, and then Ms. Doherty, and then Dr. Larkin.
Yeah, just to add on to what Bill was asking Apollo. Campaign managers, we have always had a shortage of candidates. We've had an even bigger shortage of campaign managers. There is no successful campaign without a successful campaign manager. I would say in my case, my campaign manager was 85% of my success. I might have been 50. That's how important they are. With that, Boomer Shannon brought in, with the help of Cliff Maloney, at least 16 really outstanding people from all over the United States. I would say half of those now are ready to go run a really successful Libertarian campaign. So win or lose for our campaign, it was going to be a success because this is how we start. And we're fortunate to have somebody like Apollo who has run successful campaigns for both the other two parties. It is so hard to get, and again, running a campaign is running a campaign is running a campaign. It really doesn't matter what your ideology is. But they will not go ahead because they will be shunned if they lose, if they leave their major parties. So what we're seeing here is we can concentrate on candidates, but I think more importantly, we need to start building these teams that get people elected so we can have a chance to screw things up good.
Mr. Mann, without objection, I think it was a bit, go ahead.
Yeah.
I've heard the objection.
With thanks and apologies here, just let me interject. The program as it's set up now, what we did with this selected candidates, is an outstanding and very valuable training tool for potential campaign managers. I think of one kid in our group, Josh Eckathorn. He came in with the idea he wanted to learn. He just wanted to learn. He's 19 years old. He wants to run for mayor sometime. And at the end of the 2 months, you know, I asked him in the van. I said, "So what do you think?" He says, "This was invaluable to me." He says, I'll not only be able to run my own campaign, I'm going to be able to run other people's campaigns. So with a program like we've got right now, Mr. Lai, you were wondering what can we do? Continue the program, encourage potential campaign managers, potential candidates to work a campaign, to work this program, to be a volunteer, come out on the road with us. That is the most effective training tool we've got. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lasher.
Just as a relatively new member of the LP, a first-time candidate, a perspective on what I'm hearing here. One is I get part of conversations and I hear debate about whether the LP should have a bottom-up kind of strategy, focusing on local races and winnability, or top-down, focusing on messaging and branding. and I hear it discussed as an either or. I hope the LNC and the party would take it as both kind of question and a question of balance. Neither one of those strategies can work independently. So both top down and bottom up. And second, as a recent candidate, I want to reinforce that what my main lesson learned was, and greatest need, was for a campaign manager. That's what I needed and didn't have, and would look forward to having in the future.
All right, so we're running short on time, but I have Ms. Doherty was next, Dr. Lark, Ms. Van Horn, and then Mr. Goldstein.
I wanted to add that staff is making it a priority to collect more data when we do various different things, analyze that data, and then make decisions accordingly. Often we are moving so fast with so many different tasks that has just not been a priority or possible. And we're still moving very fast with so many different tasks, but we are increasing that priority so that we can make more informed decisions and better optimize things. We're doing more A/B testing, that kind of thing. So I wanted you to be aware of that. I think that's very important as we move forward and try to do even better work.
Targeted fundraising too, right?
Yes, exactly. More segmented approaches in fundraising and membership outreach.
I have Dr. Lark, Ms. Van Horn, Mr. Goldstein, without objection, Mr. Fishman.
Yes, one of the hobby horses I've been riding for a long time is that I would like to see all candidates basically not dissipate the knowledge that they gain through the campaign. And I was wondering of those candidates whom the LNC has helped, how many of them actually chronicled the work that they did so that the tremendous information that they gather by virtue of their campaigns is not dissipated? How many of these people are actually taking the time? Because it's very, very hard once you run a campaign to actually then go back and then chronicle. So,
sure. So we use an app called eCanvasser. That was our data collection app. So all the data has been collected and preserved. We've uploaded all that information, so we have the data on all the voters that we knocked from that district. I have them in a central file. They have them in their individual files so that they can turn them over to their states. The states can do what they need to do with them. In that is also survey results. It gives us reception levels. It gives us everything that we possibly do. From a data perspective, we have all of that. The what worked, what didn't. All of the target candidates are still very engaged, very engaged. They're running for party leadership posts, but it's been very important to me that I keep all of them involved in the race. As a matter of fact, my next program involves basically all of our candidates going out and training other candidates in their areas how to be candidates. So we do have them. I've asked them all to submit. I wanted it for you guys here today, but they all took vacations, some went hunting, so I understand they all took a break. But they are putting together just a couple pages on their experience, what worked, what didn't, all of that, and we'll compile that. And also one of our donors asked for that too.
If I may respond,
So
Dr.
you can.
Okay.
But no, you can't.
There is a.
You can't. We're out of time.
Motion to extend time by
that's
5 minutes.
You'll get there.
By 5 minutes.
There's a move to extend for 5. Mr. Redpath, did you?
I was going to move to a recess. I was going to say we should move to a recess, then, given that council is here, then move to the special counsel's report, then return to the staff reports for 15 minutes.
With body's indulgence, I would withdraw my motion.
Okay, so the motion is to finish staff reports for now, go to our 10-minute recess, take up the special counsel's report after the recess, then come back to staff reports for 15 minutes after that. So it's a motion to amend the agenda in that fashion. Is there objection to it?
Question?
Yes.
Do we know if any of the special counsel report will have to be an executive session?
Do you think so?
Not to my knowledge.
Not unless something comes up. Is there an objection to amending the agenda in that fashion? Hearing no objection, just before we go to our recess, I had on deck Ms. Van Horn, Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Fishman with the indulgence of the body, and Ms. Schultz also without objection from the body. So that's what I had, and that's the order that we'll return to when we get back around to staff reports. So with that, 10-minute recess, and then we'll take some. So it will be going around with when you're leaving, so we know when we lose quorum. And with that, the next item on the agenda is the special counsel's report. And Mr. Hall, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on!
Is this really Oliver Hall or a young Orson Welles?
Rosebud! I don't even know what that means. It means that you're looking remarkably handsome and sharp. And should you choose to become a libertarian, you too could be part of next year's Libertarian Dad Bod calendar.
With that in mind, good morning, everyone. Congratulations to Mr. Redpath. I understand that's in order.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also thank you for the motion. I appreciate your consideration. So it's been only 2 months since my last report, so I have just a few things to mention. I did circulate the report over the listserv last night. My apologies for the late submission. I also printed 25 copies of a report that turned out to be last quarter's, so not helpful, but I can just give you a few points to consider. First, what I was mostly involved in this past quarter or this past term was helping candidates get included in debates. Obviously there was an election that just happened, and leading up to the election there was a flurry of requests from the field really all over the country from candidates who were unfairly or illegally being excluded from debates. This is something that we've been dealing with in the past with some success. Because there are legal requirements for corporations or broadcasters to stage candidate debates. And when we lay those out in a demand letter, we've actually had some good success in convincing debate hosts to reverse themselves and include the libertarian candidates, which of course is what we want. And in those cases where they have refused to do that, we have filed an FEC complaint against, I think it was seven different debate hosts laying out their violations, and that's still pending. We all know the FEC is not really something that strikes fear in the hearts of violators of campaign finance laws, but at least we are making a legal record of the violations and a public record, and hopefully making good law so that no matter what the FEC does, it should recognize that there are these legal requirements. And honestly, a lot of times these issues arise just because debate hosts don't even understand that they have legal requirements when they set these up. So unfortunately, in this last election cycle, we didn't have as much success as we have in the past. None of the debate hosts reversed themselves and invited the libertarians. I think part of that was on our end. The requests that I got really all came at once at the last minute, and that's something that we can really improve upon going forward. So that's what I was just speaking with Lauren Dougherty and others who will be involved on ways to improve the process. So for example, the way it's been happening is that somebody from Minnesota or Pennsylvania, wherever they're being excluded, will fire off an email to somebody, and that email will get forwarded to me, and it won't have the complete information, and I'll have to go, scroll through old emails and ask people to forward me new emails, and we can really streamline that process by setting up, hopefully, an online form. I assume we have the technical capacity to do that, which basically lays out, the 5 or 10 main questions that I need to have answered before I can take any action. As well as, okay, I need any communications you've had with this broadcaster, this corporation, anything where they're telling you you can't participate in this debate, that's what I need up front before we can even evaluate whether to go forward. And the other thing is that having streamlined that process, we can really improve the procedure just by notifying all the state party affiliates and then individual campaigns. There is a resource here for you. You're going to be encountering these issues. If not in this campaign, certainly at some point you're going to be excluded from a debate. and you have a remedy, you have recourse, but time is of the essence, especially in these instances where, you know, really the only remedy is to get the candidate in the debate. Once the debate is over, we can still pursue it, but we want the candidate in the debate, and that means we've really got to be on top of it from the beginning. So that's one thing I'll be working on going forward.
Oliver, I'm the chair of the Candidate Support Committee, and that sounds like a task for us to work with you on getting a form ready for 2019 to report 20 more likely.
Yes.
So if you would just send me the list of stuff that you have to have to be able to pursue an action against an entity that's excluding our candidates, I think the Candidate Support Committee would be more than happy to help develop a form.
Great, thank you. I will do that.
Mr. O'Donnell, I think I got a question.
With your issue you bring up, a lot of the requests were last minute. And didn't have. What exactly would you need to be able to handle something last minute? Because I know in New Hampshire specifically, we had an invitation to the debates. We were scheduled to be in the debates, and then it was rescinded last minute.
So I didn't mean to cast aspersions. That's the nature of these election law matters. They come up at the last minute.
Right.
All I meant to say is that we need to anticipate them as much as possible and take proactive steps as much as possible. So, you know, it's a pretty good bet that there's going to be a candidate debate in more or less any election. If that's the case, let's get out in front of it and contact the debate host and say, you know, what are the requirements for candidates to participate? If they hem and haw, if they don't produce them, or if they produce criteria that we think are illegal, then we're ready to take action right away. So no, I didn't mean to suggest that, you know,
I would understand that last minute is hard to deal with.
Yeah.
But the problem we ran into in New Hampshire specifically was at very last minute. We were scheduled to appear in the debates for both congressional races and the governor's race. Had invitations set up. They even told us which green room we'd be in before the debate. And then last minute, the parent company said, no, you need a $20,000 fundraising threshold to appear.
And so I think as a best practice, to the extent possible, we should get these things in writing. And then obviously what we prefer is to get the candidate in the debate. And even though in a last minute situation like that, there may not be time for that, if we're, you know, if we streamline this process and we have our sort of basically a form letter set up, then we can respond to that a lot quicker. And then, you know, if they don't agree to include the candidate in the debate, and that often happens, our only recourse is after the fact to pursue an administrative remedy, either through the FEC or if it's a state race through the state election commission. But, you know, I think even just the filing of these things will have a positive impact because it will help establish that there is law here that people need to follow. And my hope is that even a dysfunctional agency like the FEC, if it starts to see enough of these complaints and they all have merit, hopefully it will start taking more action than simply, you know, prosecutorial discretion. We're not going to pursue this. Dr. Lark.
First of all, Mr. Hall, as always, thank you very much for the fine work that you've done on behalf of the Libertarian Party and the LNC. I don't know anything about the knowledge base that you maintain in terms of your practice with respect to these things. Do you have some sort of compendium of what the laws are, as well as major cases, major decisions that have been handed down, that you could, in relatively easy manner, provide to the LNC and to our staff? Something like that might be useful, one, to increase our knowledge base, and also it might be something we can pass along to the state chairs so that they at least have some idea, they're sensitized to some of these issues.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's what I'm talking about. And yes, I do have that. You know, basically there are some FEC regulations that lay out exactly what needs to happen. It's not complicated. And there are a few leading cases. And you're right, I mean, that should be part of, here's the law, here are the statutes, here are the regulations, and then state laws tend to follow the federal law, obviously with some difference in exceptions. And then, yeah, if we can write that up and let people know, here's the governing law, here are the relevant facts, I think it will make a huge improvement over what we have now.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
If I can interject. The other thing that Mr. Hall and I have talked about is the information that we need specifically with federal debate staging organization issues tends to be the same all the time. And so, similar to what the ACLU had done in the past regarding what happens if you're illegally arrested, we need to develop some sort of guidance for our candidates. These are the questions you ask, these are who you ask them of, this is the information you need, preferably in writing, so that you provide the most tools possible and there's as little back and forth, go back and ask one more question, so we can kind of tee up procedurally these cases.
Has the FEC or the courts ruled what kind of debate criteria are unreasonable? It's like my case, they included raising at least 50,000, having public office that's open to the public, that's not someone's house. They ever said what's reasonable and unreasonable?
I think there's a huge amount of discretion there. There's, polling is usually the issue, and they've set that so high through the Commission on Presidential Debates, 15%. Is, I think, pretty unreasonable, especially compared to the already unreasonable ballot access requirements. So there's, I think, not a ton of legal leverage that we have there, but maybe when you start getting into these monetary requirements, like $50,000 in the bank and campaign headquarters is not a home. I mean, these start to impact constitutional concerns, right? Because there's very good case law recognizing that states cannot require, some sort of monetary threshold in order to participate in an election, either from a candidate, a party, or a voter. That's why poll taxes were struck down. So that's the kind of thing that we could perhaps fashion into a constitutional claim going down the road. The difference being that these tend to be private organizations as opposed to the state. But there is case law recognizing that when private actors are fulfilling this core electoral function, you can potentially bring what's called a 1983 action, an action for enforcement of your constitutional rights against that private actor. So that the issue there would be, or one major issue there would be to establish that a debate host is performing what is in effect a state function. I don't know if we could establish that legal point, but I think it'd be a nice case to try.
Dr. Orr.
Yes. I received an email a few days ago, specifically November 26th, from a gentleman, I assume in the state of New York, who referenced a case that will be, it's expected to be argued before the U.S. Court of Appeals in February, Libertarian Party of Erie County versus Cuomo, which is a gun rights case. I realize that this is not something that's an electoral case, but has the Libertarian Party of New York contacted you about this in any fashion?
They have not, and as a matter of fact, I was completely unaware of that case.
Yes, evidently the attorney is James, I don't know if he pronounces Ostrowski or Ostrovsky, Esquire, and I would be happy to forward to you the email.
Great, please do.
It appears Ms. Lynch in the back may have some information. Go ahead.
So I actually know Jim. I know about this case. I'm very active with the LPNY. This isn't so much through LPNY as much as through a gun rights group in New York. However, if you want to be put in contact with Jim Ostrowski, I talk to him regularly, and I can get you his contact information. So,
Mr. Fishman is seeking to be recognized if there's not objection. Go ahead.
Two things. First of all, one of the things that we talked about in the 2016 campaign is that the question that they asked to determine polling is a bias question, which is, if the election were today, who would you vote for? And therefore, everybody who says, I haven't made up my mind yet, counts against the Libertarian candidate getting their threshold. I wonder if we could talk about that. And the second thing, in Massachusetts, my opponent chose not to debate as the incumbent in Massachusetts, why we should bother. But in other races, the debates were held at WGBH, which of course is a company that takes public money, and they denied third-party candidates who were on the ballot actually. Is there any precedent for forcing a public broadcasting system to include candidates?
That's one angle that we've started to pursue in this last election cycle. Yes, I mean, under the IRS code, nonprofits are subject to similar kinds of requirements. They're not allowed to participate in the kind of partisan activity that would result from an illegally scheduled debate, which benefits only Republicans and Democrats and excludes everybody else. So it's something we're looking at. It's not something I'm as familiar with because it's a newer angle that we're taking on it, but we have already raised these claims, for example, in Ohio, where there were nonprofits doing exactly what you're describing.
Bob Johnston.
In Ohio, if the letter of the law is followed, the Libertarian Party would remain on the ballot through 2020. However, the Secretary of State has come out and said that he will not observe the specific sentence in question. How do you see that falling out?
That's actually the next thing I wanted to talk about, so thank you for asking. I think that that's a strong legal claim, and it's something we're working on right now. In this context, I just want to mention Mark Brown is an attorney in Ohio. He's a professor of law at Capital University, and he is really single-handedly heading up a lot of this effort in Ohio, both on the ballot access front and the campaign finance front. He does excellent work. He's doing it all pro bono for the Libertarian Party of Ohio, and he really deserves our appreciation. And so he is working on that very issue that you're talking about. You're correct that it looks like the Ohio Secretary of State has taken the position that LPO did not maintain the threshold that it needs to maintain in order to maintain ballot access. And so we're looking at putting together a legal challenge there based on his construction of the statute. So the way I read the statute, the way the statute reads is that the party that's newly qualified for the ballot has to show a certain threshold of support in the first election within 12 months of the last gubernatorial election. And this past election, I think, did not qualify as that kind of election. And so under the terms of the statute, I believe, LPO should have one more election cycle. In addition, other parties, and I'm sorry, I'm not intricately familiar with the statutory scheme, but I believe that other parties already do have 2 election cycles to demonstrate the threshold of support necessary to retain ballot access. So there would be an equal protection claim there as well. So that's something we're going to be working on in the coming months.
And if I may ask as a follow-up question, what do you think of my state's chances, Maryland's, of being successful in that we had double the voter registrations compared to the signature requirement to get back on the ballot?
You're reading my mind. So that was the other case that I wanted to mention. I've been consulting, as Bob knows, with Mark Granis. As Bob says, the issue is the Libertarian Party of Maryland is on the ballot. They've got 23,000 or so registered members. Maryland has taken the position that in order to retain ballot status, the party has to submit a new petition with 10,000 signatures. You can see the inherent irrationality of the statutory requirement that requires you to show support from 10,000 registered voters who want to sign a petition in your favor, and it won't recognize the 23,000 who have already registered it in your party. So I think that inherent irrationality is going to be a strong basis for a constitutional claim. Mr. Johnson informs me that Mr. Granis has decided to file in state court, and I know there's good state court precedent generally for minor parties, and I think that's why he did that. But he will still be able to pursue the federal constitutional claims, and the federal constitutional claims will really key in on what is the state's interest in requiring a party that has 23,000 members to submit a petition with 10,000 signatures. And if the state can't come up with a substantial, I would say, reason for that requirement, then we should win that.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Please. So, from one M state to another M state, when we're talking about irrational numbers, where are we at as far as Maine?
Maine. Okay. As a similar.
Yeah.
I can answer that question to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
Maine has retained Paul Rossi from Pennsylvania to do that case. The last thing I heard was they were struggling to find local counsel. That's where, that's my understanding. And that's based on a conversation with Richard Winger a week or two ago.
Yeah,
So a couple weeks ago, Chris Lyons approached me. He asked me to approach the LNC about money to acquire local counsel. Then 2 days later said, forget it, we found someone that would do it pro bono.
Was it Branson?
I
No.
didn't get the details.
No, he's not even practicing law now.
That was the last that was brought to me, and talked to them a couple times since then. Hasn't been brought up.
Chris thinks that they have local counsel now?
He thinks he has someone who will take the case on a contingent of winning and won't get paid until after.
Right, so I've reached out to John Branson, and he's correct that he's taking a leave of absence right now, so hopefully he'll be available again soon. And if we don't have local counsel lined up, I will certainly reach out to him. It's a similar issue in Maine, and I think it was really the unresolved issue from the case that we won, and you know, it was a function of the fact that you can't always get what you want out of. So we couldn't get everything that we wanted out of that lawsuit, and there was a legislative solution in the offing, and so we sort of had to take half the pie, and the other half is what's remaining now. We have to challenge this requirement for retaining ballot access, which is 10,000 registered voters participating voters, when you only needed 5,000 registered voters as a new party. So, you know, a similar kind of constitutional issues that we've just been discussing.
Dr. Lark?
Yes, a somewhat odd question. Please excuse my incredible ignorance. Are there any limitations? You mentioned Mark Brown and the contributions he's making, doing pro bono service for us. Are there any implications of federal finance campaign law in terms of an attorney providing services at substantially below market rate to a political organization?
I believe that IJ actually won a case on that, I want to say in Colorado, in which volunteer legal services are specifically exempted from the limits because it's seen as individual advocacy. It's a free speech issue. I'm going off the back of my head, I couldn't tell you the case, but I'm almost positive that that's been settled in the favor of attorneys being able to do that. I think it gets trickier if a firm does it, because then it starts to run into whether or not they're handing off business services. But if their attorneys do it pro bono, then it gets back into the First Amendment land.
Like an individual.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And also it depends on the kind of service that the attorney's providing. So typically what we're doing and what Mark Brown is doing is challenging ballot access statutes. That, in terms of campaign finance, really sets it outside of the parameters of what would be considered a contribution, because at that point, there is no candidate. What you're trying to do is enable a candidate to participate. So when we're in the realm of constitutional challenges to ballot access laws, it's really outside of the campaign finance parameters, and the FEC itself has issued advisory opinions saying exactly that. It's a different thing if you're a corporate law firm and you're representing the Democrats or the Republicans and you're trying to force a Libertarian off the ballot, because then, I mean, you know, you need to have established facts that you're doing this on behalf of the Republican or Democratic Party. But the key issue there is you are trying to benefit a candidate who's running for public office by forcing his competition or her competition off the ballot. So that's a qualitatively different kind of case.
Thank you. Luckily, we don't end up in that case very often. Are there other questions? Mr. Hall, do you have more to go over?
You know, I just wanted to mention, I think everybody probably knows there was a hearing yesterday in the DC Circuit in the FEC, the LNC versus FEC case. I know that some people attended. I think, Mr. Chairman, you did?
I attended, Mr. Hagan, Ms. Billiou, and Paul Billiou, Ms. Harlos, and Mr. Bishop Henchman.
So I was not there, but I understand the hearing went reasonably well, and I think on the merits, and we have excellent counsel in Alan Gura, and I think on the merits that case looks pretty strong, particularly given the DC Circuit's rulings in this area.
Mr. Bishop Henchman, did you want to give a synopsis?
I would just say it's a tough bench. So this is the en banc circuit. It's 10 judges, 10?
10, they took away one.
Because one of them just got promoted. So 10 judges. It was a lively bench, and it's always hard to read oral argument because sometimes they're asking devil's advocate questions, sometimes they're asking softball questions. My read of it is I think there's 3 definitely on the FEC side, 2 definitely on our side, and a bunch of people in the middle. I know there was discussion afterwards yesterday that I wasn't able to attend. Maybe more came, and I was sitting next to Ms. Bilyeu, who wanted to leap across and strangle some of the judges, during the but she did restrain herself.
Yeah, I mean, you can read a lot of tea leaves into oral argument. Our counsel got 50 minutes to advocate for our side, and the FEC's attorney got 30 minutes. Now, part of that has to do with the fact we're the appellant, so you know the FEC doesn't have to talk too much about just leaving things the way they were. But what I thought was positive was most of the judges on the panel understood the arguments and were asking direct questions about issues that we had raised in our brief. Things like, what is the appearance of corruption here with a dead person? Explain how that works. And the FEC didn't really address it because fundamentally their position is that this is a prophylactic measure, that it doesn't matter if there's actual corruption, we're just going to set these thresholds, make a rule, and that's going to catch everybody, including whoever might be corrupt. And their position is really that courts shouldn't even look at it. Like, judges should just stay away from this stuff. So there were some very skeptical judges on the bench. So Alan anticipates at least a solid dissent. And if we get a solid dissent, then there's this other court that one of the DC Circuit judges just went to that might be interested in this sort of thing and actually is a lot more friendly to free speech than the DC Circuit. Ms. Mattson.
I was just curious whether Mr. Shaver himself attended the hearing. If there's a possibility of him correcting us with our money, you'd think he would at least show up at the hearing.
Alan did get to say that, you know, to our knowledge, the dead can no longer participate in politics.
Or affect the success of the Libertarian.
Dr. Long.
Well, I will note Huey Long's favorite aphorism that when he died, he wanted to be buried in Louisiana so he could stay active in politics. Just, I would ask from our special counsel, just a ballpark estimate, given the judges who are now being appointed by the Trump administration, do you see any trends that concerning issues that are particularly relevant to us? You think things in various circuits are getting better, worse? Do you have an opinion?
It's hard to generalize. Yeah. You know, these cases really come down to the individual judge. And even within that, it's hard to, you know, we often look at, oh, this is a Republican or this is a Democratic judge, and it's hard to say whether those issues influence their rulings at all, or if they do, which way they'll cut. Oftentimes, you know, so I guess it's hard for me to generalize except to say that you always hope for a fair judge. And I think over time, my hope is at least that I'm practicing in a rational profession such that there is some force to precedent. And even if we get unfair judges in the short term, you know, over time, the dialectic of the precedent and the history of the law will lead us toward better outcomes. And I think we are making a lot of progress in ballot access, especially in the last couple of years.
Mr. Johnston.
Regarding New Mexico, has there been any resolution as to whether the Libertarian Party is still a major party or not?
I believe that they were ruled to be a major party, isn't that right?
I don't remember. Did the SOS in New Mexico come down? I know South Dakota came down in our favor.
Yes.
But I don't know about New
I
Mexico.
wasn't aware of New Mexico coming down in our favor yet.
I may be wrong. I'm just sort of recalling something from Ballot Access News, but I may be wrong about that.
So
I think the Secretary of State says she's not going to recognize that she thinks we're a minor party since we didn't run a candidate for governor.
Secretary of State's website shows that it is.
A major?
Yes.
Yeah, but we haven't hit the turn of the year yet, which would be the relevant statutory date. Mr. Mann, did you have
It hasn't been determined yet.
So we don't know yet?
We don't know yet.
Okay. And that may be an area to litigate. I think the New Mexico statute is not as clear as the Ohio statute. It's written poorly. Shocking, I know. Other things?
That's it for me.
Other questions?
There's 1 minute left on this item.
1 minute early. You sure you want to lose that time?
Well, I just want to say thanks to everybody, and
what can we do to help you?
Well, I think going forward, I'm going to be working with Lauren and Sam and others on improving some of our internal procedures. Actually, one other thing I wanted to raise. We often get requests to participate in amicus briefs, and one thing I would like to I guess clarify is the extent to which the LNC wants me to advocate or weigh in on the merits of a particular brief or case, because what I've started doing is just presenting these things without presenting an opinion, because it's not necessarily my role to make a decision about the merits of a case and whether the LNC ought to join. On the other hand, I feel like in this last case, maybe some time was wasted because we decided not to take any action on this, and I think that was probably pretty evident early on. So I guess I'm just soliciting feedback. If anybody wants to contact me or let me know, how I can be more helpful so that we don't waste any unnecessary time on all ears and happy to hear that.
From my perspective at least, I think it's very valuable, your perspective on the strategic advantages or disadvantages to pursuing a particular case. What position will that put us in? What risks will we have of a bad bench or a bad decision pushing precedent back the other direction? The place that I don't know as it's as valuable from special counsel's perspective are the things that usually come up in campaign finance, or either campaign finance, antitrust, and some regulatory areas, where there are these principled questions of whether or not these are things that we should be using as swords instead of shields, or whether we should be picking them up off the arena floor at all. I think that tends to be more of a committee discussion, but it's more informed if you tell us this thing that may be sort of iffy on the principles would be strategically very advantageous to our position, because then we can make those judgment calls as a committee. Do we want to kind of fudge a little bit when we have a real advantage, or vice versa? If there's not going to be really much advantage to it, maybe we stand on principle on that time. I think that's valuable for me. I don't know, are there other committee members that want different things from Mr. Hall? Dr. Lark, you're smiling.
Well, the way you expressed it, it sounded like we'll stay principled when it suits our purpose. I don't think that's what you meant, Mr. Chair.
Probably not. Probably not. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Okay, thank you. Nice to see you all.
The next item on the agenda is 15 minutes of staff report, and Ms. Doherty, you were going to respond to Dr. Lark.
Yes, so staff is working alongside Michael Chastain and a number of candidates to preserve that kind of information. Michael Chastain, who many of you know, has made this a focus of his work to help the party to preserve data from campaigns and preserve written data by the candidate themselves. He was helping compile that. And Kara is going to be preserving that for the party. And some of it, as you can imagine, might need to stay very much internal with sensitive data, and some of it may be more widely distributable. But we are actively working on that, and Michael's going to be part of it.
All right. Ms. Van Horn?
Yes, I think it was Mr. Redpath that mentioned the Libertarian, or the Leadership Institute. I was told that they will actually go out and do trainings for people if people get enough people together. So that might be something we could look at either for regions or states or something. We'd have to look into it. What was the other thing I was going to say? Hiring professionals. This past year for Indiana, our Secretary of State race, our candidate hired someone from outside the Libertarian fold. He was someone that worked on a lot of Republican campaigns, and he was invaluable with all kinds of information. He actually worked as a team of people that were almost like a hit squad. That's not the right word, but I can't think of what else to call them, where they would be dropped into an area to like really work a campaign and be successful, and they did it repeatedly and got people wins. He had tons of knowledge and all this. It was amazing. Of course, he's working with a skeleton crew in Indiana, just like all the rest of the states. We're just, a handful of people. So he really was at a disadvantage working with us, because he must have come in and thought, oh my God, but we learned so much. He probably learned a lot too, saying, gee, now I know why you guys don't win. But that information from the professionals, like you said, from any party that isn't our party that actually wins all the time, they have those people. And yes, it was a little bit expensive and everything, but it was worth it. We have tons of data, we have tons of information. He did trainings, all this stuff went through our people, and that's something we're really going to be able to help us grow. So that might be an option too, for us to get some hired people that really know some really good stuff. Not that our people don't know stuff. Apollo's wonderful, but that might be something to think about.
All right, so I have Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Fishman, if there's not objection, Ms. Schultz had something to add, and then I have Mr. Smith and Dr. Lark. So, Mr. Goldstein.
Mr. Pazel, excuse me. As you're probably aware, this is our budget meeting. So for purposes of budgeting going forward in 19 and 20, can you give us an idea? 2019 and 2020. Is that not what I said? Whatever it is. Anyway, can you give us an idea of what the total cost of your operation was during 2018, and how many people were involved in it, and what, if any, needs you might have for 2019, and then looking forward to 2020, what would you anticipate your operation to be running at in 2020? It's kind of just some rough estimates, so as we go into the budget discussion, we have some ideas.
So 2018, I haven't seen the exact final totals. I'm actually currently still working on receipts, but I believe that we hit 25,000. I'm not sure if it was around the $25,000 range that we ended up.
And that was for your teams that went out, not counting your compensation, right?
That was the field teams without my compensation.
Okay.
2019, I don't anticipate a large ask of any kind, if any at all. I would like to do it from a county level for 2019, so we're at state level, county level, to start recruiting candidates and do the work that we need to do with state affiliates, with county affiliates, rather than using the national affiliate, so that the cost shouldn't be anything more than maybe occasional travel. So 2019, do you want to interrupt, Lauren?
Well, it's important to note that Highlander's time for a couple of months was also incorporated in that, and that's not in the number of this.
That was, I didn't hear you, Lauren.
Pardon?
That what did you say?
Tyler's time,
Okay.
helping out daily on for 2 months, is not incorporated in the number Apollo's talking about, but it was a very crucial piece of the
Okay, it was, yeah. So yeah, I don't know that number either. In 2020, I believe it depends on what program we decide to take. So 2020 is still up in the air depending on what happens today. And
how many people were involved in these teams in 2018?
5 total.
5 total. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fishman, without objection.
I wanted to throw in a quick thing about the Leadership Institute. Tonight at the meet and greet, I invited Nathan Patel, who is a Massachusetts Libertarian activist who now works for the Leadership Institute, who is actively looking to come out and train libertarians in their state. And so if you get a chance to talk to them, you will come there. Jeff and I attended a free seminar on campaign fundraising that we found invaluable. I would recommend talking to them. I had a quick question that I wanted to ask Jess. You mentioned 36% being the amount of revenue that we generate from membership. As a number guy, I'm interested in where that stands compared to what the old parties do. If you happen to know that, do we think 36% is a reasonable number for a national committee to generate in terms of revenue? And where do you see membership growing demographically?
Okay, let me start with.
Sorry, a lot of questions.
That's fine. Is 36% reasonable? Yes, most certainly. It was 42% just a few months ago, but it does wax and wane. We do accept donations to many other avenues other than just membership, and a member, you have to agree to the non-aggression principle. We have many donors in our database that have not clicked that they've agreed to the non-aggression principle, so they're therefore not members. My job is, of course, to grow our be working on that significantly in 2019. As far as where the other parties stand with membership, I do take a look at their programs, and I did donate $10 to the DNC to become a member for opposition research. And I wanted to talk about that experience. I had to ask them 3 different times. I called, I sent emails, I asked, where's my membership card? And after like 4 months, I finally got it. So their membership program does have some weaknesses, but they do not have a circular all throughout the year membership program as we do. And so they'll go from election cycle and off election cycle focus on membership. I like that we focus on membership year round because somebody could become a donor at $25 a year for many years, and then maybe later down the road have the ability to give significantly to the party. So when you're a member, you're continually reminded to give annually to the Libertarian Party because of that membership. And the third question.
And so as a data scientist, one of the things I like to see is sort of the trends up and down and where we're going. Where do you think the new membership is going to come from? What is the demographic that you would think this is where we're going to grow the party a lot?
We see a lot of membership engagement coming in from social media and from the next generation of libertarians that are curious. Like I mentioned, those membership card selfies earlier, those really bring in a lot of members. And I'm also planning on focusing a lot more on segmentation in 2019, which Lauren had already referenced. We'll be working more to have new subscribers to our email list to go into a new subscriber program where it prompts them for a lower dollar donation, like $3 or $5, before even asking for a membership. So that's the future. I would love to defer to Robert and Lauren as well to if they have more information.
I wanted to comment that Jess and I and others regularly are looking at what the R's and D's do, and Jess leads that effort. And over and over again, our team is very proud because our materials repeatedly look much better than what the R's and D's are putting out, and our program is more prompt and efficient and personable. And I think that's the direction we need to go to further engage members, and Jess is a major leader in making that happen. But we have a lot to be proud of on all of that. And Matt Thexton, who runs our mail shop at headquarters, is a crucial part of that team too, making sure everything goes out, looks good, reflects well on the party. Because if we put out junky stuff, it affects how people see us, it affects whether they want to be members, want to be donors. And so I'm very proud of what our team is doing on that. Robert, did you have anything to add?
Not much, except that usually as you look at the budget, you'll see that we projected we'll keep flat membership at 15,000. On odd years, it tends to really collapse. So we're planning on Jess maintaining where we are so that we can maintain our revenue stream. As she said, it's a big part of the revenue stream, obviously, up to 40+% at some times. So.
And to build on that, we're experimenting with some new outreach on renewals. We rolled out a new form of that this week. We're trying some new things that haven't been tried in a long time to help that number grow. And Jess has been working as membership manager for just a few months while wearing many other hats. So I know that as we get some of those other hats either pushed off to other people or more efficient, she's going to have even more time to focus on membership, and I think that's going to be a very good thing.
I had Carrie Schultz on that, and Mr. Smith, and then Dr. Lark. Carrie, did you have something? You were on deck, right? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
There were a couple questions that were asked that I have the information for. Ms. Dougherty alluded to the fact that Michael Chastity is doing a narrative style debriefs of candidates, but I believe the question was getting to how do we preserve the institutional knowledge instead of having it evaporate and go away. We are creating a password protected area for candidates and political directors on the website. These types of information will all go there along with articles, along with our attorney writing the criteria for how do you contact them and what information is needed if you're being excluded for a debate. So it will be one spot where all of these things can live and not be lost. So those are the types of things that will be kept there. Criteria for competitive races. In my report, I've been working with political directors in the states, we have a criteria drawn up for how do you find out what is a competitive race in your area, and how do you target those. And we do have volunteers who are willing to assist states looking for that data, but they are unable to do that research themselves. And some states have begun that process, and they are starting to look through those races. The challenge on this is political directors, state political directors, change frequently. In some states, I am working with my 4th or 6th political director, and I've only been working with them for a year. So oftentimes that information is not passed on to the next political director, and I'm starting over, which is prompting us to start doing a political director handbook, which I'm working with other political directors on, so that we can get new political directors up to speed as quickly as possible. And then in the training, I hosted talks with various regions, set up by region, and they did say over and over they want regional candidate training, campaign team training, but they also want training for their state officers as well. But they don't know how to do it, and they don't know how to get together to do it, and so they were referring that back to me to bring to you to ask, is this something that the LNC would consider, which would be assisting in some way to do these regional trainings. So that's my information on that. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I wanted to take it back a little bit to the campaign team and management discussion. Would it be proper and maybe a good idea if we have a really good stable of campaign people across the country currently, like Boomer Shannon and Laura Gridstaff and a lot of really good people that know what they're doing, that have had some good successes here and there. Would it be proper to maybe get those people together and come up with some kind of training plan for other people around the country that want to help on campaigns? And would that be a helpful thing for you guys?
Gotcha. So some of our campaign team has been talking about that kind of thing. I mean, we've got great talent on staff, and then supplementing it with some of the folks we're talking about. A lot of it's just a matter of time, budget, what other priorities the LNC has for our candidate support team. We did a couple of staff-run plus volunteers trainings a few years ago. I think we can improve upon those. I mean, Sam remembers those. I remember he was one of the speakers. I think we can improve upon that a lot moving forward with kind of stuff you're talking about. And we've got 2 elected libertarians on our staff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think this is stuff we can do internally. I used to work for the Leadership Institute. I'm a fan of their trainings. But personally, I would much prefer seeing our team go out and really train people on how to win libertarian elections.
Yeah, well, that's my fear. Is Libertarian or the Institute is really good at helping Republicans, Democrats win elections, but what works for them is not always going to work for the Libertarians. And having people like Boomer Shannon who can be very successful running Libertarian campaigns is really important that we get those successes put on paper and get them to our new campaign teams. So.
Absolutely. So my I don't want to engage in crosstalk. Sorry.
Briefly.
Yeah. Okay. My recommendation to the LNC on this topic would be we need to be very lean for the next few months financially so that we can pay off these bills, get out of this financial hole that we're in, and then rebuild that reserve and be able to go do some of these things that will cost a little bit of money. They just do. And it does cost time to put them together also. But I think we need to focus on fixing the financial problem and then launch into great programs like that.
Thank you.
All right. I have Dr. Lark, then Mr. Nikela, and then without objection, Ms. Adams.
One of my frustrations on many occasions with candidates is that they don't realize there's still an awful lot they can do after the campaign ends. What I refer to as being the shadow representative. In other words, you've now established credibility with the media, you now may have great expertise in a particular issue. You can actually serve as the media's go-to person in many cases. You also can monitor the candidate who is elected and basically hold that person's feet to the fire. I was wondering, in terms of the training of our candidates, is there any emphasis put on actually keeping the campaign going, keeping the momentum going after the election is over?
I'll start targeted and then go to general. So for the targeted races, I told them all at the very beginning that they need to have their win in mind, but then they need to have their secondary win in mind. So what happens if by chance you lose, if you put all that effort, what happens? And we worked together early on, and then as the election got closer, about what their secondary wins are. We have 3 of our candidates who were targeted, who are now going to take their data and they're going to run for city council races in 2019. So they'll be turning immediately over into city council candidates. 2 of our candidates were appointed to local boards, so that was a success. And 1 of our candidates, our most successful candidate, Beth Valdez, is already on the park committee and everything else. So she's going to be starting. She's going to go from county to county and start county chapters in each county. So we did engage in that, and then I don't know. So.
Candidates that I speak to most often, especially if they're a first-time candidate, I tell them you're probably going to run twice. First time you run for name recognition, second time is to win. Other candidates had a race that they want to run in 2020, but they ran a different race in this election because they used it for name recognition and to practice. And then they're going for the race that they're really targeting in 2020.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Time has expired. I have Mr. Michaela and Ms. Adams on deck.
I move to extend until lunch is served.
Lunch is not served.
Oh.
Lunch is required.
Well, then I'm out of here.
So just to give everyone a sense of where we're at, it's about 12 minutes until the time certain that we've set for the lunch break. We have on the agenda a presentation from Vistacom during the lunch break. I have allocated an hour, so I've allocated an hour and a half for lunch total to allow time for people to go and obtain food, come back, so that we'd be able to do the presentation. If there is not objection to extending to hear from Mr. Nikela and Ms. Adams, I think we would just extend for that purpose rather than an amount of time. Does that work for everyone? All right, Mr. Nikela.
So one of the biggest problems we face is obviously we have a lot of candidates and not nearly enough staff or resources. And you know, in my industry, something we take advantage of is archive knowledge, training programs, you know, things wrapped up in a nice bundle that we can, you know, consistently train our people, no matter what state they're in, no matter what region they're in, no matter what store they're in, to have a little consistency. You know, has the LNC or staff ever considered an online training portal or something like that to kind of institutionalize some of this knowledge that, you know, maybe cast a bigger net, let our candidates soak up the knowledge, and of course it's not going to be as intimate or as in-depth as a one-on-one session with staff, but something that we could cheaply, you know, get this knowledge out there.
So Kara has put together some written documents, and I know that those are going to go through a second revision, and they should be updated every cycle, in my opinion. So we are working on some of that, and especially highlighting some of the things that are unique for Libertarian candidates. I think as we roll out this candidate-based section of the website that Kara described, it will get populated with that kind of material. And a lot of it depends on, you know, with our candidate support team, are they part-time, are they full-time? That's one of the decisions that you guys are going to make with the budgeting, really, today. So a lot of this, our team works extraordinarily hard and has tremendous output. We really do. We have a small team that does a tremendous amount of work. I'm very proud of them. But they have to make decisions every day based on the realities of that day, and I know they all have creative brains turning on all these things every chance they get. So we're trying to move that direction, but I can't promise a specific thing in a specific time.
Right. Ms. Schultz, did you want to, are you?
Yeah, I just, you know,
Ms. Schultz, did you want to add to that?
Yes. What we started to do, which can help address what you're speaking of, is every 2 weeks, and this started during the summer, we had a conference call on a specific topic of campaigning. We had an expert lead that call for approximately 15 minutes, and then field questions from candidates for the other 10 to 15 minutes. We kept it short. We have been recording those. They are archived. We also have people who are experts in the industry who are writing up articles and very detailed information on how to do some aspect, and those also will be posted as a libertarian and how to frame it. And he uses examples so that candidates can then take their issues to it themselves. There's going to be a lot more of that.
And how can our candidates say, you know, within state affiliates and stuff like that, and local races, would they be able to take advantage of this program as well?
Absolutely. Any candidate that is running as a Libertarian Party member has full access to all of this. They also get an email from me every 2 weeks that includes how to access this information, training they can take, free online training they can take, tips, and staff information that needs to be imparted to them.
And do you feel that this program might be something that we're going to gear a little bit more towards in the future? Do you see it really growing, or as a part of the plan?
I see it as a library, and libraries should grow. Yes.
Ms. Adams?
We keep talking about a tight revenue cycle. We're talking about educating and training not only candidates, but campaign teams, and potentially, from what I'm hearing, maybe some state leadership teams. Apollo has pitched a really good program. He's shown us that this program works. I'm wondering why we're not considering some training incubator camps with Apollo, where he is going maybe to Atlanta or Chicago or Dallas, where people can come in and train, where we can turn this into an opportunity to improve revenue by charging maybe $100 a member for a 3-day or 4-day incubator camp seminar in campaign management or campaign finance or campaign marketing or messaging. I think we might be missing the ball, dropping the ball. If we have this product in front of us that we can market not only to libertarians, but to other like independent candidates, potentially even Green Party candidates, people who aren't going to donate to us, may give us their money anyway in exchange for a very viable product. And we're capitalists. I feel like we should maybe be exploring this market.
On that, 2 years ago, LSLA did just that. They came to New Hampshire and held just a 1-day seminar, $150 ticket, and 120 people showed up from all over New England for the training. Some proof of concepts there.
Could we direct or ask Apollo and Lauren to come up with a proposal on that idea?
You can always ask.
So Lauren and I have already been discussing exactly this. So yes, we're working towards that.
Okay, that was the extension of our time. It is now 5 minutes until noon. I would propose that at 12:30, no later than 12:30, we'd be back here in this room for a presentation. Is that 35 minutes to go get some food?
That seems a little skimpy, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. I'm a skimpy fellow.
That's awful.
Mr. Goldstein.
Could local staff remind the newer members of places around here where we could go get something in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Without a car.
Foods right next door.
Without a car.
So there's a Whole Foods like 2 blocks that way. They have a prepared food section that's pretty good. There's Perfect Pita down on King Street, right by the Metro, which is where I'm going to. Robert, where else?
There's a Subway next to Whole Foods. If you make the first left turn, the gentleman mentioned there's a 7-Eleven and a couple other Subway type stores up about a block.
And there's a whole bunch of stuff on King Street, depending on how fast you want to walk or whether or not you want an Uber. Would everyone be happier if we started the presentation at 12:45? Would Bill feel like I'm less of a evil taskmaster? I'm not big enough to be a wedge. I'm working on it, trying to bulk up. So let's say 12:45 we'll be back in this room. Okay.
Thank you.
I get carried out soup from that other day.
We'll be here. Okay, my stuff. I'll hold the fort.
You want anything?
Yeah. You got your list there?
See, I got it. Not only did I break my boss.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's got
free, so.
Thank you.
Education credits, legal, medical, things like that, general associations, conferences, and more even parliamentary meetings, shareholder meetings, and general elections and things of that nature. And so I've been asked to come here today to provide a demonstration of our audience response system and services in consideration for your national convention. Typically, as what we have here today, audience response has been with the handheld keypads. We also have mobile, that's kind of evolved into doing mobile polling as well, so anything connected with a web internet connection, a phone, a tablet, computer, whatever it might be, you can also do some polling as well. I haven't quite developed it from a parliamentary standpoint, so we're still just going to focus today on the keypads. So between the software and the firmware of the keypads, it offers a lot of applications for parliamentary voting. These keypads, they are wireless, so they work off of the radio frequency signal, and it's connected, it communicates to the computer through a transceiver or base station, and that's what takes all the data and dumps it in the computer, at which point the software kind of takes over and performs all the calculations and everything else. These particular keypads have an LCD screen, so you can kind of see the buttons that you press, the number that you selected, and even gives you some feedback, which you'll see when we can actually do some voting, things of that nature. Obviously, you can see they're handheld. They're sturdy enough, big enough that hopefully they don't get lost too often in a meeting. There are other very thin, smaller keypads that they can tend to walk away, as somebody goes out to the conference and puts in their pocket or so forth. Oh, battery, yes. These are operated, powered through, in this case, 2 AA batteries. A pretty good life. In terms of the service that we provide, when we come on site as a technician to operate for your meeting, we always bring spare keypads, a whole pack of extra batteries and things of that nature. So should the battery life run out, we can always replace it very quickly at the department in the back. In fact, on the LCD screen, you'll see like a 3-bar battery indicator, so you can kind of get a sense of how much power you have. And when it gets down to 1 bar, it kind of blinks. But you're good for several hundred questions or votes for the life of a battery. Pretty good. Sturdy, mobile keypads. These keypads have been around since around 2008, so nearly 10 years. So they've been tried and true. They've been in hundreds, if not thousands, of meetings at this point. So they're pretty good, sturdy, reliable keypads. And if they drop, they're still pretty much working. Not that I recommend doing that, but but they're pretty good, durable in that regard. From the software side of things, with regards to elections and parliamentary types of meetings, there's a number of things that we feature here. I'm just going to kind of walk you through some of these tabs on the software, and we can actually go ahead and do some voting. This is the agenda, so on that is where we can create, whether it's an election, and you have to decide how many candidates or how many positions for or how many chairs for a position. You can do a simple yes, no, abstain vote if it's on policy matters, things of that nature, because regular multiple choice questions, whatever it might be. When creating an election type of question, you have the availability to have a minimum number of votes and a maximum number of votes. So let's say it's a position for a chair of whatever committee it might be, and you might want to vote for 3 people. So you can make it so that the minimum is 3 and the maximum is 3, so that you have to vote 3. If not, it would be considered an invalid vote. Or you can make it a minimum of 1 vote and a maximum of 3, so you can vote for anywhere from 1 to 3 candidates, and that would be a valid vote. So you have that kind of flexibility built into it.
Can you vote for no candidates? That's important for us.
Yeah, yes, and then that comes. Yeah, that's an interesting point. So you can do that. You can actually you can do that one of 2 ways. You can make that a choice of like none of the above, or sorry.
That's how we do it.
That's how we do it now. Oh, okay.
But so when you vote no, can you have it that one selected, the other 3 are ignored?
Ignored? That's a good question. That I'm not. So yeah, so if we made it as like an answer choice as one of the selections, if you go and you have 3 choices to make, you could. I guess right now it's set up that you can make it be no to as well as somebody else. So that wouldn't mess up. So we could maybe work on that. That's interesting. Okay, I'll definitely take a note of that and bring it back to the programmers and see what we can do about that. So that's good. The other option would be if you just simply don't vote, and then that comes into, I'll kind of take you over to this part here on the 100% calculate the votes. It can be with the votes that were casted. So even though we've got 100 keypads in the room, if only 75 people vote, it calculates the votes based on the 75 votes that you receive. Or we can make it votes without abstaining. So maybe if you have a yes and abstain, it would only accept the yeses and noes and not the abstains. Or we can do the present votes. Present votes, I kind of get this mixed up between present votes and all votes. Present votes are based, I think, on everybody present in the room. So again, if we had 100 keypads or 100 people in the room, and 80 people vote, it would be based on the 100 people for the 100 keypads. So we would look at it that way. All votes, or even for people not present in the room, like let's say, it's kind of more like a shareholders type of a meeting. So, maybe you have 1,000 people total. There's only 800 in the room, or 800 keypads that have been put in the room. 500 people vote. Those can be based on that 1,000, even though they're not present. So it's all votes altogether. So again, that's probably wouldn't apply here. So kind of disregard that. But I'm still not sure that would apply. So I would have to go back and see if we can do something about it. If we had a NOTA vote and the above, you would not want that. You want to make sure that they can't vote for anybody else if they do not the above.
Yeah, it depends on the election. Yeah. Sometimes yes and sometimes no. Okay. So sometimes you could vote for 1 or 2 people and then nobody else.
Oh, okay.
Although, really,
well, that would be right. That would be like your minimum, maximum 1 or 3, and then you can just pick 2 out of 3.
For us, no,
So define it
it's
over.
actually an option.
It has to be on every.
Well, in a single member election, you would either vote for NOTA or for a person. You couldn't somehow vote for both.
Okay.
I have a question. In your scenario, 1,000 people in a room and 800 keypads, is each individual person issued a keypad? How do we know?
Well, that's, you're kind of, excellent. You're kind of jumping here. We'll kind of get right into it, I guess. So we've had some conversations prior to my coming here, and one of the big concerns, is I know that you guys like to have the results displayed by state delegation. That we can't do just yet. So basically, it would be everybody gets a keypad. Well, there's a way we can maybe work around, but it might be a little bit. We can talk about that. So right now, it's basically everybody would get a keypad. Everybody votes, and you can get to the results for your candidates for everybody. We can work. I've been actually talking to programs about making that happen, so you can see it by state. A couple ways in which we can get around that, I think, is if I'm going to take you over to the members tab here. So basically, how to develop your meeting, your election, we create some CSV files and we import your list of candidates for various elections, and we also import your list of members. Everyone needs to be getting a keypad. Now, this is the members tab, so you can either have for the members, you have a number, maybe you have, I don't know if there's a Libertarian Party number that everyone has, you can put that number down and then hand on the keypad and put in that number, or you can have a name, or you can be anonymous. But we have some columns and some flexibility in those columns, so maybe instead of name, we can put state, PA for Virginia, Pennsylvania, and so forth, and have all those states on there. Unfortunately, again, it doesn't show up as a real-time result, but as a report printed afterwards, you can maybe then, again, you're kind of going into manual tabulation, which I hate to do, but it's kind of the whole point is to take you away from that. But then at that point, you can say, okay, well, here's all of our people from Virginia, and here's the votes for each candidate, and you can put in Excel and summarize them and things like that. But I'm trying to, so we can kind of do that. Another thing is if you want to have just for each state chair do the voting, and if like Texas has 30 reps, the state chair from Texas could have 30 keypads, vote for all the different people. But I mean, it'll still be quicker than all the manual papers, but it's still kind of clunky. So I'm not sure if that's the best solution. So we'd like to be able to create it just so that we can have it so that we indicate as we import the member list, we indicate what state you're from, and then it would tally not only how everybody voted as a whole, but how each state had voted. So we need to get to that part, the state part. I think your hand was up first, so thank you.
So, as a member of the convention committee, I would really like to know how many different methods of mailing can be used with one handset in one given convention, and also how quickly can we shift between those. So could we shift from ranked choice voting, approval voting, to majority voting to yes and no answers, and how within one convention setting using the same handset, and how quickly can we bounce from one to the next?
Yes, so we can do it very quickly. Hopefully we kind of get all that kind of ahead of time, and we can program it.
There's no way we can do that because you don't know what's going to come on.
Okay, well that's fine. Then what we do, we have extra rows. We just type in the next question. We indicate whether it's an election or just a yes or no vote or whatever it might be, and then it's just a matter of quickly of typing it in, setting it up, and then it's good to go.
So are you talking literally seconds or 5 minutes?
Oh, well, maybe call it a couple of minutes. We'll go with that just to be safe.
So 5 minutes?
Was that?
5 minutes?
Oh, yeah. Maybe somebody there could be there to help make sure the wording is correct and we get the spelling, if it's an election, if certain candidates we get the spelling correct, things like that. That might be nice to have. But yeah, it would be within 5 minutes, I would say. I think over here was next.
Yes. First of all, thank you for coming here to provide the presentation. A couple of related questions. First of all, what is the range of one of these devices? In other words, does one actually have to be in the hall to register, because you're supposed to be on the floor when you actually vote? Related question is there some indicator on the device to indicate that the vote has actually been received?
Yes, actually, that is what you get. So as you'll see when you do a vote, it'll say, like if you have, like, say, an election where you're picking 3 people, 3 candidates, it'll say, if you enter your first election, and hit the send button, and then it'll say count. So you get some feedback on that. With regards to the first question, the range for these keypads is 650 feet, kind of square, so it's omnidirectional.
I'm sorry, how many feet?
650. So it should be pretty good. Like, I've done a meeting for 2,000 people. It was a religious organization doing an election, and we were in like a traditional stadium, like tiered seating and all that. And there was, I tested out, seemed to be okay. And then far corner, there were some people that wasn't quite coming through. It was still like the vote would press 2 and it's still saying 2. It's not saying received. And that's when the break, we kind of moved around the base stations. I put them on a tripod and elevated them and put them back, resituated them, and we had clear signal there. So we do test that beforehand as part of the meeting setup. I think I saw the YouTube video from your convention this time, and I think the space that was in New Orleans, right?
That was New Orleans.
Yeah, and I think we've been in there before, so I think it's pretty. I mean, not trying
and
to probably
that's
move it around, but
similar size space. If you had your base station on the there's a media platform usually around the center of the hall there's risers for cameras and stuff, and I think if you were there, I don't think there's any halls we've looked at where we'd have more than 650 feet away from the middle of the room.
Definitely not.
So now conceivably though, we can't, I mean, it just goes, it's out there, so until you walk far enough away, then you can't receive it. So if it's strong enough range that it goes beyond the meeting room, theoretically you could be in the hallway, because it'll go through a wall or something like that.
Draw lines on the floor.
But I mean, I can't say we'll only make it for 500 feet or 400 feet, so it is what it is, kind of thing. We're here.
So actually a question about the hardware design itself. We may not have anybody that this is relevant to right now, but I think it could be an easy issue to run, or easy problem to run into in the future is accessibility. So I noticed that the buttons are white text on a medium gray background, and there's no braille indication for part of sight. Do you have any handset devices that do meet accessibility requirements?
Unfortunately, no. Yeah, I don't think like an EDA kind of sense from that standpoint for people with visual disabilities or things like that. So they're not like bigger buttons or braille buttons. The screen on the LCD is what it is. The boldness, the thickness of the characters on there. There's no kind of way of changing it. I don't know if maybe there's helpers. You can kind of help assist when they vote if they can't see a button, or I don't know if that would be something or supply level or something like that. But that might be something.
Don't be too disheartened. We run into it now with standing votes. We had a gentleman in a wheelchair in our delegation, and I mean we got to change how we do that.
We figured it out.
Visual impairment, or is it just?
No, that was everyone's supposed to stand up.
Oh wow.
So I mean, I think
we
basically
had somebody like pointing at
the answer is the handset itself will not solve that problem. It would have to be solved outside the handset.
Yes. Over in the back.
You talk about identification tied to credentialing. So, for example, we have a thing when people walk in and out of rooms, and ideally the credentialing person would say, receipt 228 just left the room and should not be valid for votes until we record the receipt 228 returns to the room.
Yes.
Oh, like if somebody hands their device to
Yeah,
somebody else.
yeah, I guess there's nothing that I
Somebody
could
could
do
be
to
sitting there with 10
prevent people
devices,
from,
everybody's in the bathroom, they broke off
shifting,
before,
you wanna hand off for
keyboard.
somebody else or something, and maybe have a proxy vote, or maybe stealing somebody else's handset.
Exactly.
I can't really prevent that, or I guess it has to be kind of a bit of an honor system.
There's a lot of noise.
When we're not Democrats or Republicans,
So I don't know, maybe if there could be a bar if you leave the room or something, you could drop it off and then maybe return it. That's something you can do.
Definitely need a bar in the
Not
kitchen.
a bar.
We have bars in our convention hall.
Yeah, so that's kind of more of an understanding.
So that gets into kind of a logistical thing as far as turning in devices and issuing and that sort of thing. Issuing's easy enough. We do it at credentialing. We give them their device and that sort of thing.
Are you doing like registration or something?
Yeah, something like that. Turning in devices, my concern is the collection and making sure that you get all your devices back. So let's start with question number one. What is the cost per unit?
Good question, and that's, yeah, because you guys would be on the hook for that. For
Yes.
the replacement of a lot of keypads. So very good question. These clear keypads are $56.50.
So if we have 10 people forget to drop theirs off out of a 500-member convention, we're going to be paying $500 for lost devices.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
But we will know who those people are.
We will.
And we will find them.
See, that's where if you hand out registration, you put your name along with the keypad number, something like that.
We have an enforcer
you
crew.
can kind of track them down, you know.
So Sergeant in Arms.
Honestly, we should have that.
They will pose a threat, you know. The chair can go and say, look, these are $200 each. You know, you got to hammer it home. If you lose them, you're on the hook, and we're going to come find you. And, you know, so you can kind of put that fear of God into them and make sure they bring those keypads
Violate
back.
the NAP.
We're
Working pretty good
at
at
lost
objects.
People find phones and stuff pretty well.
I must say, I mean, out of like, you know, we do roughly around 100 meetings a year, and I'll lose, particularly with these, again, the smaller ones, you lose a lot more, but these I'll lose like all year, you know, so it's pretty good.
There's not a room full of anarchists where you normally are, right?
Yeah, we're all up there, yeah.
So then,
We have rooms full of anarchists everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, so my question is about the security aspect of these devices. So what kind of encryption you got going between that base station and this receiver? Because I can think of 6 ways I could come up with 1,000 extra votes right now just looking at your tables there.
Well, yeah, but that's the tables to set up. I mean, I don't think, because you're dealing with just the radio frequency, it's a digital radio frequency.
Are they using standard like Wi-Fi encryption still?
No, it's not. It doesn't
any kind of radio protocol?
No. Yeah, it's well, radio pro is 2.4 gigahertz RF. It does employ a spread spectrum frequency hopping. So within that frequency, there's bands, right, different channels, and to communicate with. And so if it finds some interference in one, it'll try and go to the next band and see where there's less interference, and they can communicate with the keypad. Now it's not on the internet, so it's not like it can be hacked per se. The thing to be concerned with would be interference. There's something else, like now, I mean, again, it works alongside phones and things like that, which are also 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. But again, there's really little interference from that. I've had one instance where it was interesting with the AV company. They had a wireless lighting system for the room, and that interfered with it. We kind of troubleshot it and diagnosed it, figured it out. We turned off the wireless lighting system, everything went fine. But there's not. The only thing that can happen really is if there's some kind of interference or you're out of range, then the vote won't get recorded. I don't think personally you can actually hack it and manipulate results and change things around or things of that nature. You can't really get into it that way.
yeah.
How do you, when a vote doesn't get recorded, do you know it? Does this device have some code where if this ABC device doesn't get recorded, are you going to know, oh, device ABC didn't get a vote?
Could we do the demonstration? I think a lot of these
can
be done.
You can audit it, so you can also get a printout after you've seen their live results and you know who's been elected or not and all that. You can get a printout after each ballot, and you can see how each keypad voted. Of course, you have the feedback on the keypad, so it'll say it was counted or not. If it doesn't say it, then it didn't. So you should know, but we won't know like real time. I can't come up with a list and say, okay, these keypads did not vote or did not get received. So I think, yeah, sorry.
So we had one election at New Orleans that had 34 candidates. Are they all going to appear on this little screen, or are they going to be up with numbers next to them on the screen in the front?
Right. So in that situation, they would be on the screen, or maybe if they're a lot, you could have a booklet or something, but it wouldn't be a number. You'd be entering the number that corresponds to that candidate. And then you can have both. So you can vote, and again, you can have it. You can go for all 35 if you want, or you can choose how you want to do that. If it's just a couple of people or all 35 people, like the approval voting process, right? So yeah, so you can do that, but it's entering a number that corresponds to that candidate. Yes.
What's involved in the process for correcting a vote? Because I can already hear delegates saying, "Oh wow, I hit the wrong button. I need to change my vote." What is that process?
So from an individual standpoint, you can press 0 3 times, and that'll erase all your responses, and then you can resubmit. So you can do that. If somebody, after the votes, we show the results from an election, from a ballot, and somebody objects to it, or there's some disagreement with it, we can always revote. I can delete that round, and we can revote again. That's something that we can do subsequent ballots. So maybe oh, that's the other thing too. You can set your quorum if it's a simple majority, 2/3, 3/4, 100%. So we can do that. So it wouldn't highlight people that got elected unless they met that quorum. Again, so chances are you may not get all your candidates elected in the first round, the first ballot. So you can see subsequent ballots that will take place, and we can show you. I think back over there. Sorry.
No, I'm still like hyper-focused on this instant proxy ability because I was on the credentials committee last convention, and this was really handy for just handing off to someone you trust while you go out. And there are ways to deal with that, but in a broader sense, we've traditionally had the delegation chairs, in charge of tallying votes, and so finding their role in this, maybe their role would be to know where all these were. Maybe we could tether them to the desk, so you had to return to your desk to vote, to your delegation. I don't know, but I mean, that's definitely something that will have to be considered.
Sure, and we're certainly open to any and all suggestions to accommodate that. So yeah. And if you want to do it that way, yeah, we can maybe somehow adhere it to the tables or something. And, do it that way. Yes, right here.
So clearly, this is going to require a person actually sitting at sort of this dashboard doing this thing. Would that be you?
Or one of my other tags. Yeah.
Okay, so it wouldn't be a situation where one of us gets trained on this,
no.
And then that's our responsibility. So someone from your company would provide that.
So it's part of a rental service. So there's been some provides before. So the rental fee includes the rental of all the keypad devices, the system, the computer, the other cabling in the base station, things like that, and then the labor for the tag. We come out the day before to make sure everything is set up, get the keypads out for registration or how we're going to handle that. Program in if we have any questions, front any elections up front that for this position, governor or president or whatever it might be, we can get those set up. Of course, we still have it available to do any kind of on-the-cuff votes or elections, things like that. So we would do all that kind of programming, and of course operate everything itself. And then we're collecting all the keypads, packing it all up. Yes.
Now, Sam had asked about an election with 34 candidates. You can vote for as many as you want. Single variable, yes or no, for approval voting. What about like a ranked system where you have to input a different variable for each candidate? What's the maximum number of candidates?
Ranking like a weighting, we can't saying, so you want to say your first choice is weighted more than your second choice is more preferred than your second choice? Yep. That we can't do. So you can vote for all, 10 people or all 35 people or something like that, but each vote is equal to, all your selections are equal.
So there's no way to incorporate any sort of instant runoff in it?
We have to do another ballot, is basically.
Oh, you would be, yeah. If you're down to like 2 people or something, you want to do an election on those 2, and then everybody would vote for that or something, or 2 by 2s or 3 or however many, but yeah. So, the answer's no.
That's the solution. We just do another ballot.
Right, but that doesn't solve your
try a vote? Okay. So the first one I haven't elected here, but I have it just
It
pick
does
one
solve, but it
person.
doesn't take 5
You only pick one person. Do you want to change it? Or have to have another one where you can pick up to 3 people? Do you want to? Is there any kind of variables you want to include, like a minimum and a maximum? Everybody we'll just pick one person and let's
do it.
Okay.
Can you make it bigger?
Well, this is I'm sorry. Okay, so that's another thing too. So generally, what happens, the way this is set up, it's more for like an extended desktop view. I don't know if you work with like PowerPoint things. So me as the tech, this is what I would be working with. But on the projection screen would be the actual display of the question and results, which we can make bigger. So they could say, yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of the way. I mean, I can maybe. I don't know if this will help if I go for something.
Can we vote on who has the coolest hat?
So this is the question. This is to say, please why do you vote for governor? We're voting on one candidate. It's a simple majority, so 50% plus 1 to vote. Is that good? You agree with that? So,
I can't see any of that.
Well, no,
Yeah,
now
sure.
I'm going to display it. So here's the actual question. That's what I'm saying. So I can kind of like toggle back. So this is what would just be on the screen. Meanwhile, in extended view, I'm not in extended view, so I kind of have to escape out. So I can go back and say, okay, well, hey, let's make it a little bit bigger. I can increase the display. Then go back to display. It's a little larger. So, I mean, again, we can kind of play with that. Again, this is part of the setup process. We kind of figure that out beforehand. We get a decent size and so forth. So these are your. Oh, actually, when I have to start the polling, I haven't started the polling. So hold on, I'll go back to that. So I'm going to start the polling. So now we can all vote. We go back to the display. So please vote now. So now that message comes up. And you see here. So we see the number of people that are voting. We have 33 participants. We got one vote.
That was me.
So far. Okay.
So it says vote now.
Kathy Glassman.
No, I'm pretty sure we do.
Do we have to hit enter after it or anything? Or just
Send.
push the
Send.
number?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and yeah.
Oh, after I hit a number, then what?
You
Send.
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 There's a send
I'm sorry. I should.
S-E-N-D.
That way you can change your vote before you send.
Uh-huh.
You can, yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, I made this. So in this particular one, that was another variable you can.
Because that's
or
the delete,
parameter
right?
You can
The
include.
LED is
You can make your. You can allow yourself to revote. Again, this is only one. So until we stop the polling, you can continue to change your mind. Because this is just a vote for one person. We could make it so it's not revisable. We call it a revisable vote. So you can elect to not make it revisable. And again, if you wanted to erase it and change your mind, if it's a multi-election, you do 0 3 times instead.
During the vote, is there a way to show which devices have registered? Like
No, that's what we were asking. Yeah, no. It's only just more total. Did it say counted? Or is I think I just want it.
Oh, yeah, mine looks like just so you might be
Mine doesn't.
Mine's
actually.
I'm trying to break it.
It doesn't say counted.
I said 0, 0, 0.
All right, let's take a look at this.
mine says counted now.
So I got to vote twice.
No, because you just
So it'll come up and say count.
Just see what happens. Mine came back and said, I'm gonna change my vote.
This though.
now it says count.
I'm gonna try to change
I
my
didn't
vote.
know to go through looking at it.
Mine
Keep
keeps saying no.
sending, but it doesn't say counted.
It's sending.
Oh, there you go.
Mine never said count.
After a while, I finally came back and said counted, but then I went 0, 0, 0, and I said that.
And I have a little FD as a tech. That's what I try to ask.
That's what I didn't know that was count.
Alright.
No, nothing about their policy.
Mine said sending, and then after a minute, now it says vote now.
Because, you know why? She just don't.
Right.
So now I say very
That's all the name recognition you need when you go to vote.
Voted
For something. It's not a stand for anything. It's not a stand for anything.
So while we're waiting on everybody to vote, I have a question regarding projection. So typically what we have happen is we have the secretary projecting their screen or something along those lines already projected on the screens. That way we can switch off real quick. Would your laptops need to take the place of that, or could the technology exists where we could do a flipper type switch type thing?
Right.
Is that the way that we would do this, or?
Yeah, it depends. So one of two ways. If you have dual screen, so two screens, we can have the one screen with the other slide is like first slide on there or whatever, and then we can have our
Split
screen to
screen.
show the voting. Or if it's just a single screen, then we'd have that switcher, the video switcher, and we would toggle from one screen.
So between projection and we'll call that master control, between control and screen, that you will have this on your screen on control, correct? And then projection, even if we have the same projection on 20 screens, that'll still be in there, and it won't interfere with what we normally project as well. Or
Yeah, it depends. That would be, we can work with the AV company or vendor for that. But yeah, if they have a switcher, then you can keep your stuff up, the master control, and then I can still collect the votes. Just because what's being displayed, what's being displayed doesn't necessarily affect the performance of the system. It's just what we choose to show to everybody else in the audience on the screen. So when we're ready to show the results, so we can keep the other slides on. When you're ready to show the results, then we can switch to my computer and display that.
Okay.
Or not. I mean, that's kind of.
I just wanted to make sure there were no weird, funky kind of
No, we do that all the time. Like even regular like educational meetings, like just regular multiple choice questions. If we do that, they'll have like a PowerPoint presentation,
Okay.
and then here's their case study or something like that. What you do next, A, B, C, D, E, and then we vote. And then we can kind of switch to my computer.
Okay.
Then we show the results. Okay, now we'll go back, and then we go on to the next slide, and so forth.
Okay.
So we just a switching AV piece of equipment that switches. Yes.
Mine's still doesn't say counted.
Did it? Did it say counted?
No, it does not.
Hit 000 and hit send.
Mine just took a while, but it said it.
I do have a smaller base station. Now I have a bigger base station.
I'm going to
has
vote again.
good range.
I feel like I'm in Chicago. Only true, they're all counted right away.
Did you make your votes in? Hit send?
The daily way.
No.
It
says counted.
Sometimes it took me like 15, 20 seconds.
It says
Get back.
I'll see.
I don't know what that means.
That means you're should be pretty quick.
Mine's now changed from counted to invalid. So
Yeah, but he cheated early too.
Oh, no, mine's yeah. No, that's something too. So if you tried
Oh, now it says counted.
vote
Good, it's working
or
correctly.
text are allowed, it would be
Okay.
or blocked. I think you should say Florida
Blocked.
blocked.
So by doing 000, I've now erased my vote, correct?
Yeah, 000 send.
Okay.
Was that how you raised it?
Are you gonna get it invalid?
I did. Well, yeah. That's what I'm trying to. I zeroed out my ballot and I just revoted again. I'm trying to break it. Is what I'm trying to do. So to be honest, I'm trying to
At
break
least
it.
you're honest.
Yeah, I mean, because there are delegates who will try.
There always will be.
Karen, Andy, tell them we're a tough crowd.
Okay, so I said 000, and that was like several minutes ago, and I just now got a vote now back. Is that after you send 000, should you get the vote now prompt again?
Yes.
Okay, so in the meantime, all right.
Let me cancel my vote.
I'm still waiting for it. Okay. Now it took that long to show up as counted for me, by the way.
So do we know who has not voted?
We do not. I know how many, but I don't know who.
So we can chase people down out in the hallways.
Does it give you an indication of an invalid selection if you vote?
On the keypad, yeah, I would say blocked, or
Invalid.
I think it says blocked. I think the other you could choose up to like, and you don't do. Like what happens when you send in 6?
Yeah, these are
Then
already
that should be.
Oh.
Maybe that's invalid. Well, you already voted, right? So, yeah.
These are coming back from that way to me.
Yeah, those also.
So they need to go to you. Okay, you do that and pass it back.
Let's see if I can send this as my signature. Can't tell, so I'm done.
So I sent the 6. To vote now.
It's counted, which is 15.
It says counted.
So we can show. We can see. We can audit the result with the report. We can
I mean, has everyone voted who's going to vote?
30 of 30. We got 30 of 30.
I canceled mine and tried to vote again.
Somebody tried to vote.
So now we drop back. Yeah.
You always got that libertarian that just won't vote.
Okay.
It's a violation of the now.
Yeah, let's stop it.
So then I can display results. So I should go back and see. So right here, just from my opinion, this is like what I would see as the operator. So it says yes, we vote for 29. You need 15 for a majority to win. Here's the number of votes received and the percentages. So nobody's been elected. But then when I go to display it, this is how it looks.
So in this case, if we were doing runoff, and we said we wanted to keep our 3 highest vote totals, we would redo a second ballot drop the lowest two names and redo it again. So a very manual version of ranking this voting. Okay.
So what I would do is I would go into the candidates, and I could drop, well actually, so the last two, so John Norris and Patrick Glasser, to go in and I could
You're not able to do it because we've already had the vote.
That's what. That's what.
I'm not on those. Yeah, I don't think it makes all
I'm working on this stack, yeah. Oh, okay. He's not, is he one of these people? No, he's not. What is his look like? And that's in case you're not around during break, Ken? What's that one? What is in case you're not? I'll find it. I caught it. Okay, gotcha.
You mean Bill Wells?
Yes.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
So you should be, I apologize, you should be able to do this, where you can move somebody in a runoff.
Should we vote again?
I did, well, I did, like, yeah, because we got elected, just wanted to maybe. Oh, actually, should we, well.
Oh, you're.
It's the same, well, yeah, it's the same one, so we can go back to the same people. So basically, nobody got elected, so you just do another round, another ballot.
No, in our circles, we get rid of whoever got the least amount of votes.
I was just trying to do that, and for some reason I couldn't. I think that's more user error on my part. I know you can do it, but I made a note of it, and I'll get back to you and just confirm that. I can send an email just for video. Should we not skip this vote then? So what I wanted to do, I want to show the report.
Yeah.
So for those people who we can see, hey, I had trouble to see how it voted and stuff. Let's do that.
So why don't we do this then? What if you wanted to display the 5 and we just tell everybody only vote 1 through 3? And that way we can see some results.
Let's get the data on that first.
Oh, the first one, okay.
Because he told us it only takes about 5 minutes or less to set up a new election, so why wouldn't we?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, what are you doing? What do you want to do?
You're doing the report.
Report,
Okay.
sorry.
I know he's getting a ballot now.
You do it like a convention like scene all
So this
around
could
for
be,
waiting.
generated. This could be generated after every election, every ballot. So here it kind of gives you the kind of the top line summary results. Number of votes cast was 1. Here's the number of delegates that were registered, votes that were present, the number of casted votes, and then votes made up that were required to make a majority. Here's the results from the voting, and then they're reshuffled in rank order from highest to lowest. So the number of votes they got, the percentage, and then here's the individual behavior, so we can see. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, you know what? Okay. So let's go.
There goes the secret ballot.
Members of the keypad.
Yeah, there goes Sissy.
So 82. Who's having an issue on keypad number?
236.
236 is 8236. Okay, that's fine. So correct. We do not have 36. Voted number 5.
So we're done.
So it was counted even though it didn't say counted.
Anybody else?
I'll tell you what I did. I wrote down the sequence of what I did. So first, I'm number 214, by the way. 214. So I voted for number 2. I got the counted message back. I entered 000 and I sent it. And after a while, I hadn't yet gotten the prompt back, and I thought, well, I don't know, maybe I'll just vote for something else. Maybe I go ahead and do it. So I put in number 3 and I hit send, and I waited. Then I got the vote now prompt from my 0. So then I was like, well, I'll vote for number 4, and I sent that, and it came back and said counted. But guess which vote it counted? It counted the 3, the first one in the queue, not the 4, the last one I sent. Because while I was waiting, after I sent 000, I wasn't sure what to expect back. So I sent that one in the middle. So I was curious which one it counted, and it counted the second one that I sent, not the final.
Because you didn't 0 it out.
Yeah, I just
So it
didn't
did
know if
right.
I didn't know which one it counted.
Yeah, so it did
Yeah.
right. It actually did what it's supposed to.
It counted. No, it didn't.
No, it did not. I thought you said you didn't 0 out 3.
I did not 0 out
But the
3.
delay
So it did it. She
Right.
didn't 0 out.
But because I wasn't sure about the timing of the responses, that's what I did, and that's the result.
Yeah, but it actually still did what it's supposed to. Now, I don't believe these results at all, because on 500 ballot, you have a 3 to 5% statistical.
I'm not saying the system did it wrong, it's just because of me trying to figure out if I don't know how the system functions in those situations when I do that, that's exactly how.
We're also contrarian.
Oh, wait a minute.
Very contrary.
Okay.
And that would make perfect sense.
All sides vote out.
That's what we all, but there was.
We can try that. You can do an election where you have to make away.
We're being rough on it because we want to know how it handles
No, I
the
don't mind.
anomalies.
That's
Yeah.
good. You need to be confident in the system if you're actually going to use it. So this is the one I have of this collection. So this is kind of like, I apologize, I don't know if you've used like planks, like choosing planks for your platform, but so here's just a whole bunch of platforms. So there's like hundreds. Now this is weird. So to do this, again, this would like be technically a typo or something, but I can display it. It would be really small to get them like all 300 or so on one screen. But I can expand it, you can kind of scroll. But just for the purposes of voting, there are platforms from 1 to 606. So you can pick 3. You want to make it so that you have to pick 3, a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 3. And if you don't pick 3, then it's invalid. So you want to do that, or you want to have a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 3.
Let's do minimum 1 and maximum 3.
Mine too. And simple majority.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, this probably won't get anybody elected, or well, this is just kind of.
So what parameters are we putting in?
Actually, why don't we do? Well, let me see. Let's do this. Let's do this one with this. This one actually.
We're gonna do a vote for
We'll do 1, 2, 3.
I better stay right there.
Majority. So this is actually an election, not just picking lines. So here we go. Then we can start polling. Click display. So here's all the people you can choose from.
This is vote for us.
So again, so it's number, send, second choice, number, send, third choice, send. So the number to send is
After?
number send, third number send.
So clarify, do we have
Say
to
that
wait for
louder.
the
You
You want to be
counting?
the state affirmative
Right,
action
so
chair?
you're voting for up to 3 people for this election. You're selecting up to 3 candidates, and to do it through the device, through your keypad, you have to enter each number individually. So you pick your first candidate. Let's say Daniel Hayes, number 7. So you'd hit 7, send, and then you select your next candidate, the number for that person, hit that, press that number, send a second, send again, and your third candidate, send. So it's number, send, number, send, number, send.
What if I want to only vote for 2?
Because we made it 1 through 3, that's allowed.
Okay.
If you did try to do it now, if we made it minimum of 3, maximum of 3, then you have to vote 3. If you don't, if you only do 2, you're still waiting for the third. That would be invalid at the time. I don't think it would be considered invalid. So you need to do all 3.
But as of now, it says I have to name the actual chair.
Okay.
And then I just don't do anything else.
Yeah, if you just set it aside and don't do anything, then it should come up as being invalid.
We should definitely vote for 3 people.
Okay, you'll wait for
Yeah, I don't know if you want to pick somebody together, you can have somebody be elected.
Why is Bishop not on the ballot?
Bishop is.
Who wants to be the state affirmative action
You
chair?
can't change the vote.
That's a new position in the
You can only
Libertarian
change the
Party.
last one. Do the triple thing after your first vote. Once you voted,
And that's what
So
we
that's
do.
what
yeah, no,
Let's
you
say,
can't.
say,
Well,
say,
then I hit 0, 0, 0, so then I erase.
So if we're only voting,
And then
if
I
we're
went
voting for fewer than 3, we just stop
Yeah,
voting.
you just leave it where it says remain.
Well, I can't see the names now.
How many did you vote for?
So I voted for one I can send, I haven't submitted.
Did you send, you said, did one you send?
We don't need to wait for a prompt back before we
Then
send votes 2
eventually you
and
should
3.
get a prompt
I
back
should do
that says
3
remain.
separate votes.
It should say,
How many?
it should say
One
like
and
next
then
remaining, like
send,
2
and
remaining or 1
so on.
remaining.
Okay, so after
It'll say
send,
how
we should
many
wait
times
for a
remaining.
prompt and then.
I actually did
Our
two,
sparks looking pretty good.
one right after another, and then it just took a bit and it says remain
It's,
one.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, ultimately
So
that's
it's
kind
Yeah,
of.
but I did 3 like that.
I got remain
and-
2, so.
and it never.
Did you vote for all 3 people?
Oh, yeah. So that means I got 2 more
Well, I
votes.
think that would happen here, so like.
It only counted the first vote?
Well, no, that's the thing. Did you? What were your first? Was your first vote like? Was it? All right. So if you did 2 single digits, and then hit send, that might count as one of your double. Like if you did.
I put in a double
12,
digit, then I put in a 0 before a single digit. So I just put in the single.
Just a single digit. Yeah.
Oh, the 0 might have gotten.
Yeah.
So now it says remain 1. Maybe just one counted.
Yeah.
So we mentioned we have bars outside of our convention. So what I did is I'm thinking, okay, I have all these rules. I know what I got to do. I got to vote. So I voted 7, 8. That's all I want, and I sent it. And then I said 0, 0, 0. I didn't want the last vote.
Then you went to the bar.
But the question is did that erase my 2 votes that I did, or did it erase 1?
No, 2.
It erased both of them. So then I voted for 9, 10, and 11. And somehow, out of the 5 votes that I cast, I have a remaining 3.
I have 2 remaining.
How do you see whether you have remaining votes?
Ballot closed.
Oh, now it says remaining 2, and I didn't press a damn
I
thing.
think it's just
Slow
processing
slowly.
processing it. That's
Okay.
the same thing. I think they kind of put all 3 of these in.
Mine says ballot closed now.
So, Joe, I'm not sure this all
They need to
takes
upgrade from
forever
like
to
the TRS 83.
the election.
Yeah, thousands of people asking us questions like we have here. Wait a minute, what if I did this? What if I did
So this is
This poor thing, the hinges are shot. I just got a bus
And people are
there. I
all
think I have
they're
USB
paper
drive there.
pencils.
But I had gotten my dollars.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think
You got people that do shenanigans.
Even though it's extra.
We're talking about questions.
Well, that's because I have my price list on this, but I gave
Mr. Chairman, may we have, Mr. Chairman, may we have word?
Yeah. Hey, everyone.
We can slam a piece of paper.
So there are proposals around somewhere sent to someone. But this does not feel like the time to.
We could not use this method at our convention coming up in Austin because it is not within the bounds of the bylaws currently.
Yes.
Because the bylaws currently require delegates to report their votes to their state chair, and the state chair reports the votes to the teller or to whomever. So at 2020, at this one time, we could not use this particular method.
Okay.
Well, at least for voting for elections, we could use it for voting for other stuff, but it would be kind of an expensive thing to use just for voting on other stuff.
The same thing, it would require delegates.
Delegates and voters to change the bylaws.
I think there's a lot of desire from the delegates to make a change to the bylaws.
Yeah, but we would have to have, they'd suspend the rules and do it at the very beginning of the convention, and have all the stuff in place at that time.
Furthermore, you'd need a full day of training for the delegates.
Well, so it's true. So I mean, think about what we're now. It says remaining 1. By the way, I don't know what's happening. But we've 2 questions. It's taken this group, 30 people, highly intelligent leaders, this long to go through 2 ballots. I just, fair enough. But I'm just thinking about our delegates and them going through this and all the questions we've had and all the concerns I've personally raised, just trying to break it. And if you think we won't have delegates that try to break this, come on. Like, they're going to.
Mr. Sheriff,
We don't have people breaking it though.
Yeah, let's hold up the crosstalk. Hey, look.
I'm reading from Rule 7, nomination of presidential and vice presidential candidates. Item 3, each delegation shall tabulate its vote total, and the delegation chair shall deliver a written total to the secretary. I mean, that's a pertinent sentence right there.
Right.
You can write
I
electronically.
mean, we'd have to have
That's not
51 of these tabulator machines at each delegation table, and then then they'd have to print something out for the delegation chair to carry up to the secretary.
That's a heck of a lot easier.
I hate to be a buzzkill, but.
Well, no, I'm about to kill your buzz. At least your buzz is killed. Dr. Lark?
I would point out what I suspect is obvious to all of us, that in 2020, our presidential convention is going to attract much more attention than the 2018 convention. And if we have a major problem in terms of our voting procedure at that convention, it's going to be much more embarrassing. Leave aside the anger of our members. That's something that we really don't want to have a screw up in basically occurring on national TV.
So just as a procedural matter, this is a presentation to show us how the tool works. There's a committee that exists for discussing how we vote at convention that is not yet populated, that will look at what techniques and methods we can use and which ones fit into the bylaw and which ones we may change and all that other stuff, which is why I think that wrapping up the presentation is the appropriate thing right now, because we don't get to make decisions today. So I understand everyone's concerns about what decisions might be made and what challenges we would have, but that's not where we're at right now. So feel free.
No, yeah, I was just saying, so I guess, again, I mean, I can't give them all the bylaws, but yeah, I would hope that, now granted, this, I think, took longer than I would have liked it. Normally, it's like, when we're done voting, it's done, and we can show results instantly, which saves you as compared to, what, about 3 hours for a ballot, with all the individual delegates and handing to the state chair, then to the secretary and their tellers, and retabulating and verifying and all that. Hopefully it would be what they want. I am, again, being cognizant of the desire to show results by state. We did have a couple questions for you, just to confirm things. If you overvoted, like if you had to vote for 3 people when you wound up voting for 4, would the last vote just get ignored? Would you prefer it be that way, handled in that fashion?
I think if you vote for too many, it would be a spoiled ballot.
Correct. So
and
invalidate the whole thing.
Because otherwise, because no one, I don't think anyone's going to be comfortable making the assumption that last in is somehow the least important.
Okay. And the results display, both as a report, printout, and what you see on the screen. Again, thinking of the whole state delegation, would it be similar to your Excel screen, which you want to have like all the candidates, all the rows, and then I guess numbers of percent, and then each state going across?
So
I guess we could scroll.
The number everyone cares about is who won it.
Right.
I mean, that's really what we typically do, and you've seen. We go through to verify, to have the state delegation chairs verify on each state's delegation that was the right number of votes from our state, and that looks like the right breakdown slowly before we get to the thing everybody wants. So I think if the system had the ability to report both ways.
Okay. Like this, where it's just here's the winners or whatever. And
Right, and then we could have a different report that says this is how many votes were allocated to Texas or whatever.
Could you potentially have a system where each state would have an ID that they would append to their vote? So if I'm voting for candidate 1 and I'm in state 13, I would vote 113, and then you would tabulate it in the spreadsheet and have a total of all the 13s.
I think it would be easier to identify which handsets are in which states.
Yeah, I think it's kind of more, in my thinking, they're kind of thinking creating a whole new map, but I'm thinking we could just add another tab here. So instead of name, we also have state or something like that. And then you just send it to the state, so it's kind of locked in to that keypad. So it's similar, but a different. Yes.
When you're kind of done, if you want to come eyeball my screen, I can just show you very quickly how we display the state by state for review on the screen before the totals, just FYI.
I'm guessing I'm kind of like now.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's just a grid. I mean, it's
Unless
a
there's
Excel
something,
spreadsheet.
something else you wanted to touch on that you didn't like to get to because of our extremely impertinent questions.
The elections are the bigger ones. Yes, those are pretty simple. It's yes, no. So it's straight percent.
Right.
It's kind of the same layout. So.
Well, this would instantly give us the percentages, and then the place that I see that this would save some time and heartache really comes down to things that have 2/3 requirements, where you can be good, kind of have a good sense of how many people voted one way or the other, but there are the times that it's close, and it's nice to just have math say you made it or you didn't make it.
again, what we didn't see here is if somebody did get elected on the screen, if you highlighted in green and like little X next to the name, you can say that hey, this person's been elected.
Joe almost got there.
You should. I got to follow up. I got to follow up you guys like why you if somebody like you were saying the people who didn't receive the lowest vote getters, they can be eliminated from the next ballot, the next round of voting.
That's a thing that you think the system technically can do. It just isn't doing it
I think
today.
it's more.
It's the rain.
Yeah. No, I think it's just more user error like more than my other types of it.
I thank you all for your support.
So
Can we see the breakdown of the votes for this?
For
this one?
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe.
So I see how it handled what I did.
Here's all the votes, and here's Adam,
So I voted for the same person twice.
So mine did
It
get just
did
2
not
votes
count
without voting
my
on.
second vote, so it invalidated it.
212.
Handled it correctly.
Huh? I was
See, my 0, 0, 0 erased all my votes.
Okay.
See, Joe voted you.
That makes sense.
One said.
Oh, there it was. You were free to go. See, that's the advantage.
Yeah, I tried voting for the same candidate twice, and it correctly invalidated the second one.
Okay.
And I voted for candidate number 19. Third one, it shows.
Does it show? But it
No,
probably,
no, it doesn't show it.
Okay, good. I'm like, give me a second. What number were you just?
239. I did
Okay,
2
so
votes
you,
and then
then you did an invalid vote and just didn't take
But
it.
it accepted the first 2 votes.
Thank you.
Sure. Very welcome. Yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to an 7-minute recess until 2 o'clock? We'll get back to business. So this time. I assume, please, yes. Unless you got 56 extra dollars, I'm sure.
Hey, Alicia?
Yeah.
Under special convention rules, considering partners of questions, or are they separate things?
They're separate things. They're special rules of order.
I don't see any mechanism in this for amending the special.
Handsets get turned in back here.
They have to be.
$56
There is
a
the
month. Here,
bylaw.
take mine.
How about,
Yeah, but-
where's the new code on?
Take it.
We're back live. All right, we're back. The next item on the agenda, we are 30-ish minutes behind, but hope springs eternal. Is the audit committee. I don't believe there was a report submitted. I believe Ms. Adams is our LNC member on the audit committee, and she is not in the room.
I yelled at everyone.
Huh? Yeah, no, you're good. Affiliate supports. Affiliate supports. Not fully populated.
Still have. They submitted a. Oh, no, I said.
Not fully populated. I guess. So let's not do audit committee right at this moment until Ms. Adams is back, although I don't think they submitted a written report. And for affiliate support, the committee is not completely populated.
LNC chairs to still appoint committee chair who then selects 3 regional representatives or alternates.
So is my bad?
It's your bad.
Okay.
Doesn't the LSA have LSA support?
They already have identified their people, I just have to do ours. So that's just an action for me to take after this meeting. Come back to it when it comes back. So apparently I also have to select the interim chair of the audit committee too. Mr. Hayes is returning. Ms. Adams is here. Aaron, is there anything to report from the audit committee?
Not yet.
Okay. That was easy. Convention Oversight Committee.
see it on there. Yeah. All right.
You know how hard that is going to be? Especially if people use something like this. They're not getting people even reading little black and white screens. Successful here based on your recommendation. Successful here. Based on your restaurant recommendation. Lindsay says we heard from the size of the others.
There's cinnamon rolls the size of a
That's what I need.
and they have milkshakes filled with foods.
She got a restaurant on 14th.
Oh. It's a nice little strip.
All right, everybody. So, as y'all know, we have the same Convention Oversight Committee as the last term. Kind of, I guess it's sort of, if it wasn't broke, let's not fix it. So let's keep things moving along. We've met twice since the committee's been fully populated. Had our last meeting this Monday past. One of the things that the COC has decided to do is, as Ken Molman has put it, we are going to try to monetize complaints. So last time when we did a theme contest, we complained that it's pay to play. So we're just going to call it the pay to play $20 for 20 theme contest. And basically, to submit a theme this time around, the CSC decided that people are going to have to, if they want to submit a theme, they have to pay $20. Basically, all of the themes are going to keep their money. The ones we're going to get it down and have it voted on later. Have different rounds. We'll be kind of mad going on in March. We'll have a few options where to send out some other emails and trim it down week by week. But the intent is to get down to like the last two and have people vote on those two themes. That's the plan at this point. There could be some changes, but that's the basic implementation as to how we are planning to do it. Also, is one of the things the convention is a great opportunity to fundraise. We obviously want to make as many opportunities to raise funds with the convention as possible to help pay for it and whatnot. We're going to definitely bring back the pay to pie, going with that pay to play theme. That went over very well in a lot of ways. I picked the chair out for the most expensive pie. I'm going to try and keep my streak up again. So this does a good job of making sure that happens. So we've got some other things we're looking for is to try and do some fun sort of fundraisers and things like that and other ways to try and raise revenue. That we'll get into more details with later on as we get the convention more fleshed out. We definitely want to tap into more volunteers. I know Whitney is going to be working on that, and being from Texas, we hopefully will have a much more robust volunteer participation. Like we mentioned the last time, one of the things we want to do is maybe have a local concierge team to try and help point out things and enhance the experience for members attending that are attending the convention, or maybe you're just kind of tagging along to try and help increase convention attendance. One of the things we need to do, and Ms. Doherty maybe can answer this, we want to get the convention website up as soon as possible. Do we have any idea where that stands at this point, Laura?
The welcoming committee function is there, so we can do that. Beyond that, we need information from you guys.
Yeah, well, so that's one of the main, to get started, that's one of the main things we'd like to have. We would have liked to have had it, weeks ago, but we can only do one thing at a time. So that's ready to go in live and shareable?
Pardon?
Is that ready to go and is live and shareable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Robert tested it last week, so
Okay.
the welcoming committee portion should be good to go.
Gotcha. Oh, Mr.
Do you want to continue? I have some questions, but you can go ahead if
Sure.
you need to.
I mean, if you want to ask it now. Okay.
Well, it's just a point to consider. First of all, Travis County has always had a very active Libertarian Party, and I don't know that anyone is from Travis County. Do you have a liaison with Travis County in terms of their their team, I trust are working closely with you all in terms of this?
They are not yet.
Not yet, all right. Second point is, some of you may remember if you attended the 2004 convention, Jimmy Vaughn, one of the great guitarists of our land, played at the 2004 convention. I believe he still lives in Austin. Pat Dixon and I have actually gotten together to play together. I'm not suggesting that you bring us in for entertainment. But Austin is very well known for various musical acts. I would think that there might be an opportunity both for publicizing the event and also drawing perhaps more fundraising if we are able to bring in some of the top flight musicians.
Dr. Lark, there's definitely an abundance of musical talent. There's more musical venues, live music venues in Austin apparently than even New Orleans has. So I mean, it's home to a lot of artists, a lot of musicians, you know, like Casey Musgraves and a whole bunch of other people. So we're going to see what we can do to reach out to those, but that's something that's going on down the road. But we'll hopefully have that stuff more laid out in the short term. Right now, we're still kind of getting our legs under us, getting ready to work on the budget probably over the next week and get that laid out and try and plan to have a very successful convention. Dr. Lark, do you have any other questions?
Not for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So one thing we need to do, obviously we've got the most basic part of the website's up now. Anybody planning to be a welcoming committee member? Because you know the committee could use the, I'm already the convention could use the help. You know, we're in a cash crunch, so it comes with a gold ticket. Anybody that is considering that, the more of those that we get now and sooner, that helps us to know we've got some revenue and we can try to keep the prices down even that much more and make it more accessible to everyone.
And Daniel, I might point out that the welcoming committee is the only committee you can join and not have to do any work at all.
Absolutely. Though it's been known that people do that with all the committees, but that's beside the point. No, that's never happened. So one thing on my time on the convention committee, I've always wanted us to get a mobile app. You know, like Dr. Westman, a good friend who spoke at the last convention, talks a lot about, you know, everything's about the dopamine. Well, when somebody downloads that app, they get a little dopamine bump. When they hit that button, they get a little dopamine bump. It's different than than a website. So it's more of a modern thing. I think if we're going to try and bring in and engage the youth, we have to have those sorts of things. And it's a small thing, but it's one of those small things that sits in the back of somebody's head. So I think that's something we need to look at having. Now, there's obviously going to probably be there's almost definitely going to be a cost associated with that. Ken, who conveniently stepped out of the room, he can answer this stuff better. But Ken is capable of building that, but the amount of time that it would take him to do that is, you know, 50-some hours, Preston.
There's an app called the Uva app that I've used for several conferences. That works really well, and they have like package prices based.
Do me a favor if you got my email, because we are still looking. So send me a link. You know, Robert sent us something the other day. We had a conference call with Crowd Compass. They are part of CVent, and you know, CVent is definitely, as Robert has pointed out, all about making the money. We did get a price from them, a more specific price of $6,500 negotiable. So she kind of made it clear it could definitely go down from there. I don't necessarily think that much. That's getting in the realm of what like $5 grand was kind of my range. Now, obviously we're in a cash crunch, but this is something that we think we can use the app to drive a lot of revenue. You know, like we do the bag drop-ins. Well, this is something where you don't have to have a bag drop-in, and it's more economical for somebody, especially to do it the last second, get something up. If they just get it designed, they don't have to work with the printing and that stuff and the manpower of putting it and stuffing it. It just gets delivered to the person's handheld device, and so there's some ease there. Obviously, different apps are going to have different things available, and that's what we're looking to explore. At this point, Crowd Compass is the only one that we've very specifically looked at. Well, they had told us the initial representative told us a higher price than the demo lady did. but I was fairly happy with the integration it had. I saw with social media and the way it worked very seamlessly. So I think that it's something that can help, like I said, create more engagement. If we get it out there soon enough, it could be used to help drive some convention sales. CrowdConf doesn't have, it's not per download, it's unlimited, so that's one plus for them. But like I said, we're going to continue to explore other apps before we make a decision. Mr. Moulton.
Yeah, quick question, and I apologize because I might have been out of the room for the beginning here. Are convention pre-sales available already? Have you set the rates? Because it seems to me that you're in a cash crunch to the extent that those of us know we're going to buy gold tickets or backdrops or whatever, and we might not want to make a $2,000 donation to party donation, but if we want to buy our stuff all in advance,
So
it might help the cash position.
we can't do that until we have a budget laid out and you know, made a very good estimate of what our costs are going to be. But what is available right now today for the low cost of just $1,000 and no work required, you become a member of the Welcoming Committee, which comes with a gold ticket. So that will help to keep the prices down for everybody else. But until we have the time to really lay out and get a good look at what our prices and our costs are going to be, we cannot price packages yet. But we are looking to do that very soon. Lauren?
One other key piece of information about the Welcoming Committee is that you get your name put on various
Yes,
things.
thank you.
And we will make sure that we use that as effectively and fully as possible, because we know that that is a motivating factor for some folks, and we're happy to facilitate that. But I appreciate what Chuck is saying, and I think even if we don't have the ticket prices ready quite yet, we can probably start doing some other sponsorships on the sooner side of things.
Well, for example, if somebody would like to sponsor the app, we'd certainly be open to taking some money for that. We can work it out. Justin?
As far as the app, Hoover, I have a contact. I'll send you their information at Hoover. We've used them for Liberty Forum in New Hampshire and for PorcFest.
Sure.
They cover multiple tracks. You can even have all the vendors get their own page in it. And you can charge for the vendors to have their page.
Oh, no, trust me, we are looking to monetize.
Push notifications.
We're definitely, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a problem to get the app to pay for itself. It should go fairly well.
Yeah, they're a phenomenal app. I highly recommend them. I've used multiple events in the past. So.
And just one thing that I know from with CrowdConf is they can do it, you know, a general app that they could give to our members to download, or we could brand it, and I think there's no additional charge from them to do that. But we just, for example, we need the Apple developer account, and it takes about 2 weeks to get approved. I've heard it takes longer than that. My suspicion is, since we're using some sort of templated thing with CrowdConf, maybe something like that. Well, if we did, it would go a little quicker because Apple's got a relationship with them and stuff like that. It's my guess. But generally, you're looking at 2 to 4 weeks if we're going to have a branded app to probably do something like that, which is what my preference is. Sandra?
Just 3 quick things. One, I'm looking at my calendar, and I go to a lot of conferences and events, and I'm going to our host hotel like 3 times in 2019. So that's probably useless to you. But if there's a way to put it to use, let me know. And, you know, if you need me to take photos or something, or check.
Well, I've already been there, but
yeah.
when are you going?
It's throughout the year. I'll send you dates.
Just send us a message, and some of the COC might be able to get there, and we can, you know.
Second, I remember one of the apps for one of the conferences I went to was pretty neat, so I looked up to see what it was, and it was a CrowdConf app. So good. Yeah, definitely one of the.
Yeah, I was, you know, especially with the price they said, I was kind of skeptical, and even at the 8 to 11 grand price, what I saw made me warm up to it.
Yeah.
Sam had a little bit of a bad experience, but that was Zoom's fault. The lady, they use Zoom for their demos, and she thought it was somebody else trying to get in for her next appointment, and then Sam couldn't get in. So Sam's a little disgruntled about that, but that's Zoom's fault.
And I've used a lot of crappy apps, so if you want that feedback too, I'll do that.
Yeah, sure. If you got a list of what you don't like, Bill.
No. I was signaling for chairman.
Oh.
Hi, Bill.
We are, hi there, with 30 seconds on this item.
Okay. Anybody got anything else?
Thank you and the committee for everything you do.
Yes. Thank you.
I got a quick question of the chair. As you know, in presidential convention years, there's a separate and much higher FEC limit for contributions directly to a convention fund. I understand that you've been reluctant to let us take advantage of that because of the recent FEC lawsuit that's going on. Any idea, do we have any idea at all when a decision is going to come down from the appellate court? And because we would like to reach out to people who want to give us $100,000.
I don't know.
Now, in the chair's defense, he has always said, if somebody comes to us and says, I want to give $100,000 to the convention, we worked it out. But
if you find that person and they want to do it, I'll set up the account. No litigation.
You know, and that's why I have.
But they have to be in the position where they've already given us the $34,000 that they can max out for the general fund. I'm not trying to only raise for the special fund without raising for the general fund, even though I understand the offsetting fungibility of money argument since the FEC's attorney presented it, albeit not as well as I think he could have, but you might criticize.
Okay, thank you.
But the last thing to say is, like what Sam says, I mean, I obviously, we're waiting patiently for it to be done, because sometimes if it's just there, then it might motivate somebody to do it.
When do you think you'll have a draft budget? Start January?
Alicia?
Oh, draft budget.
Well, we have to put out an RFP for what AV, because that's the most expensive thing.
Right.
And we spent a lot more on AV at New Orleans than we thought we were going to.
I mean, we're gonna have some.
I think by the next LNC meeting, we should be able to.
Yeah, we should be solid on that. We probably will have some guesstimates at that point. You know, as we start fleshing it out, but nothing super solid. Probably the next meeting.
But draft enough to set ticket prices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Realistically, when you look at what our ticket prices have been over the last 5 conventions, you know, they're pretty much in the same range for what a gold package costs. So even if we didn't have numbers put together, we could probably make a pretty good guess based on past ticket prices, and if we sold them at that level, we're not going to lose our shirts.
It's the middle bottom prices that are always the ones that are trickiest to do the math on.
Yeah.
Well, one thing the LNC members in general, the newer people may not be aware of, is that the final ticket prices were heavily discounted over what the proportional share according to our budget was. And I think because of that, we got a whole hell of a lot more people to come, and we made up for the lower ticket prices on the sheer number of people that arrived and bought the whole ticket. So, I mean, but they would have been $200 or $300 more per ticket if we'd gone with actual budget pricing.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to continue to discuss this, we should extend time.
Time is expired. Is there a motion to extend?
Move to extend 15 minutes.
Objection.
15.
Objection.
If we end early, we stop early.
Objection.
Is there an objection to extend it for 15? Is there an
5.
objection to extend it for 5? Hearing no objection, Ms. Van Hart.
What was the reason for the discounted prices? I remember when you guys did it. What
The
was
chair told us to.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, that's a simple answer.
But
Okay.
we also did more with a welcoming committee, which is not something we'd actually done much with before, where in the past there's been this discussion about there's a subsidization factor that occurs sort of not intentionally, and the welcoming committee was a way to take that subsidization and instead make it intentional and then recognize people for assisting and bringing the cost down and making the convention more accessible. So we took a thing that people in the past had been, you know, this is a terrible thing, and we turned it into, this is an opportunity for you to get your name in the book, and, you know, everyone's going to talk about how awesome you are, and it worked. Lauren and then Sam.
We did a lot more work to try to get sponsors last year, welcoming committee and otherwise, and I think we can build on that a lot. We also did some strategic outreach to try to get some major donors at the dinner, which then helped increase the giving that happened at the dinner. So there's a lot of different angles like that we can pursue that then generate more money.
Which then lets the ticket price be more accessible.
And that's something we definitely want to pursue even more based on what we learned from doing it last time. So, like, we are definitely looking to make this convention highly profitable, yet at the same time keep it as accessible as possible to as many members as we can and draw other people in to the overall convention outside of it.
We keep having them be the biggest, so I feel like we should just keep doing that.
You know, I heard it said that things are bigger in Texas, so I'm just kind of, I'm
Well, I think, Alicia, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we have significantly fewer people who didn't buy a package of some kind this year than we have in the past? Typically, it runs about 25%.
But not a lot. In just a second, I can give you hard data, but typically it's about a third of the delegates, and I want to say maybe it went down to 25%, but I'll check hard numbers.
I'll take 8%.
All right, are there other people who wish to be recognized while we're on this topic? Seeing none, thank you, Danny. All right, next item on the agenda, Employment Policy and Compensation Committee.
Yes,
Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, I submitted my report and will be happy to entertain questions. I'd like to thank my EPCC colleagues, Joe Bishop-Hensman and Bill Redpath. They couldn't find anyone good to chair the committee, so they got stuck with me once again. And again, I'll be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Mr. Goldstein?
I understand the EPCC has been tasked with the ED search also, right?
Well, task is perhaps not. The chairman requested our assistance, and we are happy to provide assistance.
Do you have a timeline at all?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you may want to answer that. If I heard you correctly, for the interest of our colleagues here, the chair and the EPCC had a chat on Wednesday evening, and I believe the hope is that we will have the process completed by the end of March at the latest. Is that, am I
That's the goal.
Job description by
interim
like
deadlines,
mid-December.
I'm shooting to have a draft description of the position to the EPCC by the end of this coming week. They're going to provide feedback, we'll flesh it out, and then the idea is we want to put out the call and start soliciting applications before the turn of the year, and then probably have about 2 weeks to a month's worth of solicitations, and then start the selection process. So the goal is by the end of the first quarter and no later than the end of the second quarter if things go really bad. Mr. Smith and then Mr. O'Donnell.
Would now be a proper time to make a motion to add 15 minutes to tomorrow's agenda to discuss a motion that Mr. Justin O'Donnell submitted to the email list to amend the policy manual regarding the selection process for the ED. And that motion will be sent out again tonight via email and given ample time to be read before tomorrow's meeting.
So it would be in order to move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to add consideration of a policy manual amendment regarding ED selection tomorrow for 15 minutes.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just a second, okay. This requires 2/3 because it's amendment of something previously adopted. So all in favor of adding 15 minutes to consider that amendment, please raise your hand. I'm going to count just that way I don't have to recount. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 opposed. All right, it'll be added tomorrow. I have it after Ms. Carlos's style and cleanup policy manual amendment. So it's a policy manual. ED selection. No opposed. And 15 minutes. And it's O'Donnell's motion?
Correct.
Then I
It
have
was previously sent to the email list, but it just kind of died out. No one really talks about it.
Do you know
How
what it was?
recently?
I'm gonna resend it.
It's gonna be resent.
Because I'm just looking right now.
Yeah. All right. Mr. O'Donnell, were you seeking to be recognized, or was it that same thing?
I was simply going to ask if the selection of the executive director is an important enough decision for the body that perhaps more than 3 people should be involved in the process of reviewing, more eyes, more brains looking at it, and simply just that committee maybe expanding, adding more people to that particular task at least.
In the past, basically the way it's typically worked is the chair picks the executive director and then the LNC approves the contract or disapproves the contract, although I'm unaware of the LNC ever disapproving a chair's choice for executive director. It may have happened, but I don't know of it happening. Having the EPCC assist in the selection process is actually an expansion beyond what normally happens. Normally it's just people would solicit me, as has already occurred somewhat, and I would decide who I like and
do the thing.
It's, in my experience in other organizations I've worked with, when this situation has come up, we've always established a search committee of 5 to 7 people. That's been a process that hasn't worked in every organization I've been in, to get more eyes and more input, present a proposal to the board at large to vote on. And I was wondering if 3 people in the chair's discretion, if that's not an important enough decision to make going into, where we're coming out of a bad election year into where the party's in a bad state financially to start, the person who's leading the party, perhaps more than 3 people on that committee. The committee, the proper committee to make that recommendation, I agree, but perhaps more people should be assigned to help with that task and provide more eyes and more input. It's the gist of the proposal I made.
That's just the proposal. So are we discussing that proposal at this point, or do you, or you're
The
just
motion was
raising, that's
adopted.
why we're
Yeah.
doing the proposal tomorrow?
Right.
So,
Got it.
as just kind of a point of order, he did send this motion to everybody and asked for it to be considered on the agenda on October 14th. This should already be on the agenda, should it not?
I don't know if I saw the request to add it to the agenda.
Pardon me, Mr. Longstreth, what was the date, please?
October 14th. Sorry, it took me a little bit of digging and finding it too, but it is in here.
But if somebody
That was an request to be added to the
it
agenda.
says on the top of our
I mean, now it is on the agenda.
What changes the voting requirement?
Doesn't really, because it's a policy manual amendment, so I don't think the motion timeliness doesn't affect policy manual
Did you
amendments. because
rescind it?
policy-
We're amending something previously adopted, so the question is there previous notice? And if it was sent on October 4th.
I just forwarded it to the
Then it's the
list.
exact same motion.
You just did, Joe. We didn't want to refresh.
But we already got it on the agenda, so it's.
Well, they just added it to the agenda.
Mr. Chair, what time
Right,
is it added to
so
the
it was,
Yes.
so the text of the motion was sent to the email list on Sunday, October 15th. Including, actual markup that shows what would be struck and added, so it would be a majority vote to change the policy manual, even though I didn't put it on the agenda as an agenda item
Yeah,
ahead of
whether or not
time.
it's on the agenda does not change whether it has previous notice.
Right,
if
so
the
it has
ruling
previous notice
is
for voting.
That it has previous notice, then it only takes a majority to amend.
Okay. Okay.
What time did you add that to the agenda tomorrow?
I put it at the end of new business without previous notice. Ms. Harlow's recently recognized?
No.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized?
Seen it.
To just, if no one minds, to respond to Mr. O'Donnell
I did refresh, I haven't seen it. Whitney, have you seen it yet?
at some point. Justin, you with us?
Yes.
The reason that the EPCC made sense to me as the search committee is it happens to be 2 chairs, 2 former chairs, and an executive director of a larger organization in a similar space.
No, absolutely.
And they all live in DC.
Absolutely. The committee to me is absolutely the right spot.
Close.
The employment committee should absolutely be involved in my understanding. And all 3 of them phenomenally qualified to be involved in the decision. I've just, in my experience, more eyes and more opinions makes a better, well-rounded decision.
What? You said other organizations, which ones?
I've worked with a number of for-profit insurance companies, publicly traded, including
Maybe the
e-health,
names, things I don't recognize.
E-health insurance services.
But anyway, insurance, okay, got it.
Right, and
Okay.
on a for-profit level, we selected a new CEO. That was a 2-year search to find a new CEO with 20 people involved, but we went through over 200 candidates.
We have 15 minutes to discuss it.
No, I was just responding.
Oh, no, I know you. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, are there other questions or items during the EPCC's time? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Clark, and the rest of the EPCC. The next item on the agenda is the Historic Preservation Committee.
And there's not a written report this time, because it's really been a short time since our last meeting, but I'll give some brief oral updates. Once I find my notes here. I do have, as I did last time, the wonderful t-shirts that can be yours for the low price of a $50 donation to the historical committee if anyone is interested. And there's different colors this time of it too. we got these with the bright yellow sleeves, and we've got more of the gray ones. So let me know. Also, I mean, just tomorrow night, so we've got this little bit of darker gray as well. And I have one saved for you. Tomorrow night, I brought with me and shipped the button display of the buttons. People have been donating to historical buttons, and I have the Sacred Holy Statement of Principles behind glass with me as well. That will be part of the party tomorrow night. So part of those festivities. And now let me just.
Incense for us to buy to burn in front of it.
You have to bring a goat or something to sacrifice. That is definitely required.
Tuesday.
Oh, never mind. Also, I get contacted out of the blue now. There was somebody who was one of the original members, sent me a box of stuff, so I have now the original registration packets for the first convention, like blank, this is the hotel, this is the agenda, things I'd never ever seen before. Also, I'd been contacted by a group that is doing a memorial project for John Hospers, and they asked me to be involved with giving some of that information, so I'll be working with them. And during the election period, LPDA had a big spike in traffic. So people are starting to discover it. There is regular edits now. It's now getting the life that we need it to, and I anticipate by 1 year from now it'll be swamped. There'll be multiple people that will be needed to control edits, which I do right now. But that is where we're at. It's very interesting, some of the things we keep coming across. And we've talked earlier here about with Apollo, about preserving best tactics, things like that. Please utilize LPDA for some of that, because as we're digging out old booklets, and even though they're old school, doesn't mention the internet, the door-to-door stuff hasn't changed that much, and we'll be getting those training booklets up. You know, there's no reason to keep reinventing everything. So if we could do, if anyone's familiar with Wikipedia, they have like special sections, like they have a special LGBT series. We can do special campaigning series and put all of that stuff into there. So I keep encouraging everyone to get on there and start adding material. I know a lot of stuff from the election vote totals and things like that have already been put on there. And that's all I have, unless anyone has any questions for me.
Not a question, it's a comment. There was a hit piece written about me during the election by the Keene Sentinel in New Hampshire, and their only source of information about me was LPDA.
Did we have bad information?
No, it was right information.
They saw what you mean, right, too. Yeah, hit piece.
No, but they tried to frame it as all negative information. Their only cited source was LPDA.
Do you have a printed copy that we can add to our historical archive?
Online, I'll find it.
Like Inception. Yeah. Other people seem to be recognized. Thank you, Ms. Harlos. Next item, the IT committee. Ms. Van Horn.
Yeah, the committee isn't populated yet, except for the LNC members have been named, myself and Alex Merced, and I'm the interim chair. And according to the bylaws, our chair actually appoints these people with our guidance, and we make recommendations, which I have done. Hopefully you got an email I sent you recently on one of my that's a yes, right? Okay. Read them all. So, and I'm talking to people that are contenders for being on the IT committee, and I've already made one recommendation. And I'm busy talking to some other people that are here this weekend on some other things. One of the things I'd like to see is continuity with some people that are on there, but I also want some fresh blood, because it's really hard. The committee isn't that big. Continuity is really important, because you don't want to have to reinvent the wheel. People that have been doing things, you want people that are doing it so projects and things they've been working on can continue. That's something that's really important. So other thing is a lot of the CRM stuff, it's been talked about, a lot of the things that are going on. I'd really like to see us have that really pushed in a benefit to the states. During this past election cycle, there were some candidates that were frustrated out there, and candidates, just like the rest of our members, you know, it's easy. They will go to social media and be like, grr, 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 everything, grr, you people suck. you know, and of course, nobody that can help them sees that. Everybody out on social media sees it, and they're all like, oh my God, up in arms, you know, but the person that could actually help them on the back end, they don't see that. You know, all they do is get people all riled up. So I would like to have, like, once we get this more fleshed out, like a better communication in the avenue, so if people do have things they're upset with, the candidates, whether it's our people at the state level, the affiliates, they're going to the website, they're going to the CRM and stuff, the chain of command that they go through, or the steps they go through to solve a problem, rather than say, I'm going to make an angry Facebook post. You know, that's not going to solve anything. But anyway, just more stuff, but that's basically all I have.
No. Thank you, and I will get to that email. Promise. Next, the Ballot Access Committee, Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted my report. First of all, I would like to thank my members of the Ballot Access Committee, my fellow members from the LNC. There's yours truly. There's John Phillips and Dustin Nana, who is the alternate to Elizabeth Van Horn. Also have Christopher Thrasher, who is here, sitting in the gallery, and Richard Winger, of course. We have met once since the last meeting. That was 2 weeks ago today, so we collected the results of the November 6th elections. And as I stated in my report, fortunately we have ballot access for president anyway in 34 states, counting DC as a state. We do not in 17 states. You know, we're not in bad shape. We're, you know, assuming that, you know, we can win what is apparently forthcoming litigation in Ohio. Keeping in mind the current fiscal situation with the National Party, I just asked for $50,000 to be in the budget this year for ballot access expense. If the committee thinks we need more than that, then we'll let you know. And right now that is for Alaska. Registrations are needed in Alaska. Richard Winger said 900 are needed, but actually Scott Kohlhaas in Alaska disputes that and says it's more like 2,000 to 3,000 on that in order to get a sufficient number and keep a sufficient number. I believe there may be some sort of purge coming up of the voter rolls in Alaska. I think that's, I'm not exactly clear. He explained it to me and I can't repeat it with authority right now. He said, no, it's going to be more like 2,000 to 3,000. It's a slow go, of course. The earthquake may have made things harder in Alaska in terms of gathering voter registrations. And he thinks that it could cost as much as $8 per voter registration. He says it's just tough to find people. It's a slow go. It's 2 to 3 voter registrations an hour, you know, and that's what you got to pay to get it done. And so I suggested we budget, you know, probably the Alaska Party can contribute something. I said $15,000 there. Arkansas, I do think Arkansas we just came so close to getting 3% for governor there, so close. And the Arkansas Party, certainly 10,000 valid signatures is not a horribly large amount. We should do everything we can to stimulate volunteer effort in Arkansas, and including people from surrounding states, if possible, to go to Arkansas and help them out. I suggested $30,000 there and maybe an extra $5,000, you know, for just to be on the safe side. So I thought $50,000 was reasonable. You know, most of it's going to come in 2020. It's a time to, in 2019, to catch our breaths and stock up for 2020, because we're going to have to do Illinois again. Unfortunately, there was no 5% for any statewide office in Illinois. We're going to have to do that again. But it could have been worse. You know, the outcome could have been worse, and there needs to be, we need to work with states that have 1,000 and 2,000 valid SIGs. There is no reason, if it's 1,000 or 2 valid SIGs, I don't care what the state is, there is no reason the state can't do that themselves. And we've faced situations where we've had to expend national help on states with as few as 1,000 valid signatures. That just is not an acceptable situation, and it needs to change. We need cooperation from our affiliates. And speaking of which, you know, it is one of the more disappointing things that was our loss of party status in North Dakota. I mean, and you know, I talked to somebody in the North Dakota party. It was lost, she asserted to me, through poor communication going on within the Libertarian Party of North Dakota. We didn't get, what happened was, we had a candidate for statewide office. Nobody wanted to run for statewide office, which we had to do to maintain ballot status. Somebody ran, there was a primary, he got fewer than 300 votes. He got fewer than 300 votes in the Libertarian primary, and we lost party status in North Dakota. Nobody saw this coming, and you know, but you know, now I can't get the chairman of the LPND to call me. John Phillips is the regional rep. Can't get the chairman of the LPND to respond to him. And frankly, enough of this. You know, I mean, this is utterly ridiculous and irresponsible. And I think that, you know, we may think about telling the presidential campaign. I'm not, you know, I really cannot support doing a party petition, you know, with a state that isn't going to act responsibly once they get ballot status. I'm tired of that. And so, you know, that's the situation there, and it's something to think about. We can, again, that'll be a 2020 thing. I think we could do a party petition right now, but I don't think we should do a party petition in North Dakota until we get some indication that they're going to handle the party status responsibly. I'll take questions, if I may, in a moment. The one thing I wanted to bring up here was that Richard Winger said, and I wanted to bring this up, is how we wanted to handle this regarding Minnesota. There are apparently 2 pro-marijuana parties that have party status in Minnesota, and it's Richard Winger's idea, and the party petition there is over 100,000 net cigs, which, you know, is a little rich for our blood right now. But asking one of these, or both of the pro-marijuana parties, and I don't know how they are on other issues, or if they even think about other issues, but asking that the party to change their name to the Libertarian Party. So Richard Winger thinks this would be a way for us to get party status in Minnesota, and it's a recommendation from the ballot access, or at least Richard Winger, and I believe from the ballot access committee as well. And you know, I think the question is, Mr. Chairman, how would we like to go about doing that?
All right, this.
Somebody
from Minnesota needs to talk to those people quietly. Then we need to find out whether they're willing. Then we need to try and do it in a way where we don't get screwed like the people did in Oklahoma. I don't know if you remember that gambit. 2012, not 2016.
Okay, refresh my memory.
Americans elected.
Oh yes, okay.
So states, secretaries of state are sometimes have convenient interpretations of the law when a party that has ballot access tries to give it to another party. And if we want to pursue this avenue, which it does sound like it would be much more inexpensive and efficient, we need to get the groundwork laid and then make the attempt at a time period when we can then try and do something with the party status in order to trigger whatever challenge may come from the Secretary of State early enough that we still have time to do the other way or litigate. It's a long process, but if someone from the Minnesota party wants to start making those calls.
Okay. Right. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I laid it out. Most of it's going to be in 2020. No big surprise there. And I'm asking for $50,000 in the budget for 2019. And with that, I believe Mr. O'Donnell is first.
It's a 2020 ballot access issue, but New Hampshire's trying to make their decision as soon as possible about which way to go. They have 2 routes to ballot access in New Hampshire: party petition or slated candidates. Party petition, they would absolutely need LNC help for. Just petitioning a slated candidates as independents, we could most likely do on our own.
That would be the 1,500 and 1,500.
1,500 and 1,500.
And that would qualify? That would
qualify a whole slate: president, vice president, both congressional districts, the U.S. Senate, governor, and all 5 executive council seats. No state reps, no down ticket at all. party petition.
And there would be party label with that, correct?
Party petition gives us party label and down ticket. Independent, we're independents.
Okay.
But if that slate achieves 4%, we can declare party status afterwards.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So if the slate of independent candidates, if it was petitioned on it as a slate, and one of the three statewide offices, U.S. Senate, governor, or president, gets 4%, that independent slate can declare party status afterwards.
Okay, they're independent on the ballot, but get the 4% plus. We're libertarians.
Correct.
Okay.
Has it successfully happened? Because
Yes,
we thought we could do that in Ohio.
So in that's
their
what we
Secretary
did.
of State
So that's
got confused too.
That's what we did in 2016 in New Hampshire because it came down to the last minute. People in New Hampshire at the time dropped the ball. Nick Dunbar and a team from the LNC came up to New Hampshire. I went up to New Hampshire at the time. I was living in Mass with a group of Mass volunteers, and we did the whole 3,000 signatures in a week and a half. But it was expensive as hell to do in a week and a half. We could start the 3,000 signature petition drive the day after the convention in 2020. We could start the party status petition drive January 1st,
2020, not 2019.
2020.
But New Hampshire needs to make a decision about which way they're going to go and plan for it.
Well,
and
I would say in response to that, okay, if you want to go with the party petition, I mean, what commitments are you getting for people? You know, I'm all for personal responsibility for signatures. You're going to be personally responsible for X6, you go get them or you pay for them.
That's my state with where I'm viewing New Hampshire right now. I'm not on the EC, I'm outside. I'm just one of their volunteers who shows up to every meeting and helps out. Much stronger organization than it was in 2016. I am fully confident that we could organize and get the 3,000, 1,500, and 1,500 on our own with no LNC help.
Okay.
But we will not have party label and we will have no down ticket candidates.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a discussion that we need to have, you know, starting at least at early in 2019 at the latest.
Right.
You know, I would say. Mr. Smith.
I have a personal relationship with some of the people in North Dakota, the North Dakota Party, so if you guys want me to reach out, try and work with them.
I would. I mean, I'm not trying to, I'm just frustrated that, you know, party status was lost when it's not that hard to keep.
Yeah,
and we don't, you know, we're not swimming in money here, obviously, and you know, we just, it's a breakdown that's going to cost us.
And then also the Minnesota Party, Caitlin Cloven, who I work with every day, is pretty sly. She's also a region rep for the state party there, so if you guys wanted someone to reach out to the marijuana parties and try to slyly get some information about that kind of stuff.
I probably should address the state chair, and of course we do have somebody from Minnesota here in the gallery.
Just to, I mean, I'm going to put my 2 cents in on this real quick.
You prefer to give it outside of a streaming meeting?
Oh, you stream?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yes,
Catch me later.
That was going to be my suggestion.
All right. I believe Ms. Mattson and then Ms. Harlos.
So I realized the idea from Richard Winger about Minnesota is a strategic one. How do we practically, you know, get ballot access there on the cheap? But that doesn't happen in a vacuum, and there are bigger issues surrounding that to go with it that deeply concern me, because that group is not our affiliate. So we're talking about, we have one group that's an affiliate, we're going to take another political party that's not our affiliate and finagle with them to get ballot access, but it's not our affiliate. So there are some rather serious implications to that sort of, I mean, we're talking about disaffiliating.
I was waiting for that. We know there's a fire.
So, we have to know what we're talking about. Are we talking about disaffiliating and reaffiliating a different group that wasn't the LP before, that is not, you know, so let's just realize that
I'm sure
those
we'd be
things are
sensitive to that in the process.
Ms. Harlos.
Yeah, Alicia and I are on the same wavelengths, because I was like, oh my goodness, we already have an affiliate there that it does seem like we're talking about disaffiliating a group and reaffiliating with another. But my bigger concerns, I think Alicia addressed that more, sufficiently, is just because a bunch of people are pro-pot does not mean they're anywhere remotely on the same page as us with other things. So that's another huge concern that I have.
If I may address this, I mean, I think that it matters. I agree the details matter, but it's possible that they could transfer their ballot access to us, so it wouldn't be a disaffiliation. And this has happened in Virginia. It happened when Marshall Coleman ran for governor in, this goes back when Doug Wilder was elected, which is 89. And an independent got over 10% for governor, and he wanted to give it to the ballot access to the Reform Party. And the Virginia Board of Elections ultimately capitulated and said they did. Yeah, they capitulated because I think they thought, well, they'll have ballot access for 1 or 2 election cycles, and then it'll go away. And sure enough, that's what happened. So I think they just decided, oh well, screw it, it's going to go away anyway. So no, I agree. I'm not suggesting a disaffiliation, but it may be possible for them to grant their ballot access to us, but I don't know. It was a suggestion from Richard Winger, and beyond that, I don't know.
Just to fairly crystallize, my concern was if we do approach them, whoever does it, whatever discussions are, please don't soft sell them and not really tell them what we really believe, so that there's not some big blow up next year when they're like, oh my God, this and that. I mean, I'd love it if these 2 groups all of a sudden said, oh, there's libertarians, we're libertarians. But you don't want them, next year we get them in, and next thing you know, they're wanting free ponies. So
the pony program is real.
It is.
It's not been announced.
Firm and
yet.
supreme, yes.
So I have Longstreth, then Bishop Henchman, then Hewitt. No Bishop Henchman.
Well, I just,
no Longstreth. Yes, Longstreth.
yeah, well, yeah. I just, at the same time, here's my thoughts, is if we have, sometimes people form political parties, and in this case, it's entirely possible just around one issue. And that's the other part of it too. Yes, we don't need to soft sell ourselves, but we shouldn't necessarily approach them as the enemy either. They may legitimately have one issue, and if they have one issue, well, come on, let's tell you about some other issues. And that's where the other side of the caution would be, is don't go into it thinking that they're the enemy and they don't agree with us either. And so it's whoever does this, whomever, needs to do it with kid gloves and do it the right way. And I think that's the best place that we, as an LNC, can leave it at this point, and then we see where it goes from there.
Mr. Hewitt,
But also may not be
Yeah,
Richard actually.
Maybe one person.
Richard hit on, the first part of what he just said, hit on pretty much what I was going to say anyway. We're aspiring to be major party status. Major parties aren't. They don't come in on one issue. One issue parties are strictly one issue parties. Now, there may be a lot of libertarians amongst those parties, but we have to be very careful because this can be used against us in the very near future. And even though our stance on whatever we want to put in our bodies as adults is our business, not the government's, that sells a lot better than a one issue thing. I think we got to be really careful, especially in potentially still very conservative areas like the Midwest.
Mr. Goldstein.
I just looked at both of those parties' websites. One of them is truly only a marijuana party, and the other basically says that they're dedicated to personal freedom, justice, and peace. We uphold the Bill of Rights and work to repeal drug prohibition. So they're not quite as limited in scope, but marijuana is still pretty much their only issue. And I think some of the people were running for the same offices from both those parties, from what I just saw.
So they share party leadership. They
It looked like it to me. A couple pictures look the same for some of the higher offices.
We don't know how many they is.
It could be only 5 of them.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? I have a question. Bill, are we in a better ballot access position coming out of a midterm election than we've ever been, ever?
I think so.
States,
I think so. I mean, given the states, particularly, I think
and
the answer
better
is yes.
states.
I think the answer is yes, because I think of what remains, the 17 that remain, there are a bunch of those states that should and can, should be able to get themselves on the ballot, so that we're hopefully only dealing with a small handful of states with ballot access issues in 2020.
Well, I mean, and one of the points that in looking at the results that I noticed is, I said better states, probably not the right term to use, but the trade-offs that were made in 18, some of them made for us, were, we have to go back to the well in Arkansas at the cost of, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, but we don't have to go back to New York. you know, we've swapped some states that are real hard for some states that are real easy. And it looks like the 2020 picture is going to take less of our resources as a percentage than any previous presidential cycle.
I think that's true, and I hope that's true, and I know that I and everybody on the Ballot Access Committee will be working to make that true.
Mr. Longstreet.
Just one quick question. Bill, if you could just summarize it. I see at the bottom of your report you said 50,000 is what you're requesting for 2019, and our 4 states, is it 4 states or is it just Alaska too? Alaska and Arkansas, that's it for 2019. Everything else is 2020. Okay, I just want to make sure I got that correct.
And the intent for the Ballot Access Committee is to execute any 2019 ballot access drives that we can, so that those are done in an odd year and
I think
just
you should.
done.
I think if you're going to do ballot access, do it as early as possible. I think, and particularly, I imagine there's going to be less demand for petitioners in 2019 than in 2020. Because you never know. I mean, maybe there's going to be a Rocky Del Fuente or something like that. Who's somebody like that is going to jump in. So yeah, we should.
Is there a New York mayor that has any interest in running for president? That's never occurred.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Mr. Chairman, has there ever been a New York mayor who didn't think about it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to say we're out of time on this issue.
Oh, such
thrilled,
happiness.
actually.
All right, orders of the day. It is now local time 3 p.m. Orders of the day are 10-minute recess, which would return us at 3:10. We then have 90 minutes for consideration of the 2019 budget. It is broken up on the agenda as it traditionally is, where we have time to deal with the budget today. It's deliberately shorter than it needs to be so that we can go into executive session to discuss salary issues at the end of the day, thus clearing the room and letting people go over and start getting ready for the party or eating dinner or whatever it is they do. We have a 6 p.m. start for the event at headquarters. So my goal would be to be done with the executive session no later than 5, should we go into executive session.
If I may just say one thing regarding the question, Paul Frankel just texted me and says it's the best midterm results for any third party ever.
Oh, goody.
There you go.
Some point of order, Mr. Chair. Was it decided previously to vote on the Robin Corner marketing proposal at this meeting? That's not on the agenda.
It was not decided. Okay. I don't believe it was ever added as an agenda item. It was intended that we would have something, we would discuss it.
He's asked to table it for 3 more months anyway.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's new information, but thank you.
Could you repeat that?
Table, 3 months. Or the request from the proposer was that we not deal with it for 3 months. So
was there? I'm sorry. This is crosstalk a little bit.
It's very much so, and we're in a recess.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're very close to a recess.
Okay.
Should we go to our recess?
I think we should go to our recess, and I've got some questions.
Because I'm so kind and gentle and not an ogre.
Matter of opinion.
We will return at 3:15 local time to take up the budget.
I think we asked Joel about that.
Joe, so he's got 32, but that's because he doesn't have the update we got for South Dakota or Secretary of State says that SOS thinks we have to do that. And then he also has bylaws. We know why. He's got a right. We know why. I'll go look. Hi everyone, we're back. All right, it's the most fun part of the meeting. The part where we talk about the money. So the way we've typically done this is Tim Hagan gets the floor and mostly controls the time. He will present a broad overview of the budget. Usually he likes to not take questions until you let him get, well no, you take questions. He'll take questions whenever you want to give it to him. After we get a broad presentation of the budget, the non-confidential portions, we can make amendments to it and see how it works out. They roll up on the spreadsheet up there. It's never big enough, but it's big as it's going to get.
follow along in your packets, and cannot follow along in your packets. You may be able to follow along in the OneNote.
Budget's not in there.
And we'll basically start hammering through some of the big rocks today. We'll probably have somebody request to rise into executive session to talk about the specific salary issues.
You're right.
Oh, you'd like order. Hi. And then we will come back tomorrow. Some point after a few special committees in the morning and take it up again to adopt a final budget. That's the plan. And so with that, Mr. Hagan, go ahead.
Okay, it's also been emailed out. It's in the one of the proposed draft worked on with staff and the executive committee. The actual budget, this column I highlighted in blue. It also has comparisons with the previous years, 2015, 2017, and extrapolate what predict the numbers will be for this year. And you can see down, and gotta make sure this shows up there. Down there where I'm showing total revenues of $1,520,000 or $520,100. Total cost of support and revenue, $336,610. These are the big overall numbers. And total program expenses of $1,311,040. So that gave a deficit of $127,550. And we do budgeting and all finances are done by accrual basis. So I have to remember that we need some additional cash for next year to cover things such as the principal part of the mortgage, because the mortgage in the office space was booked back when we bought it. So basically it's a transfer of an asset that we have now, liability of the mortgage, and then using the cash to cut down that liability. We will be able to pull out, as mentioned before, the $67,800 from two bequests. At the time we were working on the budget, that time was still at $60,300. Now, all these numbers come from the next sheet. Account details here. Some of you may run through these. These are basically fill in these numbers, and they go and into the numbers into the budget to come up with those. So this is really the area should be working on for adjusting the numbers. And if there's no objection, I'd like to go and change a couple of these. The Hyatt Regency Convention bill that's going to be payable, we're paid it down to $53,000. Expect to have another 5 months. We're paying $1,000 a month. Week. Yes. So predict will be about $48,000. That will load January 1st. I change that.
Go ahead. And then the mortgage principal.
And it's got an offsetting revenue.
Offsetting revenue also has to match.
Right. So since we passed the amendment to the Wiener rule,
Wait, that was you're in the bequest line.
One up.
So it's M50 is going to be your
that's
salary.
Yeah, we've shown the building fund revenue, then also then the cash going out. So that will make the dash at the bottom. Those are the two main ones. Want to make sure we got change.
Is there another one for the 60,000 payout? All right, so I see we changed the higher Regency bill down to 48. We changed the mortgage fundraising from 60 down to 20, but then the payout on the mortgage, where's that one?
Yeah, this
It's the normal
this
mortgage
release,
plus the extra.
It's in the
it's
release?
using the revenue as part of this equation, the M50.
Okay, so it's part of the release to
So
pay
this
off
went down.
mortgage line.
Right.
Okay.
And the other 25,000, that's from the normal payments we have to pay on the mortgage, so
I
it's part of
see.
the principal part.
I see.
Dr. Larkin.
I'm sorry, please forgive me, Mr. Hagan. Could you walk through, I had some trouble breaking up my spreadsheet. Could you walk through those changes that you've made to the budget that you presented to the LNC? Could you list just what the changes were again, sir?
Okay. One is the principal, the prepayments on the principal on the mortgage. We have revenues for that, then also paying them off on the mortgage, change that, reduced it by 40,000.
So that would be, I'm sorry, that's
Cell
60 to
M50 on the second tab.
Yes.
If you're in Excel.
M50?
Cell number M50. Should be line, it's 41.
Says building fund.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So from 60 down to 20.
So it goes to 20,000?
Goes to 20,000.
All right, thank you.
Goes to 20,000.
And that auto updates a number at the bottom for the release to pay
Thank you.
off mortgage.
Correct.
And then we adjusted the Hyatt payable down to 48,000 because that's what's expected at the start of the budget year.
In
That's at row 207.
In 207, thank you. To 48,000.
48.
Thank you.
You know, reduce your dollar.
Yeah, reduce that ballot access line.
Oh, yeah, that's the other one, want to do that. Then line 7380-10.
You're just a number now.
It's 156.
So from 110 down to 50?
Ballot Access Committee recommended change that to 50,000.
That's going to let us do all the stuff we need to do in 2019.
I think so.
Was there a specific income line for ballot access?
There should be a ballot access fundraising or revenue line.
Yeah, but we based that on how we did on previous off years.
Okay.
Or sorry.
So it's based on what I think we need in 2019.
No, I'm talking about the income.
Oh, they're
Revenue
right.
side.
So the question is on line 4090 between ballot access and voter registration. Right now, we're just averaging out 15 and 17.
Right.
But do you want to have it be something larger than the 50 that we're spending, but not so big that ballot access fundraising becomes a big part of our fundraising for 2019?
We've got 132,000 agents.
It's
Is that
hard
what
to
Yeah,
raise-
that's based on an extrapolation for 15 and
Hard to raise
17, but we're not going to
132
spend that
from
much.
50.
I mean, any excess that we raise for ballot access in 2019 is going to shore up the 2020 efforts. So we do still need to raise for it. The question is, how much more do you want to raise than 50 that we need to spend in 2019?
Plenty. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know.
Sam?
I'd like to ask Lauren. Lauren, are you going to be doing any targeted ballot access fundraising in 2019? If we put a bigger number in there than we exist currently?
We can, so a lot of those judgments are made based on the circumstances of the time, what we have to market, how we market it, because obviously sending the income raising letter to 20,000 people is very different from sending a mass email. Much of our ballot access fundraising has been mass emails, but occasionally we do a letter. But if that letter is about more than just ballot access, then it gets filed as partial ballot access fundraising, partial just general, things like that. So I would worry less about the line item for ballot access fundraising and more about the overall fundraising line item.
All right, I'm going to ask the question a different way then. So we have to spend about $50,000 on ballot access in 2019, but we're going to have to spend probably another 100, 125, maybe even 150 in 2020.
Well, I would think, I mean,
you got Illinois.
Yeah. I mean, I really haven't.
You haven't thought about it.
I haven't thought about it, but I would say 150 to 200. I bet.
Right. So the question is, how much are? It is kind of a luring question. Is how much more do you see as feasible to fundraise in 2019 for ballot access when it's not related to spending in 2019? It's going to be future ballot access funds for the 2020 cycle. I mean, is $100,000 a good number? Is 150 a good number? Is it 75, which would just give us 25 extra? Because we're trying to go into 2020 with money.
Right now, we're going into 2019 with no money. So it's, I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I am hesitant to go worrying about fundraising for 2020 when we've got so many battles left to fight in 2019, frankly. And our donors that I've talked to do very much care about 2020 ballot access. So I think we market 2019 ballot access as 2020 ballot access. And we see how responsive people are, and you know, we don't leave money sitting on the table.
Right.
It's just people grow weary of ballot access fundraising after a certain point.
Well, I mean, the other option is we just leave it at the 132, because that's an extrapolation out from the last two odd-numbered years.
Yeah, it's 135
in which we've raised that much. That's what we raised for ballot access in odd-numbered years.
Did we have more than just
We had
two states that
drives.
we were working on in those years and have a reason to raise that much more money? I can't
17 at Ohio.
We
And
may still have Ohio.
No, we're not.
And there was another big project in 15. Was that Oklahoma still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100,000 at least.
You know, this is a zero-sum game. Donors only give so much money. And I'd like to know the relationship in donors' desires or priorities between the two big things, candidate support and ballot access. You know, and I know, when I looked at the numbers, if we say what we spent on ballot access over the last 4 years compared to what we spent on candidate support, I think that's a much bigger number. I don't know. But maybe we need to look at that. And you see what I'm saying? Because we can have all the ballot access we want in the world, and if we have nobody winning any races, it's almost a moot point.
Lauren, and then Alicia, then Joe, then Tim.
So we did a brief survey, and by brief, I mean not a ton of people responded to it. But I was asking donors this very same thing, and we tried to execute it online, but activists went nuts, so then we didn't roll that out. But the results I got, now keep in mind, very small sample size, so that is a limiting factor. But the things that donors said they cared the most about were ballot access, 2020 ballot access. So two different categories, two different things. So 2019 ballot access was the top one, 2020 ballot access was the top one, strategic candidate support was the top one, legal work to make the laws more fair for libertarians was the top one, and membership growth. Those were the five that the donors who responded to the survey prioritized over other things, including recruiting candidates, supporting candidates broadly, supporting affiliates, winning races, media, advertising, mortgage, registering libertarians, and policy work. So again, ballot access, both 2019 and 2020, supporting strategic candidates, legal stuff to improve laws for libertarians, and membership are the top five vote getters in this very limited survey. And those are from actual donors who have given in the last couple of years.
So last year, what did we give for total ballot access?
I don't have that right in front of me, but okay, here's another data point.
Last year or this year?
Yeah, up to for this.
It's on there, the 27.
The 17 is right up here on this sheet.
130,000. Okay, so it's 130,000.
And we pushed hard on that last year.
And didn't we give 200,000 to Ohio or something?
I can't.
All right. Jeff had the floor. Jeff asked the question. Lauren answered the question. Jeff, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I'm pointing out those that it seems like there's a very little bit given in candidate support, very little, as though it's way down on the thing, and ballot access is up there, and I don't know if that really reflects what, especially our larger donors.
So I'm just going to interject.
That was
is the
editorialized.
revealed preference of our donors, not the stated preference, but what they give. They give money for ballot access, and they don't give money for candidate support. That's not what I want, Lauren.
If I may respond to that, I think part of the reason for that is because they are in a habit of giving for ballot access. It is one of the most specific asks we've been making for a long time. However, this year we asked for candidate support over and over and over and over and over and over through different formats, over and over. And repeatedly those asks fell flat. And I kept doing it in these different ways to see, hey, was it just this email went out on the wrong day, or did they not dig this particular candidate, or what was the story there? And they just weren't giving to it. So while a lot of people talk a lot about how they want candidate support, membership was not giving big dollars to it. Now our major donors care, but the thing is, there's a difference between a major donor who's going to max out anyway and another major donor who wouldn't max out anyway, but this will help push them to max out. So I think there's a whole lot of complexity there. But I agree with you, it's very lopsided on the sheet.
Okay, so here's who I have on deck. I have Ms. Mattson, I have Dr. Lurk, I have Mr. Hagan, I have Mr. O'Donnell, I have Mr. Redpath, and I have Mr. Longstreth. That's the... no, Mr. Bishop, would you like to be? Yes, ma'am.
Can I buy my way up on that order, please?
Yeah, $100,000.
He's got a wedding plan. Or 30,000 for
$100. Ogre's only dealing gold. Ms. Mattson.
So when we have a very specific drive that's underway, and we can say we need this much money in this amount of time for this particular drive, here's how the state really messed us over in Ohio or whatever, you're going to inspire people to give. Once we do those two drives and we say just a generic call, well, we don't really have a drive underway, but we're going to need it next year, so go ahead and give now. I'm skeptical that that sort of approach would yield big margins, maybe some margin. My inclination would probably be to change that number to about 60,000, because we got 50,000 worth of drives that will inspire people to give to a specific ask. And then, if we overshoot that, great. But whatever number we put in there, we're assuming that we're going to hit those numbers, and that money will be available to pay bills like the Hyatt. And so we need to be realistic on the revenue side, and not just adopt, pie in the sky revenues that aren't going to happen. So I think realistically that number ought to be more like 60,000, because we got 50,000 worth of projects to ask for.
Dr. Lark?
My comment basically has already been addressed.
Mr. Hagan?
I was just going to point out that the slide right after ballot access, the 4,000 general fundraising, which is the ballot access revenue, plus other general fundraising. We have 1,261,100, which is pretty close to what we raised in 2017. So I wouldn't want to be hesitant to raise that number anymore. It could be starting to get unrealistic, but staff could probably decide what kind of approaches to use to get this overall number. And I think that's probably pretty realistic since it's close to 2017's number.
Add you to the list. But otherwise it's going to keep going back and forth, and it's going to get Mr. O'Donnell.
We're getting hung up on people donating for ballot access, which is a party activity, but not donating for candidate support. But we've been having record fundraising with our candidates. The members are and supporters are giving directly to the candidates,
right,
not to the party to support them. Right. So it's not that the donations, the money's not there. They are giving it directly to who they want it to go to. So I don't really see that as an issue with candidate support fundraising being much lower than ballot access, because we are seeing record numbers in fundraising for our candidates. And so clearly they're getting the support. We'd all love it to be more support, but it's not like it's not there. And acting like it's not there, it's just not in our budget. It's directly in the
It's not coming to us.
Right.
Mr. Redpath.
Mr. O'Donnell said exactly what I was going to say. He robbed you all of a very witty line that was going to
Please share with us your wit.
I'll wait for the right occasion.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yeah, so my thoughts is we should set the ballot access budget at 150% of what we need. That's generally a good practice, is to take what you are aiming for, go 50% above, and you should be covered no matter what. So that would put us at a budget of $75,000 on the income line for that. Then I have a question for Ms. Doherty, if that's okay.
Are you moving to amend that line on the spreadsheet to 75
we're
as
still
a specific thing?
You know what? We're still in discussion, but yeah, let's go ahead. Let's move it to 75,000, and then we can move forward.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Is there objection? There's not really objection, so.
Actually, more of a procedure thing. Nobody has moved to adopt this budget yet.
Yeah, so technically,
We assumed
it
Or
is,
like informal
we've done this
discussions.
before. It is assumed that since it's the item on the agenda, that it has the status of being an open item of business that's amendable. That's my ruling. If anyone has a problem, it came from a committee. So so there's no objection to having the revenue line on 4090 made 75,000. And you pointed out that you would still like the 4,000 total line to be approximately the size of the 17 number. Or is that? Does everyone get where Tim's coming from there? We still want to raise about 1.2 million. Even if we're not raising all of it in ballot access, we have to raise it somewhere else. Is that? Does everyone understand that? I guess is the Ms. Doherty.
This is something I would like to comment on, if I may.
You're at right now because
Well, it's relevant to the 1.2 million and whether that's a realistic number.
well, we're not there yet, but you're on deck. Mr. Longstreth is done, so I have.
So go ahead and make that change.
Go ahead and make that change.
75,000.
75,000. I have Mr. Bishop Henchman, Ms. Doherty, Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Merced, and Mr. Hewitt, and then back to Mr. Longstreth.
I had a question.
Oh, you had a question. That's right. Go ahead. Ask your question.
So my question, it's not exactly relevant to the ballot line for the income, but you noted the 5 that you surveyed, and those are the top 5 areas. That's great. We targeted a lot this year as well. What were our top 5 grossing areas this year?
Top 5 grossing areas, we'd have to look at that. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. I didn't know if you knew off the top of your head.
I mean, a lot of our asks are general overhead asks.
So it's mostly general is where where we've been seeing it go to, not to anything else in particular?
No, I mean, convention obviously was a big one.
Okay.
And that was over, how much did that turn out to be? That was multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars. So convention's huge, but most of it's just general funds, which is very important.
Sure, yeah.
We need to not be dismissive of that, because that's what allows us to have flexibility to pay staff, pay the electric bill, pay for candidate support, even though donors aren't giving to candidate support. So that general fund is very, very, very important. But we have very limited other funds. So we have the building fund, ballot access fund, convention, and really those are the specific other things we track.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Just talking about the zero-sum comment from, I think Mr. Hewitt gave it, respectfully pushed back a little bit on it. Yeah, I've done my share of fundraising over the last many years, and people don't really have, most people don't really have a set amount that they're going to give you. It's you come with them with something, and they may react to it, and different people react different ways. Some people react to mail, some people react to email, some people react to personal pitches, and you know, we've been moving more towards a variety of approaches and trying to segment some of those asks. So there are lots of people that I have asked money for who, you know, we viewed as tapped out, and then we pitched them another project that we thought might capture their interests, and you know, we luckily don't have the FEC caps that we labor under here, but able to turn 5-figure donors into, you know, $500,000 donors from being able to do that. So you know, and people's priorities change as time goes on. I also think, you know, I would wonder why we would be as big a stickler about what revenue line it is, rather than focusing on kind of what are we aiming to get through general members, through you know, emails and mailing, what are we aiming to get through major donors, the large categories of donor audiences, rather than kind of fixating what we're going to get from this project versus that project, except for the fact where it applies to project expenses.
So it's, to answer that particular question, just that question, it builds off of something you said about how people are sometimes tapped out, but then they're not tapped out because you offered them something different. The segregated funds, even though they're not legally segregated, but ballot access, building, campus development, litigation, when you tell the donor, I'm putting it in the bucket where I only spend it on this thing, you can sometimes extract from that donor more money because they're comfortable that it's being spent only on their priorities and not on overhead. Now, that's the fundraising balance where if you do that too much, you never have overhead money because everybody wants targeted donations. So it's using the right pitch at the right time, but that's the reason why we have the line items like that, where
I
you
just
can tell
raised it
somebody.
mainly to observe, you know, if she comes in, if the staff comes in 50 under on ballot access and 50 over on candidate support, are we really going to be mad at her that she didn't hit the numbers that we gave her?
Speaking of which, Ms. Doherty, you're next.
So the number 1.2 million, I think it for fundraising is very reasonable. So standardly, 100,000 per month is a very reasonable amount without having major donations. So in my experience, sitting in this role for two years now, if we don't have lots of major donations, we could typically get 100,000. Now that being said, this month we're not hitting 100,000 this month. And so the last couple months have been kind of an exception. So my rule of thumb in my brain used to be 100,000 is what we can do if we execute our systems well and without major donors. And then we go out and work on major donors and we get some donations in, and then it'd get more like 120 or something. If we want to have anything above 1.2 million, we really have to do major donor cultivation. And that 1.2 million, you know, I cannot predict how many major donors, how many max donors we will have in any given year with huge certainty because we have so few. If we had a much bigger pool of them, I could give you a much more accurate average. But when you have so few, if one falls off, obviously that's a huge percentage. Now that being said, last year we had the most major max donors that we have ever had in our history of the data I can find, right? So we've made a lot of progress on that. We have almost as many this year. We really need to prioritize major donor cultivation to get above that, and so I wanted to plant that with you. And Joe and I have talked about some wealth analytics software that is not currently in the budget. So if you want that number to grow, we really need that software to help us identify new max donors, to help get them involved with us. Because obviously, $133,900 check that is the equivalent of many $25 checks, and it is much more cost effective to raise that, but we need to prioritize it.
All right, I have Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Brissett, Mr. Good.
I've got two things. First of all, we had a very successful convention theme contest in 2017 that brought in $15,000 that got consumed into the general budget. So I'm going to suggest we add $20,000 on the convention revenue line as convention revenue that will be booked in 2019. between opening the welcoming committee early and our upcoming pay-to-play 20 for 20 theme contest. I think that the convention committee could easily raise $20,000 in 2019 in preparation for the 2020 convention.
So that's going to be on
4,200,
4210.
Or is it
15.
convention? No, it's 4,215. Unrestricted.
Okay.
You want that to be 20,000?
I think we could do 20,000 between the theme contest and now because the welcoming committee includes gold packages. Does that complicate matters somehow?
It offsets it with you have a debit against your credit, so you have $1,000 coming in, and then you have
whatever
a number going out that's probably on the order of half of it.
No, probably not. Yeah, a little bit
Close to it.
Okay.
Is there a second for Sam's motion?
With the gentleman's state, which line was, I'm sorry?
4215, I guess is what.
4200-15.
Thank you, 4215.
Which is line 56 of the Excel spreadsheet on tab 2.
Second.
There's a second from Ms. Biliou. Is there any objection?
Yes.
Ms. Mattson, go ahead.
So I'm going to speak against this.
A little louder.
All right,
Sorry.
we just had an issue with 2018 that we brought in lots of cash in advance of the convention, but then we used that cash to fund other activities. And when it came time to pay the convention bill, we didn't have cash. So we had a big pile of convention revenues, and we rated it, and then now we got nothing to pay the bill. So I'm kind of, we spoke just a few minutes ago about how the welcoming committee was very critical to help filling the gap for the people who don't buy packages, and so now we're talking, let's go ahead and start fundraising, but assume it's going to go to the general fund, and once again not save it for the convention. So I don't like starting to cannibalize convention revenues a year in advance. We already had a problem with it this year, so I'm going to speak against this motion.
Ms. Doherty and then Mr. Goldstein.
In my opinion, one of the reasons we had so many gold packages at this past convention, which was a lot of the reason it was so financially successful, was because we started so early. And it doesn't mean we're spending that much staff time or money promoting it, but we're planting the seeds in people's brains, and a lot of those gold packages came in really early. So I would hate for us to miss out on that opportunity by not doing some of it sooner rather than later.
Mr. Goldstein.
Well, I agree theoretically with Alicia, but the reality is that we do not have a segregated fund set aside for just convention revenues and expenses. We need to do that, but the reality is we've never done that. And the reality is that any convention revenues get rated for the general fund anyway. I would hope we would do a better job paying our bill off in 2020, because we don't want to develop a reputation of not having paid it. But I think the reality is that in 2019, we're going to need every nickel that we could get from any kind of source at this point in time. Yeah, at this point, not in 19.
Ms. Matson, well, actually, Ms. Harlos has not spoken yet.
Sam is correct as going to say that we're going to raise it. It has to be accounted for somewhere, and without a restricted fund for convention, revenue, it's already just going to end up there. Putting that number there or not, everyone is talking about starting all these convention promotions early, so the money is going to be raised. It has to be accounted for somewhere. And I have a point of information because my sheet got messed up. We lowered the Hyatt bill to what?
48,000.
48,000.
Which is a rough number.
Okay.
My understanding of the technical point is the reason that this goes on 15 instead of 10 is that it's not ticket revenue. Ticket revenue is in fact restricted. Whether it gets rated or not is a different question, but it's allocated. Whereas welcoming committee and theme contests are not automatically allocated. Is that correct, Robert?
Yeah, so what happens is anything related to a package ticket is booked as a liability rather than actual revenue in the year. So that doesn't get booked until we actually hold the convention. Because if we don't hold a convention, realistically, that money, people will want that money back.
But if we name the convention and we don't have the convention, we can't tell those people they can't have their money back.
We're still keeping the money.
Rather than do that, we can record immediately, and And we had our auditor and the audit committee looked into that the last 2 years and said, yeah, that's the proper way to treat that revenue.
Dr. Lark, were you seeking to be recognized, or should I go to Ms. Mattson?
Go ahead, please go to Ms. Mattson.
Go Ms. Mattson.
So welcome committee falls into that package category to some degree because we're putting gold packages in with it. And you know, besides if we don't have the convention, we have to refund the money. If we do have the convention, the meals that we're obligated to purchase to support the gold package have to be paid for out of that revenue. So there's costs that go with the packages. So you've got to have the cash to pay for the costs of, you know, serving the food, right? And I want to point out that even if we leave that at 0, that does not cut us off from being able to start to sell gold packages. But they need to go into that, you know, deferred revenue category. It's going to sit there for a while and be used to pay off the meals that we have to purchase to pay for to support the packages. So, you know, if we leave this at 0, it doesn't stop us from raising those funds. But I don't want to raise the funds. I mean, if we put it in there, if we put this number in there, what it says is when we get to the bottom line, that number is there and it's available to pay current year expenses, not looking ahead to next year's expenses. That tells you, oh, hey, look, our budget's in balance, but it's in balance based on liabilities we're going to incur and have to pay next year. So I'm gonna stick with keeping a 0 here.
So I'm going to go back to Mr. Goldstein, but only one last time, because now we've gone back and forth 3 times, and we should just proceed to a vote in one way or another.
I'm going to amend my brainstorm slightly by withdrawing the idea that we're going to put any money from the membership of the welcoming committee into that line, but with possible convention themes like Ancapistan, free choice on everything, whatever else they're going to be. I bet and the state of Texas is going to be big on getting whatever it wants. I'm guessing we'll raise $20,000 on the theme contest by itself.
Mr. Kraus, is this germane to the question?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think we really pushed the theme contest last time, but just to let you know, we did book $16,400 in 2017 for that theme contest. So $20,000 is not unrealistic. It would probably raise more.
It was 15.4.
That's
a lot of that
okay.
just didn't be
So we'll now proceed to a vote on the amendment. The amendment is to add $20,000 to line 4200-15, which is line 56 on the spreadsheet. Would go from nothing to 20,000. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that looks like. One more time. Sorry, I just want to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9 to 5. It passes. 20,000 will be added to that line.
I had one other thing, real briefly, and it's a totally different story.
Is it? Can I come back around to you? Because Mr. Merced and Mr. Hewitt were on deck.
Yep.
Mr. Merced?
Okay. Basically, what I'm going to do is just make one sort of comment that'll probably help in the future. Basically, because Richard, you kind of already resolved this with 150%, which I totally agree with. But basically, like the 130 that was originally there was an extrapolation based on the dollar amounts of previous years, and the point was made, which was a good point, that partially the revenue received was related to the expenses we were asking to fund. So when I was thinking, so I did a quick back on the envelope calculation on 15 and 17, the ratio between the two, the revenue and the expenses. So basically, we raised 135% of our expenses in 2015, ballot access expenses, and 100% of our ballot expenses in 2017. That helps think about the numbers for the future items as we go to the other lines.
Mr. Hewitt, then Mr. Goldstein again.
And mine's back to another subject that we're on within response to what Justin said and Bill wanted to say. I agree that a lot of the fundraising does go directly to candidates. However, both other parties have huge amounts to give, and there's a lot of candidates, specifically like the ones that Apollo was dealing with, who not only could use a little bit of seed money from the national party to get other stuff started and everything, but I think it's real important. There's a lot of races where that, you know, we can come in there because they, especially in some of these smaller races, they don't have the access or the time to go out and get some of these bigger donors. So I think it's still very, very important. I think candidate support is huge with this national primary.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, I can't find the line item now, but I thought I saw like $79,000 in here for direct mail expenses. And I just wanted to ask the fundraising director, what's our ROI on fundraising direct mail letters? Are we at least making money on them anymore?
Oh, yes. It's row 93.
Line number 7010-10.
Spreadsheet row 93.
Spreadsheet line 93. And that is.
And the revenue's up in 11 through 15.
It's roughly $11,000 per house letter, and thinking of 7 house letters, is that the whole noted there? Yeah. Basically, 7 house letters. Ms. Doherty, to answer your, want to answer Sam's question?
Yes. So I have substantial background in direct mail. I did it at Freedom Works with a very, very large budget. So when I look at direct mail, it's my stronger expertise on fundraising. We do make money. We do make substantial money. We could not just end our direct mail program. That being said, I am trying to overhaul it to make it even more effective. So in the past, the style had been Wes's preference of doing a handful of large mailings a year. I want to do more small targeted mailings. And by small, I mean sometimes it's 400 letters. Some of our, well, by far our most successful fundraising letters have been these small, very targeted letters. So for example, I know who all the ballot access donors are. It's one of the few data segments I have where I can pull it and see these donors care very much about this particular issue, they're repeat givers, and so on. So on ballot access, I will be able to bring in more money and a much higher ROI if I send it to 400 ballot access donors than if I send it out to 20,000 people. So last year we experimented a fair bit with various different things. I'd try a mailing, see how it did. If it did well, we'd expand it. We'd send it to more people. We'd send it to prospects. We'd try that out. A lot of our prospect mailings just do not do well. And prospect mailings inherently do not bring in money because the whole purpose is to get people involved that aren't. But our house files do make us money, and they're very, very important. Doing prospecting to former donors is very important too, and I'll give you an example. After the delegates of the convention passed the sex workers plank, I thought we should try an edgier direct mail piece, and we should try one on this. But we should not send it out to every brand new libertarian out there because many of them are not going to be ready for that. So I thought, of the data I have, how can I deal with this in a way where we get the demographics that this is going to resonate best with? Now, our data is limited, and this is one of the things staff is going to be working on, is collecting more data on our donors, storing it. So for example, if somebody cares about immigration, I want to know that. If they care about sex workers' rights, I want to know that. If they care about marijuana, I want to know that. If they hate marijuana, I want to know that because I don't want to send them a mailing about marijuana. So we need to be tracking that, and we're working to start doing that. But on the sex workers mailing, we sent it to donors who had given for 5 consecutive years at some point in the past 20 years or so. And some of these people had not given to us in a very long time, but we sent them this mailing anyway. We reactivated several donors, hardcore donors, people who were really devout donors. We reactivated them after having lapsed for more than 14 years. And that is a particular success because these are people who are more likely than average, far more likely than average, to be repeat loyal givers in the future. So I'm working on those kind of angles, and I think if we want to grow our donor base, we really, really, really need to keep the direct mail program, and we need to be nuanced with it, we need to be thoughtful with it. Jess is working with me on improving the mail we send out to to members that we're asking to renew. So I'm strongly in favor of not decreasing the budget on direct mail. We may come in cheaper, actually, with this overhaul, or we may not. But the key thing is we're working very, very strategically to make sure we maximize the ROI.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments from Mr. Hagan to continue his presentation? Okay, Mr. Hagan.
Since we already hit on the revenue, so I just want to mention a couple of things. Campus outreach project, we they budget 15,000 for revenue and expenses, with the idea of raising money to, I believe that was to try to develop some new campus organizations. It's one of the recommendations came out of the executive committee. As well the cash revenue we just hit. So that pretty much covers most of the fundraising areas.
Do you know if on the campus outreach proposal, is that a staff directed thing or a youth engagement committee directed thing or
Mr. Lark, Dr. Lark.
Yes, an excellent question, Mr. Bishop Henchman. One of the things, and I've spoken to Ms. Doherty, I've spoken to Ms. Mears about this. Let me give you a little brief background. If I've learned anything in my nearly 35 years of working with campus libertarians, it is the vast majority of self-identified libertarians on college campuses are not interested in partisan political politics. If they're interested in politics at all, it tends to be issue politics. I think there are ways in which we can do much more, but a lot of that is simply trying to make sure we know who's out there. And I think I have looked at this largely as, yes, we wish there are some new programs we're looking at, but also to have people on staff whose dedicated role is to try to make sure that we have the follow-up with people. We've done it in the past with interns. Usually each intern does it once and then runs screaming away. So I tend to think of this actually, I think the real oomph is going to be actually with paying for dedicated staff support on a lot of this. But we do have some ideas about particular projects and ways we can raise funds for those, again, working with Ms. Doherty and Ms. Mears.
And the other thing under revenues, we have 60,000 for other events. That's 4200-20. That's based on having 3 VIP events during the year. Because I was been in some VIP events associated with LNC meetings that have been pretty successful with the fundraising. So now our total revenues, we're looking at 1,442,300. A lot of these, we already covered the direct mail expenses, and a lot of these numbers are based on the current trend for 2018. Credit card processing fees, of course, just a percentage of fundraising.
Back to the direct mail thing real quick, because it just popped into my head. In our projected expenses for that, have we accounted for the fact that they just asked for the biggest postal rate increase ever?
Probably not, although I think the rate increase is on the order of 10%.
It's a 5-cent increase on the first ounce, and then they're reducing it on the second ounce significantly.
Don't we get a bulk rate?
Yeah.
We get a bulk rate, but
those all go up.
Imagine that they're moving parallel. It's roughly a 10% increase.
Yeah, but the second ounce is coming down, I read.
Yeah, so right, but we don't
send heavy mail.
as a matter of course, we don't write a lot of long letters. I mean, we're going to write more, or we're going to have that in the mix, but we don't get the multi-ounce. Ms. Doherty?
I purposefully edit down letters to avoid that second ounce. We're working on having stationery that is lighter to avoid that second ounce. These are things we take into consideration on a regular basis. We do need to try more first-class mail because it's more likely to get opened. But when we mail to fewer people, we can afford to spend a little more, especially if we're targeting people more effectively. We're working to increase open rates. I mean, I anticipate our direct mail program for 2019 being very different than it has been in 2018 or 2017. So I'm not worried about the postal rate increase personally.
Can I ask to go back to go up a little bit? New donor prospecting in 17 was significant. significantly higher than 15 and 18.
Why am I not recalling how do we spend that much more money in 17?
Johnson list.
Oh. Okay. Enough said. So it was extra prospecting mailings because we had that larger pool to try and dig into.
We very rarely do prospect mailings of any kind because they are almost never fruitful for us. But we were hopeful and optimistic about the Johnson list. It was not very fruitful. We have it. We can prospect more from it if we would like to, but based on the results.
I was just asking because it's an anomalous number. Ms. Mattson?
Looking at row M118, which is account 7090 ballot access fundraising expense. And it looks like that's set based on the average of prior years, which we were fundraising a lot more money. And it seems like if we're only going to fundraise $75,000, probably that expense will not be that high. So perhaps we can reduce
just like the paper
that.
stuff.
Maybe it should be a formula relative to the amount we're raising instead of past years.
Their
So
salary.
if it costs us 16,000 to raise 75, that's, you know.
So I understand what you're saying. What I would point out is 15 and 17 had roughly the same ballot access fundraising number. We raised about 130 grand. 15, it cost us 22 grand to raise 130 grand. Somehow in 17, it only cost us 9,700 to raise 130 grand. So I don't think it's wrong to reduce the $16,000 number, but I would be careful looking for a linear relationship between how much we bring in and how much it costs to bring that money in. I think the relationship is actually based on what the project is, because the ask is the same. It's just I see
how many people were you sending it to?
I see Mr. Kraus and Ms. Doherty and
So Robert says it was two letters in 1 year, one letter in the next year. I wrote the one letter in the next year. I would anticipate doing one letter this year, or 2 or 3 smaller letters. I think 10,000 would be more than enough for that line item.
Okay.
And potentially less.
It's small, but okay.
Can I would suggest 12 just to be conservative. Because if you're doing smaller letters with the higher first class mailing cost, 12,000 instead of 10,000. Because we haven't extrapolated out like 10.5 from 2018.
I consider 10,000 a conservative number.
Okay. Dr. Lark?
I guess I would be even, I agree with the chair's conservatism as opposed to Ms. Doherty's conservatism. So I would say 12,000 I think would be better.
Let the record reflect that that's the only type of conservatism I'm comfortable with. Is there any objection to having line 7090 be changed from $16,200 to $12,000? It was me, and it's sort of out of order. Does anyone else feel like? Well, Dr. Lark actually sounded very comfortable with it.
And I seconded Dr. Lark.
That's what I heard.
That's a good idea, Jim.
There's no objections.
Dr. Lark, are you comfortable with that procedure? Such as it was? And hearing no objection, we'll make that 12,000. Line 118 on the spreadsheet. I have a question from Mr. Sheets in the gallery, I think, without objection.
We were looking at the spreadsheet with regard to mailing out the newsletters, and what was it, very close to it? I know a lot of us are perfectly happy seeing that stuff electronically online, and I think if it would save us some money, we can stop the mailings of the newsletter, just make it available online electronically.
As a point of information, because this has come up in previous budget years, so I'm gonna summarize for you all the discussion in about a minute. Basically, there are people who only read mail, who don't want it electronically, and if they don't see something from us, like LP News, they don't give us any money. So we can't stop it.
Secondly, the marginal cost of LP News, almost all the cost is in the first issue. Like just printing it gets you to roughly 80 to 85% of the total cost of a run. So the extra households that receive it cost us nearly nothing. And the only thing that we've discussed in previous years is whether or not we try and do 6 versus 4 versus 5, and that usually in these budget meetings on an off year, we cut out one issue as a cost-cutting measure. But I think that's already built into this spreadsheet that we have the odd year number. Is that right? 5 issues.
And also another point,
eventually, if we do it this often enough, we just start doing it as a matter of course.
Another point, we include a return envelope in all the LP News, so they do get some revenue too.
Yeah, we already have the 5 issues at 10.3 per issue on line 143. So that I'm not saying it's not a good point. It's just we've done that a couple of times.
And that's the same numbers.
So I have Ms. Doherty, Mr. Bishop Henchman, Mr. Redpath. Were you?
I was just going to say, I think we started this at 3:15, I think. So we're nearly an hour into this. I'm not sure about that, but that's what I think.
Yeah, and we probably have about 15 more minutes before, if we want to do anything meaningful with the salary spreadsheet, we should get there. So Ms. Doherty, Ms. Van Horn, Mr. Nicola, and Mr. Bishop Henchman.
It currently costs us 55 cents to mail out an issue to one person of LP News. Obviously, if we decrease the quantity substantially, that cost will go up because the cost goes down as the volume goes up, correct? Staff does plan to start offering people the option to receive a digital copy. So if people want to opt out of the mail copy, they will be able to do that. It will save us some money. I don't know how much because I don't know how many people are going to opt out of the printed copy, but it does generate revenue a digital copy would not. So I do think it is important for us to provide the printed copy to the vast majority of our members.
Ms. Van Horn?
I was just going to mention digital copies. We get 2 LP Newses sent to our house because we have 2 members living there, and it's redundant. To me, it seems like a waste of money, but you're saying that it's not going to save any money to cut back on them.
Robert,
I would opt for the digital
mail thing for your household.
Yeah, it's really easy. You just tell me who doesn't want LP News and they won't get it.
He's not here, but do
Which can happen. Oh, he is there. He's he's hiding. So you guys can figure that out at some time that's not right now.
I can make that happen.
I would go for digital on both. I mean, if it would save money, but now I'm hearing differently. So, but to me, that's, I mean, I don't like mail at all. Paper mail or anything coming in the mailbox, box and all of it. So.
Mr. Nicola?
Yeah, so I was just going to advocate having an opt-out, like Lauren said, because I know somebody very, very close to me that tends to recycle LP mail. So, you know, if there's a way to just opt out of most mailings, I'd rather just save the LP money and have other people do the same.
There is also a reduced mail flag that it works in our database, but you'd have to talk to Robert after this to figure out exactly how it works, because I don't really know. I have Mr. Bishop Henchman, and then I think Mr. Longstrom.
Not to interrupt the momentum on LP News, but Ms. Doherty saved us $4,200 a moment ago. I guess Dr. Lark did. And then
he's a man of incredible talents.
Right, yeah. Line 7020-30, or Excel line 101, is Executive Director Solicitation Expense. And I wanted to go back to a wealth analytics add-on. Ms. Doherty might be able to describe more about, because I think we had it on a temporary basis at some point. So what this is you feed in your names of your donors into this system, and it can layer on to the system that, you know, whatever system you use to manage all your donor activity. And it will, using publicly available data, determine who's a major gift prospect. So I haven't looked at our information, but I know of an organization that has about 2,000 individual donors, and running through this determined about 400 of them are what that calls 1 zeros, which is on a 1 to 10 scale, the people with the capacity to make 6-figure gifts based on available information. So this would allow, this allows fundraisers to target messages to a specific audience. Now, just because they wrote you a $25 check and they could write a $100,000 check doesn't mean they are going to, but at least that means who you're targeting that message to are the people that are capable of doing it. Mr. Doherty's estimated it's a $4,000 expense. That's about right. We pay about $5,000 to my organization for it. We wouldn't be able to do new major donor cultivation without it. Now, I know we've got some very generous major donors that, knock on wood, are going to support us year in and year out. This is more looking to how we grow more major donors, elevate people we have in our database. We, determined they could give the FEC maximum, and going out and trying to cultivate them and get that. Because otherwise, we're really flying blind, maybe on gossip or what we know, where instead of relying on data rather than hunches. So I think it's an important expense that we ought to include. I don't know, and will it enable additional major gifts in 2019? Honestly, your answer is as better as anybody else's. I mean, it could be a goose egg. We could get one donor to give us $30,000. We could get 10 donors to give us $30,000. I'm not big on silver bullets. I think there's a lot of like, wow, if we just did this, that would solve our budget problem. And I'm not trying to sell this as this way, but any way you go down the road, if we're going to do major gifts fundraising, this is a tool we're going to need.
Two questions. Is this in addition to or replacement for the previous wealth screening software that we had?
The previous one was a 1-year subscription. It has expired by several months. We did not renew it because we didn't have the money. Plus, I wanted a different tool.
Okay, so this is the different tool.
Yes, similar but different. So the one we had previously, we had a specific subscription with the Johnson list in mind, and with registered libertarians list in mind. And our needs right now are very different because we don't have this huge influx of new data like that. Our needs right now are for a tool that integrates with our database that allows us to see very easily, allows staff to very quickly look at our donors and say, oh, I should follow up with this person. They gave $25, but next time I should ask them for $1,000. This tool would do that.
Second question, and it's technical. Does this fall appropriately under solicitation expense, or does it fall appropriately under the same IT line that we use for Blackbaud's other software products to manage our donor/member database?
I defer to Mr. Kraus on that. For my organization, any solicitation expenses have to go into a solicitation category, but we may be different.
I mean, it makes sense to me both ways. It probably makes more sense as a solicitation. Mr. Hagan, do you?
Categorize the previous one.
I may not.
I mean, we're
To start just for the
we're not going to.
executive director's solicitation, maybe under this line.
I mean, we're not wealth screening just to wealth screen. We would be doing it to ask wealthy people to give us more money. So I think I'm sort of answering my own question. Mr. Kraus, does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I guess I didn't get to stating my motion.
Oh, yeah.
Adjust line 7020-30 from 5,000 to 9,000. That's my motion.
Second.
I'm sorry. Is that
Wait,
wait,
that's zero.
Which line?
It has 0 in it right now.
There's zero in it right now.
Oh, I added it.
What line are you looking at?
Maybe
The
you're,
ED solicitation expense.
It's line 101, I believe, in the
but
spreadsheet.
maybe you already
We
put
have
5 in
zero
and
right
then
now.
going for it.
You
On our
already put
spreadsheet.
5 in, Joe?
I have the 5.
Are you?
Is it draft
101's
9?
at zero
Is
right now.
that the only expense in
Look at the top headers.
there? Well, I guess you gotta
draft
write letters and stuff.
Probably. I mean, the letters go in other categories.
Let's do 0 to 5,000. So make it 5,000.
So the motion is to amend line 7020-30 ED solicitation expense to add 5,000. There's a second from Mr. Hewitt. Is there objection? Hearing no.
Just one, is that an annual leasing fee? Okay.
What was the answer?
Yes.
All right. Hearing no objection, we'll add that there. Other budgetary stuff you want to present, Tim, or other questions or concerns about specific lines from? Oh, Mr. Longstreth, you were on there. Sorry.
No worries. So, guys, I just wanted to remind you, too, on all of these direct mailings, jumping back now to the newsletter and that sort of thing, remember, your LP News and any other mailings that come from the Libertarian Party don't just have to be for you and your recycle bin or your trash can, depending on the state and culture you come from. You can also take them to your dentist office, the library, etc., etc., etc. That's what I do with mine. I don't care if you receive 10 copies because you have 10 Libertarians in your house. That is 10 opportunities to reach somebody else at some other place where they had not been previously reached. So I would encourage you all not to knock direct mailing and look for opportunities to use the mailings that you're getting to help grow our party.
That's what I see. Question, how do we get the 10,000 members? Get more stuff like the newsletter can do.
Let's just go down the rest of the expenses, unless someone has some particular.
I'll say
15,000, the expense part of the side of the campus outreach we're talking about. These numbers are based on the current spending. We're covered LP News based on 5 issues. Candidate support and training. We have 70,000 based on the labor contractors plus 12,000 related travel expenses and 10,000 in candidate specific support.
Mr. Phillips?
73, rolling down past where I was looking.
Oh, sorry.
7310 there, affiliate development. I see a huge jump there, and that's, we got 18, 55, 60, 72, and then we jump to 90.
CRM project.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Question.
Mr. Goldstein.
Is the 7360 candidate support and training line the one that contemplates the 8 training sessions that we want to do in 19? Is that where the money comes from?
It would have to.
In addition to somebody said a couple of people's salaries.
It would have to come from there. That's the appropriate line. I don't know whether that number contemplates those training sessions. I don't know as the discussion really got in. Mr. Krause?
It really doesn't, but in a sense it has $10,000 built in for candidate support, and whether that's through training sessions or direct support, I guess that would be up to you all and the candidate support committee.
Okay, so there's some room, but it doesn't have a budget for, you know, three training sessions around the country or whatever. Mr. Krause?
And when we did the previous candidate support training that you all were part of, most of that was fairly profitable because we did charge. So, you know, I think they cost what, about $2,500 a session, roughly.
Yeah, there was some
travel.
There was a lot of volunteer stuff, and it was offset by some cost given to the attendees. Ms. Carlos?
A question on the affiliate development. That's the cost. How much are we doing for fundraising on that? Is there a corresponding line?
We have an affiliate development fundraising line. I don't.
Yes, there is.
There is?
Doesn't raise much.
Let's go up.
Not pretty.
It's highly variable.
Although, we've done a specific CRM ask, and we had a match, didn't we?
We had a match.
Line
There's 34,000
16.
for that.
4310 affiliate
So
development.
we've extrapolated, so that's budgeted as basically we're gonna raise as much for affiliate development this year as this coming year as we did in 2018. I'm just saying that's what the spreadsheet says.
Correct.
Ms. Doherty, do you think that's reasonable?
I'm doubtful that we will raise that much in 2019 unless we have somebody else come along and say, hey, here's a big match. And the problem with those big matches is, as delightful as they are, we cannot predict them. We really cannot predict them. I can go asking for matches, but most of the time it's a very special donor who comes and says, hey, I really care about this specific thing, and I'll do a match on it. I do ask for matches periodically when I think there's potential, but I cannot foresee us without a major match doing that again in 2019. Could happen, but I'm doubtful.
Mr. Longstreth and then Ms. Harless, are you?
I have a question and then possibly a motion, depending on the answer. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say 25,000 would be reasonable? Possibly, or is it just there's no guessing?
It's really unpredictable, and I hate to tell you guys numbers that I don't have reasonable confidence in. Maybe as we expand the CRM, maybe states will be very happy and we'll put some testimonials out there, and maybe that will encourage some people to give.
But it's
That
babies.
But 25,000 would be much more reasonable than the current number for sure.
Okay. As a follow-up to that question is what's realistic? Not reasonable. What's realistic? What can we say? Okay, we can almost guarantee we're going to get this. Is it the 4,000 that we got in 2017, or is it 0 that we got in 2015, or what's?
If I don't have something very tangible, then the lower end is much more realistic. If I do have very tangible things, then that's different. I'm talking to staff about having more communication with me, and it helps now that I'm entering ED, but more communication with me as a fundraiser to show me cool stuff that I can market, you know, and some of it, so for example, when we were only doing massive fundraising letters a few times a year, would we do one specifically on affiliate support when we are only sending out 7 mailings a year? Probably not. But if we're doing more targeted, smaller ones, and I send out a mailing to 1,500 people on affiliate support, I can afford to do that, right? And I can take that chance, and then if it does well, we can expand it and do it to a bigger audience. So some of it's, we're changing our methodology, and we're changing it to be more effective and more flexible and able to accommodate, adjust based on what's working. If you budgeted for 25 on that, I would be much happier than the current one, though.
So I would move to change that revenue line 4310 to 25,000 based on the input from our interim executive director.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak against it? Ms. Harlows?
Yeah, Lauren's probably gonna kill me. I actually thought it was low. And the reason why is, it's just for me talking with people, both ballot access and the CRM can be extremely sexy fundraising. And coming into 2020, it just seems to me we could probably make a really big deal about that, about how we need to get the affiliates much more equipped to be able to handle data coming into the next election. I don't think we push that we're trying to do this enough. And I know Facebook's not reality, but all you keep hearing on Facebook is how we're not doing anything for the affiliates. This is doing something, even though I know you go, here's something, and they go, no, do something else. But I don't think we push this nearly enough. And if we think we're going to spend that large amount, I think we need to make plans to raise as much as we can, not be cutting that down.
Well, there's people to speak on it. Mr. Longstreet.
So to kind of answer that at the same time, I just want to remind everybody that the purpose of a budget is to set realistic expectations. If we go beyond those realistic expectations, fantastic, we did more than we were supposed to. This is us to try and balance something going into next year, and right now we're way out of balance. We've got to dial it in, and setting a goal for something that is admittedly a new kind of push, something that we haven't been pushing, that we're still experimenting with. I agree it could be huge, but I don't think our budget should reflect that. I think we need to be more realistic on our budget.
So
I'm with him.
I would like to just, if you'll indulge me without handing off the gavel.
Absolutely, sir.
We have an expense line that indicates we're going to spend 90 grand. So if we adopt your amendment, find me $65,000.
I haven't gotten cutting expenses yet, sir.
Because we promised that that project would go forward, and that I'm not just saying that the number's there. When we did the match to move the CRM project and adopt the CRM, that was a commitment to follow through with it. So if we amend it and say we don't think we can raise enough money to do it, that puts us in a place that I can adapt to, but I'm not as comfortable with.
Also, how would we market that then? Oh, we don't think we can do this. Oops.
Ms. Mattson, then Ms. Harlows.
Putting the number there doesn't mean the revenues will develop. You know, you can say if you change this number, find me 60 grand. Okay, but even if that number is that high, if the money doesn't come in, we still have to find 60 grand because we spent the money, right? So, you know, you don't budget hopes, you budget reality. And if it's better than what your realistic expectation is, great, but you know, we're gonna have to find the 60,000 either way. But what this does is tell us we understand we're gonna have to find that 60,000 rather than, oh, it'll just happen, which is what the existing number does. It just kind of assumes unicorns and ponies.
Ms. Harlos, then Ms. Doherty, then Mr. Phillips.
Towards the end of, you don't budget for wishes and hopes and dreams, but then we should never commit it to spend 90,000. The fact is, we've made a commitment one way. We have to commit to raising the money. I'm not saying doing it on hopes and dreams. I'm doing it on, we have to raise it. We have to. Why else do we commit $90,000? It's obviously then something we can't afford, and we are really stupid to take on the project. It's one thing or another. So there's a difference between very, very well, maybe we're going to get this on the budget, and stretch. You know, we did too much stretch before, I get it. But if we're committing to spend $90,000, we better have the testicular fortitude to then raise it, because we need it. It's just like Nick said, where's it going to come from? We've made this promise. We got to deliver.
Ms. Doherty, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Redpath.
Just because a number on there and we hit it doesn't mean we stop. But I would rather have a number that is in the ballpark of reasonableness rather than not. I have already talked with Andy Burns as of several days ago about a letter on the CRM, a fundraising letter, and we're going to give it a shot. We're going to see how it does. And when we have a whole year to plan out, that will be a major priority. But you also need to remember, you have one fundraiser. And I truly mean one fundraiser. Jess Mears is part-time membership, part-time a lot of other stuff. I am the only fundraiser you have on your team, and I also have this interim ED hat and many other things I have to do. This is important for you to keep in consideration as you think about the budget as a whole. One person trying to raise all this money. With the affiliate support line, is it just the CRM or is it other affiliate support? That's a key aspect here too, because people will see it very differently depending on how we frame that. So I'm hesitant for us to get overly ambitious, and I know we've already committed to a lot of money on it, and that makes me nervous. But I still think having a smaller number on this line item is wise.
Mr. Phillips, and then Mr. Redpath.
In my experience, I'm actually going to go directly opposite of what Lauren just said. If you don't put that number on there, yes, that doesn't mean she'll stop fundraising, but people will know that we put $25,000 on that budget line, and they're, oh, well, we hit $25,000, so they will be less generous. You have to, if you don't ask, you don't get it, and asking slows down, and responses slow down if you don't put it in there. Now, I think, honestly, what we've got here is we've got two extremes, and the correct number needs to be somewhere in the middle. The 90,000 is a little high, 25,000 is a little low. Split the difference.
It was 54, not 90.
So I have.
Oh.
Yeah, we were only planning on raising half of it. I have Mr. Redpath, Mr. O'Donnell, Mr. Longstreth, and potentially Mr. Bishop Henchman. I'll bet Mr. Redpath is going to tell me what time it is.
We've got actually about 10 minutes left on this agenda item. At the beginning of this agenda item, I meant to remind the committee that the LNC budget can be amended at any time. And Mr. Chairman, I hate myself for that oversight. But you know, I seriously, pardon?
I don't.
Oh, well, thank you. But I really don't think there's anything wrong. To me, I think the budget should, to a certain extent, reflect what we want to do and our aspirations for this party in 2019. Even if it's a deficit budget, okay? Not hugely, but even if it is, to push ourselves to bring the revenue in, show our aspirations, show we want to do things, and I think we need to trust the acting ED and the chair not to fly this baby into a cliff. You know, I mean, seriously, I mean, there's judgment that is exercised all the time in this party, and you know, I just think that should be kept in mind. The budget, to a certain extent, ought to be about what we want to accomplish, and in the upcoming year, our aspirations for this organization.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Did Mr. Phillips actually move a specific number, or was he simply discussing the matter?
Simply discussing.
He was discussing the matter. From what I heard of his discussion, whose amendment was it? Rejecting the Longstreth amendment would get the number on the line to be that middle number. Like the number was the middle number before we discussed amending it. So even if he was proposing an amendment, it wasn't a different third number. That's what I heard.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell, and I have Mr. Longstreth.
Well, I agree with Mr. Redpath. The budget should be a reflection of our goals and what we want to do, especially with fundraising. We're right now looking at a deficit budget. We're looking at going into a year with a deficit budget when we're already broke. I think we should not be focusing on cutting our fundraising goals or reducing our fundraising goals, but instead seeking out what expenses we can reduce and cut to eliminate or reduce that deficit as much as possible. And Mr. Beth's right, the budget can be amended at any time. If we do exceed the fundraising goals, we can pursue other projects, but we need to run lean. And we need to find expenses to cut, not revenue goals to cut.
Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Merced.
I just want to address the note that Mr. Phillips brought up, saying that people will stop paying once we hit our goal, because what we set our goal at, that people know that sort of thing. And I acknowledge that perspective for some people. However, I would also point out that short of probably the people in this room, most people are not looking at our budget.
Valid point. Valid point.
No problem. So I have Mr. Nicola, then, sorry, I have Mr. Merced, then Mr. Nicola, then Ms. Doherty.
Got it. While I agree that we need to set fundraising goals that push us to raise more, at the same time, if you get, there's optics and then governance involved with those numbers as well. Because if you set one number higher than another, I mean, Lauren as the ED and fundraising director, you're going to be balancing decisions regarding which one am I going to fundraise for first. And basically, the higher number you put, the more pressure there is to move in that direction versus something that might be more fruitful. So you're also affecting decision making along the way, and also affecting optics later on if you fall too short. So I mean, I want us to be ambitious, but we should, you know, I like the 150% number. Like, we think we can hit this 150%, so that way you're shooting for more than you think you can get. But you don't want to necessarily look like, oh, we only got like a fraction of the way there afterwards, because then that just looks like you're not thinking realistically afterwards when people look backwards. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, Mr. Nicola and Ms. Doherty.
Yeah, you know, I think we need to budget intelligently, and I think, you know, budget is a black and white document. You know, either we put down we need $90,000 to meet our obligations, or we budget realistically as to what we believe we're going to hit. And I think there's already a lot of pressure on Lauren and on staff to meet that obligation already. I don't think it has to go into the budget document just to put pressure on, you know, whoever to raise the money. I think the pressure's already there. But I think we need to budget realistically, and I ask Lauren, you know, from your experience, and I mean, do you have a forecast and your at all what? I mean, what's your opinion on a realistic number?
So Robert and I talk regularly, and even more regularly now with me in my interim ED role. But I know, you know, there's certain bills coming down the pipeline. So for example, when we were working on Ohio ballot access, I would check in with Wes very regularly and be like, so how much money are we going to owe on this, and when? You know, now if I had sent out, if all of the ballot access fundraising had to be, hey guys, we need money for Ohio ballot access again. Hey guys, we still need money for Ohio ballot access. oh, we still need money for Ohio ballot access, and people get really weary of that. So I, as the fundraiser, need flexibility to ask for general funds too, right? And the general funds goes to everything, right? It goes to affiliate support, it goes to ballot access, it goes all over the place. And there are some people who really dig giving to a very specific thing, and then there's a lot of people who really, really are into giving to the general fund. And so my leeriness of this too is that I don't want to have to do $60,000 worth of asks on affiliate support if I don't need to. If I need to, that's one thing. But if I can get some of that money through fundraising through the general fund or just membership, right? Because membership brings in money, brings in about 1/3 of our money. Or, you know, we have all these pledgers. We have $30,000 a month in pledgers. You know, so we get money in that then goes to these things anyway. But if I have to do $60,000 worth of asks on any given thing in too short of a time frame, people get weary. But yes, Robert and I communicate. We will continue to communicate. I keep tabs on what bills are coming down the line, and I do everything I can to make sure we do the optimal asks to bring in what we need to bring in that timeline.
So you're saying if we were to budget this higher, you would in turn target a direct donation for CRM or for affiliate support? Is essentially what you're saying.
When you have a higher number on there, I take it to mean that you want me to do fundraising, more fundraising specific to that thing, and I will try to do that. That being said, like general fundraising obviously has to be my overall, and you know, if Robert tells me, hey Lauren, we don't know if we're going to make payroll, then I'm not going to send out a ballot access fundraising piece. I'm going to send out a general fundraising piece or something that helps us make payroll.
So otherwise, you would locate more of your fundraising time into fundraising from membership in the general fund.
Yeah, or reaching out to high capacity donors. You know, we want our high capacity donors giving to the general fund. We don't want them necessarily giving to their specific things unless that's what's needed to help set them over the edge to give.
Now, one last question. If we don't meet our obligation to the CRM in 2019, what happens? Does the program, like, what happens to the program essentially?
If we don't get the money, then at some point we have to decide whether or not we want to keep spending the money without an offsetting revenue. We do that for some things. There are some things like field teams, for example. This last term, we didn't, or this last year, we didn't raise as much money as we spent on it. We just spent the money that we had. At some point, and that point comes quicker when we go into the year starting in the hole, we come back either as an LNC or myself with the executive director, and we pull the plug on stuff if we have to. That's where that is, where this is in the overall 1.2 million top line revenue number. I don't know if I can answer your question about the exact effect of either passing or not passing this amendment. I would suggest to everybody that we should either pass or not pass this amendment so that we can get into the next part of this thing. We do take this back up tomorrow. But I'm not hearing as much new stuff coming out on this amendment.
Question.
Well, Ms. Doherty, do you? Okay. Mr. Sheets from the gallery has had his hand up for a while, and I haven't been recognizing him on purpose because he's not at the table, but I'm going to just inquire, what exactly would you, if you can describe what you would say without saying it, then they'll know whether or not they want to hear it.
I'm wondering if it's prudent to decrease budget on something that might actually be a showcase to help raise money.
That, I believe that topic is being discussed around the table, and so we will not hear from the gallery at this time. Is there anyone else? Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that at the New Orleans meeting, you obligated the LNC, us, to a contract that is only 1/3 paid. So there is a $30,000 outstanding obligation. I don't know where the progress is with that contractor and when the next big month of that's going to be due, but we are obligated by contract. We're exposed to that liability. So it is something that we can't just say, oh, let's just cut out this project, because you all agreed to a contract with the contractor to spend the money on that project. So,
Sometimes
yeah.
it's not that project that gets cut. Sometimes the cuts go somewhere else.
Exactly.
Is there objection to moving to a vote on the Longstreth amendment? Hearing no.
What is it again, please?
The Longstreth amendment would amend line 4310, affiliate development, from 54,800. It's a revenue line to 25,000 even. Is that right?
That was the proposal, yes.
That's the proposal. All in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand. 3, 4. Opposed? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It fails 4 to 8. Is there, where we've elapsed our time on this item, is there anyone who would ask to go into executive session for any purpose? Mr. Goldstein.
I move that we go into executive session for the express purpose of discussing employee matters.
With or without staff?
Without staff.
Without staff. All right. Is there objection to that motion?
Maybe.
There may be objection to the motion.
What was the motion in discuss?
To move into executive session for the purpose of discussing employment matters without staff.
Employment matters, okay.
Ms. Doherty?
I'm sure what you say.
Matters or manual?
Matters.
I was asking that too.
Basically the salary sheet.
Salary portion.
Ms. Doherty?
I think it would be far wiser for the intermediate to be in here because I know staff best and staff time allocation and all of those matters.
Dr. Larkin?
Actually, Ms. Harless had her hand up first.
Well, I didn't know what I said. Maybe I didn't know if you wanted me to articulate. I was just letting you know that.
Actually, it should be really a yes or no.
Okay. No.
I would have voted for that.
It is permissible for us to go into executive session without any members of staff, and then at a time where we feel that would be appropriate to bring a member of the staff or members of the staff in, we can do so at that time.
It is. We have in the past had an executive session that has been a mixed session. My preference, and this depends on whether or not this works for the body, is it's easier to let people leave executive session than to have them sit in the hall and bring them in. But I don't know, does that work for you?
I'll amend to include the executive director.
Okay.
Interim executive director.
Right.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself there.
With the anticipation that we may then move into a session that does not include the interim executive director. Oh, Ms. Harlows?
Is there a reason that I don't know why it has to be today rather than fresh in the morning?
It's logistical, not timing. Basically, it's easier to clear out the room, have everybody who isn't stuck in the room go get dinner, get ready to go to the party over at the office, have Robert do all the magic that Robert does to make these things successful. It's easier to do it now than to come in the morning, do the stuff we do, and then clear the room and then bring people back.
We could come early.
No, thanks.
Well,
You're here.
Are you talking in the epistemological sense? Could come early tomorrow.
Strategically, it's
As I don't believe there's an appetite for this body to be here early in the morning. So, are you objecting?
I am.
Okay, so there's an objection, so we'll move to a vote. The motion is to move into executive session with the interim executive director to discuss employee matters. Made by Mr. Goldstein. I think there was a second from Dr. Lark, probably. Are we prepared to move to a vote?
Just point of information, one sentence.
One
Explain
sentence.
to me what your objection was.
My objection?
Yeah, why you don't
She
want
wants
to
to
go
do
into
it
that?
tomorrow.
I rather would start the day with it than end the day.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a timing objection. Yeah. Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? It passes. So with that, I would, Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, I think that once again the LNC should thank the many people who were kind enough to show up and
Mr. Krause.
Yes, quick announcement, please do not come early to LPHQ. We will not be ready for you. I will personally lock up all the alcohol.
He's a serious man.
6 o'clock is start time?
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock is start time. Mr. Goldstein?
I would point out to the members of the gallery that are leaving now, remember what we just talked about and bring your checkbooks to the.
Also, I will have this room locked up until 8:30 tomorrow morning once you're all.
Okay. Dr. Lark?
Well, I was just going to mention that for those who are interested, my lucky shirt did work out because Virginia Tech did beat Marshall today.
I assume we don't have any Marshall fans in here.
Who cares?
All right, thank you, everybody. For those LNC members and alternates who are remaining in the room, recording devices need to be off, the stream needs to be off. I know. We're getting there.
What's his name go? The guy that
Not
jumps over
really
here.
in it yet.
What's his name, the guy that jumps over here?
Tyler is the guy who jumps over there usually. But I think Tyler moved along. Okay, it's going to happen. We just won't start until it happens. You do? You're an executive.
I thought it was just the.
I can throw a chair at you.
Where's that game? I know, right? Can I change my vote?
I'll go too.
You can't, this is not an opt-out.
You can't opt out.
You get to appreciate it. It's the good stuff, this is where we get the whisper.
You guys can handle this.